having the character of transcription. Transcriptively, in terms of transcription. Transcriptomal, relating to a transcriptome. Transcriptome, the complete set of RNA molecules transcripts produced in a cell or a population of cells. Transcriptomes, plural of transcriptome. Transcriptome Y, throughout a transcriptome. Transcriptomic, of or pertaining to a transcriptome. Transcriptomically, by means of transcriptomics. Transcriptomics, the study of the transcriptome of a species or individual. Transcriptor, transcriber. Transcriptors, plural of transcriptor. Transcriptosome, a hollow complex of proteins involved in the transcription of nucleic acid. Transcriptosomes, plural of transcriptosome. Transcriptosomic, relating to transcriptosomes. Transcript, plural of transcript. Transcritical, that passes through a critical state, i.e. between subcritical and supercritical states. Transcrystalline, through individual crystals. Transcult, alternative form of transcult. Transcult, plural of transcult. Transcultural, extending through more than one human culture. Transculturality, the quality of being transcultural. Transculturally, in a transcultural manner. Transculturation, the phenomenon of merging and converging cultures. Transculturations, plural of transculturation. Transculturization, alternative form of transculturation. Transculturizations, plural of transculturization. Transculturization, alternative form of transculturation. Transculturizations, plural of transculturization. Transcupering, a small protein with a specific role in plasma copper transport. Transcur, to run or row to and fro. Transcurred, simple past and past participle of transcur. Transcurrence, a roving here and there movement. Transcurrent, passing transversely. Transcurrently, in a transcurrent manner. Transcurring, present participle and gerund of transcur. Transcurs, third person singular simple present indicative of transcur. Transcursion, a rambling passage beyond certain limits, extraordinary deviation. Transcursions, plural of transcursion. Transcutaneous, penetrating, entering, passing through, or shining through the intact skin as by light waves or sound waves, in contrast to percutaneous, meaning through a disruption in the skin. Transcutaneously, through the unbroken skin. Transcuticular, through the cuticle. Transcutal, the solvent 2,2-ethoxyethanol. Transcycloctene, alternative form of transcycloctene. Transcystic, across or through a cis. Transcytomal, across a cytoma. Transcytoplasmic, across or through cytoplasm. Transitose, to cause or to undergo transitosis. Transitose, that has undergone transitosis. Transitoses, plural of transitosis. Transitosing, present participle and gerund of transitose. Transitosis, the process whereby macromolecules are transported across the interior of a cell via vesicles. Transitotic, of or pertaining to transitosis. Transitotically, by means of transitosis. Transdanubia, a traditional region of Hungary, bounded by the Danube River north and east, the Drava and Mura rivers south, and the foothills of the Alps roughly along the border between Hungary and Austria west. Transdanubian, straddling the Danube River in Europe. Transdanubians, plural of Transdanubian. Transstar, the ability to detect whether or not a person is transgender by observing that person. Transdeamination, deamination by transfer of an amine group to another molecule. Transdeaminations, plural of transdeamination. Transdilation, the process of forming an anagram of a word with one letter deleted. For example, indicator from dictionary, a form of recreational wordplay. Transdeletions, plural of transdeletion. Transdenominational, across multiple denominations in a religion. Transderivational, of or pertaining to transderivation. Transderivationally, in a transderivational way. Transdermal, through the unbroken skin, as for example with measurements of blood glucose level with an optical glucometer using photometry, or of oxygen saturation via pulse oximetry. Transdermal patch, a plastic patch that has been impregnated with medication. The patch is applied to the skin and delivers a steady dose of medication over time. Transdermal patches, plural of transdermal patch. Transdermally, in a transdermal manner. Transdermals, plural of transdermal. Transdermic, synonym of transdermal. Transdesert, across a desert. Transdetermination, change of the path of differentiation in cells. Transdeterminations, plural of transdetermination. Transdiagnosis, holistic diagnosis across more than one disorder rather than individually for each. Transdiagnoste, relating to transdiagnosis. Transdiagnostical, alternative form of transdiagnostic. Transdiagnostically, in terms of transdiagnosis. Transdialect, to change or translate from one dialect into another. Transdialectal, across dialects. Transdialected, simple past and past participle of transdialect. Transdialecting, present participle and gerund of transdialect. Transdialects, third person singular simple present indicative of transdialect. Transdiaphragmal, across or through a diaphragm. Transdiaphragmatic, across or through a diaphragm. Transdiaphragmatically, in a transdiaphragmatic manner, across the diaphragm. Transdifferential, relating to transdifferentiation. Transdifferentiate, to undergo transdifferentiation. Transdifferentiated, simple past and past participle of transdifferentiate. Transdifferentiates, third person singular simple present indicative of transdifferentiate. Transdifferentiating, present participle and gerund of transdifferentiate. Transdifferentiation, the change of one type of differentiated cell into another. Metaplasia. Transdifferentiations, plural of transdifferentiation. Transdifferentiative, of or pertaining to transdifferentiation, inclined to transdifferentiate. Transdimensional, relating to a dimension higher than those of the normal four-dimensional world. Transdimensional, misspelling of transdimensional. Transdimerization, transcellular dimerization of proteins. Transdisciplinarian, one whose area of work or study crosses and holistically incorporates multiple disciplines, for example, both architecture and philosophy. Transdisciplinarians, plural of transdisciplinarian. Transdisciplinarily, so as to encompass more than one academic discipline. Transdisciplinarity, the quality of being transdisciplinary. Transdisciplinary, holistically encompassing more than one academic discipline, sometimes transcending disciplinarity. Transdiscursive, transcending or of overarching concern to multiple discourses. Transnistria, alternative form of Transnistria. Transnistrian, alternative form of Transnistrian. Transnistrians, plural of Transnistrian. Transdoming, across or between domains. Transdominance, the condition of being transdominant. Transdominant, that can control the expression of a structural gene on another chromosome. Transducibility, the condition of being transducable. Transducable, alternative form of transducible. Transduce, to convert energy from one form to another. Transducible, misspelling of transducible. Transduced, simple past and past participle of transduce. Transducium, the apparatus responsible for transduction. Transduciums, plural of transducium. Transduciosome, the complex of proteins involved in the transduction of genetic material. Transduciosomes, plural of transduciosome. Transducer, a state machine that generates output based on a given input. Transducers, plural of transducer. Transduces, third person singular simple present indicative of transduce. Transducible, that may be transduced. Transducin, any of a class of proteins associated with a visual process. Transducing, present participle and gerund of transduce. Transducins, plural of transducin. Transduct, alternative form of transduce. Transductal, through a duct. Transductin, a bacterial cell into which genetic material has been transduced. Transductants, plural of transductant. Transducted, alternative form of transduced. Transduction, the transfer of genetic material from one cell to another, typically between bacterial cells and typically via a bacteriophage or pilus. Transductional, of or pertaining to transduction. Transductions, plural of transduction. Transductive, of or pertaining to transduction. Transductively, by means of transduction. Transductor, a kind of magnetic amplifier used in power systems for compensating reactive power. Transductors, plural of transductor. Transductory, relating to transductors. Transduodenal, through the duodenum. Transduplicate, to cause or to undergo transduplication. Transduplicate. Past participle of transduplicate. Transduplication. The acquisition of unrelated gene fragments by a transposable element. Transduplications. Plural of transduplication. Transdural. Through or across the dura mater. Transdurally. Through or across the dura mater. Transat. Obsolete form of trans. Transert. Towards the Earth from the Moon or another planet. Transert. Simple past and past participle of transert. Transurthing. Present participle and gerund of transert. Transurths. Third person singular simple present indicative of transurth. Transect. To divide something by cutting transversely. Transected. Simple past and past participle of transect. Transecting. Present participle and gerund of transect. Transection. A transverse cut or division. Transectional. Between or through a section. Transectioned. Cut transversely. Transections. Plural of transection. Transacts. Plural of transect. Transed. Simple past and past participle of trans. Transed the gay away. Simple past and past participle of trans the gay away. Transegalitarian. Organized beyond the limits of an egalitarian society, but lacking clear social stratification or political centralization. Transelectrical. Relating to electrical stimulation carried out across or through part of the body. Transelement. To change or transpose the elements of, to transubstantiate. Transelmentation. Transubstantiation. Transelmented. Simple past and past participle of transelment. Transelmenting. Present participle and gerund of transelment. Transelments. Third person singular simple present indicative of transelment. Transelevator. An automated system used to move, store, and retrieve objects in an automated warehouse. Transelevators. Plural of transelevator. Transendocardial. Through or across the endocardium. Transendocytic. Relating to transendocitosis. Transendocitosis. The movement of material from one cell to another. Transendomyocardial. Across the endocardium and the myocardium. Transcendomyocardially. In a transcendomyocardial manner. Transcendoscopic. Through an endoscope. Transcendoscopically. Through an endoscope. Transcendothalio. Across the endothelium. Transcendothallially. In a transcendothelial manner or direction. Transcendothelium. Synonym of transcendothalio. Transena. Escrean. Transenas. Plural of transena. Transen. Plural of transena. Transenterocytic. Through enterocytes. Transentorhinal. Across the entorhinal cortex. Transenvelope. Across or through an envelope space between membranes. Transependymal. Across the ependyma. Transepicardial. Across or through the epicardium. Transepicondylar. Across or through an epicondyle. Transepidermal. Across or through the epidermis. Transepiphyseal. across the epiphysis. Transepithelio. Through or across an epithelium. Transept. The transversal part of a church which crosses at right angles to the greatest length and between the nave and choir. In the basilicas, this had often no projection at its two ends. In Gothic churches these project greatly and should be called the arms of the transept. It is common, however, to speak of the arms themselves as the transepts. Transeptal. Alternative form of transeptal. Transeptally. Alternative form of transeptally. Transepted. Designating a kind of burial monument with side rooms extending laterally from a central chamber. Transepts. Plural of transept. Transequatorial. Across the equator. Transequatorially. Across the equator. Transertion. Insertion coupled with transcription or translation of peptides into membranes. Transertions. Plural of transertion. Transas. Plural of transa. Transas the gay away. Third person singular simple present indicative of trans the gay away. Transesophageal. Across the esophagus. Transesophageally. Across the esophagus. Transesophageal. Misspelling of transesophageal. Transesterase. Any enzyme that catalyzes a transesterification reaction. Transesterases. Plural of transesterase. Transesterification. The reaction of an ester with an alcohol in order to replace the alkoxy group. It is used in the synthesis of polyesters and in the production of biodiesel. Transesterifications. Plural of transesterification. Transesterify. Simple past and past participle of transesterify. Transesterifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of transesterify. Transesterify. To subject to transesterification. Transesterifying. Present participle and gerund of transesterify. Transesterification. The reaction of an ether with an alcohol, typically a polyhydroxy 1, in order to produce a different ether, typically a polymeric 1. Transesterifications. Plural of transesterification. Transethmoidal. Across the ethmoid bone. Transethmic. Encompassing more than one ethnicity. Transethnicity. The quality of being transethmic. Transeunt. Emanent, producing an effect outside of the mind. Compare immanent. Transeuntly. In a transeunt way. Transurasian. Across or throughout Eurasia. Transacts. Alternative form of transex. Transacts. Alternative spelling of transexed. Transection. Change of sex. Transections. Plural of transection. Transexonic. Across or between exons. Transsexual. Alternative spelling of transsexual. Transsexualities. Plural of transsexuality. Transsexuality. Alternative spelling of transsexuality. Transsexuals. Plural of transsexual. Transaxi. Both transgender and sexy. Tras. Abbreviation of transfer. Tras. Abbreviation of transfer. Transface. The practice of assistant or person, especially one of the opposite gender portraying a transgender person in media. Transfacial, through or across a face. Transfactor, a material taken from an animal that has acquired immunity intended to be given to a patient. Transfactors, plural of transfactor. Transfalcine, across the falx cerebri. Transpan, a fan of Transformers, a toy and entertainment franchise dealing with factions of alien robots who can change their form. Transpans, plural of transfan. Transfacial, through or across aphasia. Transvat, alternative spelling of transfat. Transvats, plural of transfat. Transphonate, to undergo transphonation. Transphonated, simple past and past participle of transphonate. Transphonation, the transfer of microfauna from the rumen of a donor animal, typically dairy cattle, to that of another. Transphonations, plural of transphonation. Tranf, abbreviation of transfer. Transfect, to introduce foreign material into eukaryotic cells. Transfectability, the quality or state of being transfectable. Transfectable, able to transfect or be transfected. Transfectomy, any transfection reagent, such as lipofectamine. Transfectant, a cell that has incorporated nucleic acid of another species through transfection. Transfectants, plural of transfectant. Transfected, simple past and past participle of transfect. Transfectability, misspelling of transfectability. Transfecting, present participle and gerund of transfect. Transfection, the introduction of foreign genetic materials such as DNA or RNA into eukaryotic cell. Transfectional, relating to transfection. Transfectionally, by means of transfection. Transfections, plural of transfection. Transfective, relating to transfection. Transfectivity, the ability to undergo transfection. Transfectoma, a myeloma cell into which immunoglobulin genes have been transfected. Transfectomas, plural of transfectoma. Transfects, third person singular simple present indicative of transfect. Transfem, transfeminine. Transfemale, alternative form of transfemale. Transfemales, plural of transfemale. Transfemby, a transfeminine non-binary person. Transfemicide, the killing of a trans woman because of her gender identity, especially when motivated by transmisogyny. Transfemicides, plural of transfemicide. Transfeminicide, alternative form of transfemicide. Transfeminicides, plural of transfeminicide. Transfeminine, pertaining to people who are assigned male but whose gender identities are feminine. Transfemininities, plural of transfemininity. Transfemininity, the quality of being transfeminin. Transfeminism, a branch of feminism concerned with transgender issues. Transfeminisms, plural of transfeminism. Transfeminist, one who is involved in transfeminism. Transfeminists, plural of transfeminists. Transfem, a transfeminine person. Transfems, Plural of transfem. Transfemoral, across the femur or thigh. Transfemorally, across the femur. Transfems, plural of transfem. Transfenestration, the act of smashing through a window. Transfenestrations, plural of transfenestration. Transfer, to move or pass from one place, person, or thing to another. Transfer agent, an entity designated by a publicly traded corporation to keep track of the ownership of the corporation's stocks and bonds. Transfer agents, plural of transfer agent. Transfer DNA. DNA transferred from a bacterium to a host. Transfer DNA is, plural of transfer DNA. Transfer earnings, the amount that a factor of production must be paid in order to prevent it from transferring to an alternative use. Transfer exam, an exam taken in order to assess whether one can move from one stream of academic study to another. Transfer exams, plural of transfer exam. Transfer function, a mathematical representation of the relation between the input and output of a linear time invariant system. Transfer functions, plural of transfer function. Transfer lists, a list of players available for sale to other clubs. Transfer lists, plural of transfer lists. Transfer market, the system by which players are transferred between teams, including the fees involved for teams making such transfers. Transfer markets, plural of transfer market. Transfer paper, paper coated with wax and pigment used in art and textile projects to transfer an image onto a surface. Transfer papers, plural of transfer paper. Transfer payment, a redistribution of income in the market system initiated by a government, such as welfare, social security, etc. Transfer payments, plural of transfer payment. Transfer pricing, the rules and methods for pricing transactions within and between enterprises under common ownership or control. Transfer rate, a data transfer rate. Transfer rates, plural of transfer rate. Transfer RNA, a short-chain version of RNA that transfers individual amino acids to ribosomes during protein synthesis. Transfer RNAs, plural of transfer RNA. Transfer student, a student who transfers from one university/college to another after studying there for a term/semester or more. Transfer students, plural of transfer student. Transfer tax, a transaction fee often relatively small in relation to the value of property imposed on the transfer of title to property. Transfer taxes, plural of transfer tax. Transfer tests, an examination administered to some students in their last year of primary education, governing admission to grammar schools and other secondary schools that use academic selection. Transfer tests, plural of transfer tests. Transfer window, a period of time during which a spacecraft orbiting one celestial body can travel to a different body and enter orbit around it without excessive expenditure of fuel or reaction mass. Transfer windows, plural of transfer window. Transferabilities, plural of transferability. Transferability, the ability of something to be transferred. Transferable, able to be transferred. Transferable skill, A skill used in one job that can be used again in future jobs, such as communication, computer literacy, time management, public speaking, etc. Transferable skills. Plural of transferable skill. Transferableness. The quality of being transferable. Transferal. A transfer. Transferals. Plural of transferal. Transferase. Any of various enzymes that catalyze the transfer of a functional group, such as amine or phosphate, from one molecule to another. Transferases. Plural of transferase. Transfer. The spelling of transferred. Transferee. A person who is transferred. Transferees. Plural of transferee. Transference. The act of conveying from one place to another. The act of transferring or the fact of being transferred. Transferences. Plural of transference. Transferential. Of or pertaining to transference. Transferentially. In terms of or by means of transference. Transferin. Misspelling of transferin. Transfermium. Describing any element that lies beyond fermium in the periodic table, having an atomic number greater than 100. Transferography. The act or process of copying inscriptions, etc. by making transfers. Transferomic. Relating to transferomics. Transferomics. The genomic study of horizontal gene transfer. Transfer. Someone who transfers his property to another. Transferers. Plural of transferer. Transferosome. A form of liposome used as a transdermal drug delivery system. Transferosomes. Plural of transferosome. Transferability. Alternative form of transferability. Transferable. Alternative spelling of transferable. Transferal. Alternative spelling of transferal. Transferals. Plural of transferal. Transfer. Simple past and past participle of transfer. Transferred electron device. Synonym of gun diode. Transferred electron devices. Plural of transferred electron device. Transferred intent. The situation where, when the intention to harm one party inadvertently causes a second party to be harmed instead, the perpetrator is still held responsible. Transferred sense. A usually looser meaning of a word or phrase developed from a metaphoric application of its original signification. Transferred senses. Plural of transferred sense. Transferee. Alternative form of transferee. Transferees. Plural of transferee. Transference. Rare spelling of transference. Transferences. Plural of transference. Transferer. A person who or thing that transfers. Transfer us. Plural of transfera. Transferability. Archaic form of transferability. Transferable. Archaic form of transferable. Transferrin. A glycoprotein, a beta-globulin in blood serum that combines with and transports iron. Transferinemia. The normal presence of transferrin in the blood. Transferring. Present participle and gerund of transfer. Transferrings. Plural of transferring. Transferins. Plural of transferrin. Transferritin. Misspelling of transferrin. Transferer. Alternative form of transferer. Transferers. Plural of transferer. Transfers. Plural of transfer. Transferylation. Any reaction in which a ferroyl group is transferred intermolecularly or intramolecularly. Transferylations. Plural of transferylation. Transferware. A style of ceramics decorated by transfer printing. Transferwares. Plural of transferware. Transfibular. Across or through a fibula. Transfic. A fanfic which focuses on a transgender character, especially one in which a canonically cisgender character is portrayed as trans. Transfictional. Relating to transfiction. Transfigurability. The quality of being transfigurable. Transfigurable. Capable of being transfigured. Transfigurate. To transfigure or transform. Transfigurated. Simple past and past participle of transfigurate. Transfigurates. Third person singular simple present indicative of transfigurate. Transfigurating. Present participle and gerund of transfigurate. Transfiguration. An annual feast day observed on August 6th Gregorian or 19th Julian, celebrating the miracle when the face of Jesus shone like the sun before the apostles. Transfigurations. Plural of transfiguration. Transfigurative. Of, relating to, or causing transfiguration. Transfigure. To transform the outward appearance of. To convert into a different form, state, or substance. Transfigure. Simple past and past participle of transfigure. Transfigurement. Transfiguration. Transfigurements. Plural of transfigurement. Transfigures. Third person singular simple present indicative of transfigure. Transfigurus. Second person singular simple present indicative of transfigure. Transfigureth. Third person singular simple present indicative of transfigure. Transfiguring. Present participle and gerund of transfigure. Transfiguringly. So as to transfigure. Transfinite. Beyond finite. Transfinite induction. An extension of mathematical induction to well-ordered sets of transfinite cardinality, such as sets of ordinal numbers or cardinal numbers. Transfinite inductions. Plural of transfinite induction. Transfinite number. Any cardinal or ordinal number which is larger than any finite, i.e. natural number, often represented by the Hebrew letter Aleph letter 2135 with a subscript 0, 1, etc. Transfinite numbers. Plural of transfinite number. Transfinitely, in a manner that requires a transfinite number of steps. Transfinites. Plural of transfinite. Transfinity. The quality of being transfinite. Transpix. To render motionless by arousing terror, amazement, or awe. Transfixable. Able to be transfixed. Transfixation. The condition of being transfixed. Transfixations. Plural of transfixation. Transfix. Rendered motionless by completely focused attention, rapt, entranced, mesmerized. Transfixer. Something that transfixes. Transfixers. Plural of transfixer. Transfixes. Plural of transfix. Transfix. Transfixive. Third person singular simple present indicative of transfix. Transfixing. Present participle and gerund of transfix. Transfixingly. So as to transfix. Transfixion. In amputation, passing the knife from side to side through tissue close to the bone and dividing muscles outward. Transfictions. Plural of transfixion. Transfix. Obsolete spelling of transfixed, simple past and past participle of transfix. Transflectance. Alternative form of transflection. Transflection. A type of spectroscopic measurement produced by transmitting light through a sample and reflecting it back through the sample onto a probe. Transflections. Plural of transflection. Transflective. Of a liquid crystal display that reflects and transmits light. Transflection. Alternative form of transflection. Transflections. Plural of transflection. Transfluence. The flowing of a liquid through or across something. Transfluences. Plural of transfluence. Transfluent. Flowing through or across something such as under a bridge. Transfluorescence. Fluorescence of a material when the source of stimulating radiation is behind the object from a point of view of the observer. Transflufferin. A fast-acting pyrethroid insecticide with low persistency. Transfluvial. Across a river. Transflux. A flowing through, across, or beyond. Transfluxes. Plural of transflux. Transfolk. Transgender people. Transfolks. Synonym of transfolk, transgender people. Transfolks. Alternative form of transfolks. Transfontainler. Alternative form of transfontainler. Transfontainler. Across the fontainelle. Transfontainelle. Transfontaineler. Transforaminal. Through the foramen. Transforate. To bore through something. Transforated. Simple past and past participle of transforate. Transforates. Third person singular simple present indicative of transforate. Transforating. Present participle and gerund of transforate. Transforation. Perforation of the base of the fetal skull in craniotomy. Transform. To change greatly the appearance or form of. Transform and roll out. Let's go, get a move on. Transform fault. A type of strike-slip fault occurring at the border between two tectonic plates which are sliding horizontally in directions parallel with the fault line. Transform faults. Plural of transform fault. Transformability. The state of being transformable. Transformable. Able to be transformed. Transformally. By means of a transform. Transformance. Transformation. Transformances. Plural of transformance. Transformant. A cell, bacteria, fungus, yeast, or plant into which foreign DNA has been introduced. Transformants. Plural of transformant. Transformosome. A structure on the surface of some bacteria responsible for the uptake of extracellular DNA and its subsequent transformation/integration into the bacterial genome. Transformosomes. Plural of transformosome. Transforming. Misspelling of transforming. Transformation. The act of transforming or the state of being transformed. Transformation matrices. Plural of transformation matrix. Transformation matrix. A matrix of dimension n times m that represents some linear transformation from letter to 11d letter 1d50 right arrow letter to 11dn. Transformation matrices. Plural of transformation matrix. Transformational. Of, pertaining to or leading to transformation. Transformational generative grammar. Transformational grammar. Transformational generative grammar. Plural of transformational generative grammar. Transformational grammar. A generative grammar, especially of a natural language, developed in the Chomskyan tradition of phrase structure grammars as opposed to dependency grammars, and involving the use of defined operations called transformations to produce new sentences from existing ones. Transformational grammars. Plural of transformational grammar. Transformational rule. A rule that modifies a well-formed structure in limited ways. Transformational rules. Plural of transformational rule. Transformational generative grammar. Alternative spelling of transformational generative grammar. Transformational generative grammars. Plural of transformational generative grammar. Transformationalism. Adherence to transformational grammars. Transformationalist. A linguist who favors transformational grammars. Transformationalists. Plural of transformationalists. Transformationality. The quality of being transformational. Transformationally. In a transformational manner or context. Transformationism. Transformism. Transformationist. A supporter of transformationism. Transformationists. Plural of transformationists. Transformations. Plural of transformation. Transformative. That causes a transformation, causing a notable and lasting change. Transformative justice. A series of practices and philosophies aimed at rehabilitating perpetrators of crime, especially of interpersonal violence. Transformatively. In a transformative manner. Transformativity. The condition of being transformative. Transformator. Archaic form of transformer. Transformators. Plural of transformator. Transformatory. Transformative. Transformed. Simple past and past participle of transform. Transformer. A toy in the Transformers toy line which has mechanical parts that allow it to be altered in appearance from its original form as a humanoid robot action figure to another form, usually a vehicle, depending on the toy. Transformer board. A form of cardboard used as the insulating base of electrical transformers. Transformerless. Without an electrical transformer. Transformer-like. Resembling an electric transformer. Transformers. Plural of transformer. Transformus. Second person singular simple present indicative of transform. Transformeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of transform. Transforming. Present participle and gerund of transform. Transformings. Plural of transforming. Transformism. The doctrine that living organisms have evolved from previously existing forms of living matter. Transformisms, plural of transformism. Transformist, a believer in or follower of transformism. Transformiste, relating to transformism. Transformists, plural of transformists. Transformities, plural of transformity. Transformity, the ratio of energy to available energy. Transforms, third person singular simple present indicative of transform. Transformales, synonym of formal transferase. Transformalases, plural of transformales. Transformylation, any reaction that moves a formal group in a molecule or from one molecule to another. Transformylations, plural of transformylation. Transfoval, across a fovea. Transfrag, a transcribed fragment of DNA. Transfrags, plural of transfrag. Transfrate, alternative spelling of transfrete. Transfrated, simple past and past participle of transfrate. Transfrating, present participle and gerund of transfrate. Transfrates, third person singular simple present indicative of transfrate. Transfratation, a passage over a strait of narrow sea. Transfratations, plural of transfratation. Transfrete, to cross a channel or narrow sea. Transfrete, simple past and past participle of transfrete. Transfreting, present participle and gerund of transfrete. Transfriendly, alternative form of transfriendly. Transfrontier, through or across a frontier. Transfructisylate, to subject to or to undergo. Transfructisylation. Transfructisylated, simple past and past participle of transfructisylate. Transfructisylates, third person singular simple present indicative of transfructisylate. Transfructisylating, present participle and gerund of transfructisylate. Transfructisylation, the transfer of fructosyl groups within or between molecules. Transfructisylations, plural of transfructisylation. Trans, plural of trans. Transfupacylation, any reaction that transfers a fucosyl from one molecule to another. Transfuge, a deserter. Transfuges, plural of transfuge. Transfugitive, a transfuge. Transfugitives, plural of transfugitive. Transfund, to pour a liquid from one vessel into another. Transfunded, simple past and past participle of transfund. Transfunding, present participle and gerund of transfund. Transfunds, third person singular simple present indicative of transfund. Transfer, a transgender member of the furry subculture. Transfer, simple past and past participle of transfer. Transferring, present participle and gerund of transfer. Transfers, plural of transfer. Transfusible, capable of being transfused. Transfusase, the material used in a transfusion. Transfusates, plural of transfusate. Transfuse, to administer a transfusion of. Transfuse, simple past and past participle of transfuse. Transfuser, one who transfuses. Transfusers, plural of transfuser. Transfuses. Third person singular simple present indicative of transfuse. Transfusible, capable of being transfused. Transfusing, present participle and gerund of transfuse. Transfusings, plural of transfusing. Transfusion, the transfer of blood or blood products from one individual to another. Transfusional, of, pertaining to, or involving transfusion. Transfusionally, by means of transfusion. Transfusionist, one who carries out a transfusion. Transfusionists, plural of transfusionists. Transfusions, plural of transfusion. Transfusive, able to transfuse. Trans-al, a young trans woman. Transalactic, between or beyond the boundaries of galaxies. Transgalactuligosaccharide, the normal form of galactuligosaccharide. Transgalactuligosaccharides, plural of transgalactuligosaccharide. Transgalactosylation, the enzymatic transglycosylation of a galactosyl group. Transgalactosylations, plural of transgalactosylation. Transbals, plural of transgal. Transgangetic, on the further or eastern side of the Ganges River. Transganglionic, between ganglia. Transganglionically, between ganglia. Transgastric, through or across the stomach. Transday, being or pertaining to being, both a trans man and attracted to men gay. Transgelin, a calpanin found in smooth muscle cells. Transgender, of a person having a gender identity which is different from one's assigned sex, that is, the identity of a trans man, trans woman, or someone non-binary, for example, a gender, bigender, or third gender. Transgender marriage, a marriage between two people in which one or both individuals are transgender. Transgenderal, a transgender person. Transgenderals, plural of transgenderal. Transgendercide, the killing of a transgender person or transgender people collectively because of their gender, especially when motivated by transphobia. Transgenderism, the state of being transgender, transgenderness. Transgendered, transgender, denoting or relating to a person whose gender identity does not correspond with their sex assigned at birth. Transgenderedness, the condition of being transgendered. Transgendereds, plural of transgendered. Transgenderhood, the state of being transgender, transgenderness. Transgendering, present participle and gerund of transgender. Transgenderization, non-Oxford British English standard form of transgenderization. Transgenderize, non-Oxford British English standard form of transgenderize. Transgenderize, simple past and past participle of transgenderize. Transgenderizes, third person singular simple present indicative of transgenderize. Transgenderizing, present participle and gerund of transgenderize. Transgenderism, the state of being transgender. Transgenderisms, plural of transgenderism. Transgenderous, a transgender person. Transgenderists, plural of transgenderists. Transgenderity, transgenderness, transness. Transgenderization, the act or process of making transgender. Transgenderize, to make transgender. Transgenderize, simple past and past participle of transgenderize. Transgenderizes, third person singular simple present indicative of transgenderize. Transgenderizing, present participle and gerund of transgenderize. Transgenderness, the state of being transgender. Transgenders, plural of transgender now often offensive a transgender person. Transgene, a gene from one species introduced into the genome of another by transgenesis. Transgender, deliberate misspelling of transgender. Transgenerational, acting across multiple generations. Transgenerationality, the condition of being transgenerational. Transgenerationally, in a transgenerational manner. Transgenes, plural of transgene. Transgeneses, plural of transgenesis. Transgenesis, the process of introducing an exogenous gene into a living organism. Transgenetic, of or pertaining to transgenesis. Transgenetically, in a transgenetic way, by means of transgenesis. Transgenic, of or pertaining to an organism whose genome has been changed by the addition of a gene from another species, of an organism whose genome has been changed by such addition, genetically modified. Transgenically, in a transgenic manner. Transgenicity, the quality or condition of being transgenic, containing one or more transgenes. Transgenics, plural of transgenic. Transgenome, throughout a genome. Transgenome, across genomes. Transgenosis, alternative form of transgenesis. Transgender, cross-genre. Transgentleman, synonym of transman. Transgentleman, plural of transgentleman. Transgeographical, across different geographical areas. Transgingival, through or across the guns. Transgirl, alternative spelling of transgirl. Transgirls, plural of transgirl. Transglabular, across the glabella. Transglable, across or through the glia. Transglobal, that operates throughout the world, worldwide. Transglomerular, across a glomerulus. Transglossal, passing through or crossing the tongue. Transglottal, through or across the glottis. Transglottic, alternative form of transglottal. Transglucosidase, a kind of enzyme capable of converting starch into oligosaccharides. Transglucosidases, plural of transglucosidase. Transglucosidation, the transfer of a glucose moiety between glucosides. Transglucosidations, plural of transglucosidation. Transglucosylase, a transglucosylase that transfers glucosyl groups. Transglucosylases, plural of transglucosylase. Transglucosylate, to carry out transglucosylation. Transglucosylated, Simple past and past participle of transglucosylate. Transglucosylating. Present participle and gerund of transglucosylate. Transglucosylation. The enzymatic transglucosylation of a glucosyl group. Transglucosylations. Plural of transglucosylation. Transglutaminase. Any of a family of enzymes that catalyze the reaction of lysine and glutamine groups in proteins that have a function in blood coagulation. Transglutaminases. Plural of transglutaminase. Transglutaminated. Modified by a transglutaminase. Transglutamination. The process or the result of modification by a transglutaminase. Transglutaminylation. The intermolecular or intramolecular transfer of a glutaminyl group. Transgluteal. Across or through the gluteal cleft. Transglycosidase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of a sugar moiety between different glycosides. Transglycosidases. Plural of transglycosidase. Transglycosidation. The transfer of a glycone or a glycones between glycosides. Transglycosidations. Plural of transglycosidation. Transglycosylase. Glycosyltransferase. Transglycosylases. Plural of transglycosylase. Transglycosylate. To modify by transglycosylation. Transglycosylated. Simple past and past participle of transglycosylate. Transglycosylates. Third person singular simple present indicative of transglycosylate. Transglycosylating. That produces transglycosylation. Transglycosylation. The transfer of a sugar residue from one glycoside to another. Transglycosylations. Plural of transglycosylation. Transgrafts. Between grafts. Transgranular. Across the boundary between granules. Transgress. To exceed or overstep some limit or boundary. Transgressible. Able to be transgressed. Transgress. Simple past and past participle of transgress. Transgressets. Second person singular simple past indicative of transgress. Transgresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of transgress. Transgressus. Second person singular simple present indicative of transgress. Transgresseth. Third person singular simple present indicative of transgress. Transgressible. Able to be transgressed. Transgressing. Present participle and gerund of transgress. Transgressingly. So as to transgress in a transgressive manner. Transgression. A violation of a law, duty, or commandment. Transgressional. Of, relating to, or involving transgression. Transgressions. Plural of transgression. Transgressive. Involving transgression that passes beyond some acceptable limit, sinful. Transgressively. In a transgressive manner. Transgressiveness. The state or condition of being transgressive. Transgressives. Plural of transgressive. Transgressivism. Transgressive behavior. Transgressivities. Plural of transgressivity. Transgressivity. Synonym of transgressiveness. Transgressor. someone who transgresses. Transgressors, plural of transgressor. Transgressor, obsolete form of transgressor. Transgressors, plural of transgressor. Transguy, alternative spelling of transguy. Transguise, plural of transguy. Transhalogenation, a reaction in which one or more halogen atoms are moved intermolecularly or intramolecularly. Transhalogenations, plural of transhalogenation. Transhape, to transform into a different shape or form. Transhape, simple past and past participle of transhape. Transhapes, third person singular simple present indicative of transhape. Transhaping, present participle and gerund of transhape. Transhemispheric, across the hemispheres of the brain. Transhemizygous, between hemizygous organisms. Transhepatic, through the liver. Transhepatically, through the liver. Transdet, transgender and heterosexual. Transheterolelic, transheterozygous and heteroallelic. Transheterospecific, between heterospecific organisms. Transheterozygosity, the condition of being transheterozygous. Transheterozygote, any organism that is heterozygous in each of two genes. Transheterozygotes, plural of transheterozygote. Transheterozygous, relating to a transheterozygote. Trandets, plural of trenchet. Tensetel, across or through a hiatus. Transhimalaya, a mountain range on the southern edge of the Tibetan Plateau, parallel to the main Himalayan range. Transhiv, to transfer goods from one ship or other conveyance to another. Transshipment, alternative spelling of transshipment. Transshipments, plural of transshipment. Transhipped, simple past and past participle of transship. Transhipper, one who tranships. Transhippers, plural of transhipper. Transhipping, present participle and gerund of tranship. Transhippings, plural of transhipping. Tranships, third person singular simple present indicative of tranship. Transhistorical, outside the bounds of history, universal, permanent. Transhistorically, in a transhistorical manner. Transhistoricity, the quality of an entity or concept that has always existed and is not merely confined to one particular stage of human history. Transhistoricize, to make transhistorical. Transhistoricize, simple past and past participle of transhistoricize. Transhistoricizes, third person singular simple present indicative of transhistoricize. Transhistoricizing, present participle and gerund of transhistoricize. Transhuman, more than human, superhuman. Transhumance, the seasonal movement of people with their cattle or other grazing animals to new pastures which may be quite distant. Transhumances, plural of transhumans. Transhumanism, a philosophy favoring the use of science and technology, especially neurotechnology, biotechnology, and nanotechnology, to overcome human limitations and improve the human condition. Transhumanisms, plural of transhumanism. Transhumanist, an advocate of transhumanism. Transhumanistic, of or relating to transhumanism. Transhumanists, plural of transhumanists. Transhumanity, the state of being transhuman. Transhumanize, to elevate beyond humanity, to make godlike. Transhumanize, simple past and past participle of transhumanize. Transhumanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transhumanize. Transhumanizing, present participle and gerund of transhumanize. Transhumans, plural of transhuman. Transhumant, of pertaining to or undergoing transhumance, migratory. Transhumance, plural of transhumant. Transhume, to migrate. Transhumed, simple past and past participle of transhume. Transhumeral, across the humerus. Transhumes, third person singular simple present indicative of transhume. Transhuming, present participle and gerund of transhume. Transhydrogenase, a mitochondrial enzyme that transports protons across a cell membrane. Transhydrogenases, plural of transhydrogenase. Transhydrogenation, a reaction in which hydrogen is transferred from one molecule to another. Transhydrogenations, plural of transhydrogenation. Transalidase, alternative form of transalidase. Transalidases, plural of transalidase. Transidentity, transness, the state of being trans, of having a gender identity which is different from the sex one was assigned at birth, i.e. having a transgender identity. Transideological, across multiple ideologies. Transi, a transsexual, transgender, or transvestite person, a tranny. Transience, the quality of being transient, temporary, brief, or fleeting. Transiences, plural of transience. Transiences, plural of transiency. Transiency, transience. Transit, passing or disappearing with time, transitory. Transient ischemic attack. Alternative spelling of transient ischemic attack. Transient ischemic attacks, plural of transient ischemic attack. Transient ischemic attack, a temporary cessation or reduction of blood supply to part of the brain, resulting in brief neurologic dysfunction that usually persists for less than 24 hours. Transient ischemic attacks, plural of transient ischemic attack. Transient luminous event, any of a variety of upper atmospheric optical phenomena associated with thunderstorms. Transient luminous events, plural of transient luminous event. Transiently, in a transient manner, momentarily, briefly. Transientness, the state of being transient. Transience, plural of transient. Trendize, plural of transy. Transigence, the quality of being transigent. Transigent, willing to compromise. Transigence, plural of transigent. Tonsiliac, extending between the two ilia. Transiliacal, alternative form of transiliac. Transilience, Something transalient. Transalliances, plural of transalliance. Transalliances, plural of transalliancy. Transalliancy, transalliance, transalliant, jumping across or passing over something. Transalliasacral, across or through the ilium and sacrum. Transilluminable, able to be transilluminated. Transilluminatable, alternative form of transilluminable. Transilluminate, to pass light easily through an object, body part, or liquid. Transilluminated, simple past and past participle of transilluminate. Transilluminates, third person singular simple present indicative of transilluminate. Transilluminating, present participle and gerund of transilluminate. Transillumination, a shining through. Transilluminations, plural of transillumination. Transilluminator, a device or instrument that projects light, ultraviolet radiation, etc. through a translucent sample for observation or photography. Transilluminators, plural of transilluminator. Transilluminescence, misspelling of transluminescence. Transillumination, misspelling of transillumination. Transilluminator, misspelling of transilluminator. Transamination, any reaction involving the movement of an amine group. Transaminations, plural of transamination. Transimmortalize, immortalized by means of transgenesis. Transimpedance, the equivalent of transresistance in an AC circuit. Transimpedances, plural of transimpedance. Transin, stromless in one. Transindigenous, moving between or shared between multiple indigenous peoples or cultures. Transindividual, transcending the individual. Transindividualities, plural of transindividuality. Transindividuality, the quality of being transindividual. Transindividually, in a transindividual manner. Transindividuation, the process of transcending individuality. Transindividuations, plural of transindividuality. Individuation. Transinfected, infected by means of transinfection. Transinfection, the infection of one host with a bacterium or virus taken from another, often using microinjection, in order to study the different roles of host and infected species. Transinfections, plural of transinfection. Transinformation, synonym of mutual information. Transang, present participle and gerund of trans. Transang the gay away. Present participle and gerund of trans the gay away. Transinhibit, to cause or to undergo transinhibition. Transinhibited, simple past and past participle of transinhibit. Transinhibition, the catalytic inactivation of a homodimer, each of which subunits is catalytically active. Transinhibitions, plural of transinhibition. Transinhibits, third person singular simple present indicative of transinhibit. Transinstitutional, that encompasses multiple institutions. Transinstitutionalization, the transfer of a mentally ill person from one institution to another, for example from hospital to jail. Transinstitutionalize, to transfer a mentally ill person from one institution to another, for example, from hospital to jail. Transinstitutionalize. Simple past and past participle of transinstitutionalize. Transinstitutionalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transinstitutionalize. Transinstitutionalizing. Present participle and gerund of transinstitutionalize. Transinsular. Between islands. Transinteraction. Interaction between molecules on adjacent cell surfaces. Transinteractions. Plural of transinteraction. Transintestinal. Through the intestine. Transire. A permit given to a coasting vessel by a customs house. Transires. Plural of transire. Transisdia. Synonym of transiskial. Transisgial. Ehuinesbia. Transiso. Pertaining to a graph on a finite group whose vertices are the subgroups of a specified order and for which two vertices are adjacent if the sets of all normalized right transversals for each corresponding subgroup contain at least one common element. Transismian. Extending across an isthmus. Transismic. Synonym of transismian. Transistor. A solid-state semiconductor device with three terminals, which can be used for amplification, switching, voltage stabilization, signal modulation, and many other functions. Transistor radio. A typically small and portable radio receiver having transistors rather than thermionic valves, popular from the late 1950s. Transistor radios. Plural of transistor radio. Transistorization. Alternative spelling of transistorization. Transistorize. Alternative form of transistorize. Transistorize. Simple past and past participle of transistorize. Transistorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transistorize. Transistorizing. Present participle and gerund of transistorize. Transistorization. The process of transistorizing, the transition from the use of vacuum tubes to the use of semiconductor transistors. Transistorize. To equip an electronic circuit or device with transistors, especially to convert a device using an older technology to the use of transistors, particularly to make it smaller or more portable. Transistorize. Simple past and past participle of transistorize. Transistorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transistorize. Transistorizing. Present participle and gerund of transistorize. Transistorless. Without transistors. Transistors. Plural of transistor. Transit. A Ford Transit van. Transit bus. A bus which carries people across a city. Transit buses. Plural of transit bus. Transit buses. Plural of transit bus. Transit instrument. An astronomical telescope mounted in the meridian and turning on a fixed east and west axis. Transit instruments. Plural of transit instrument. Transit lane. A freeway lane reserved for vehicles with a set minimum number of occupants. Transit lanes. Plural of transit lane. Transit lounge. A waiting room at an international airport for passengers changing flights or for long-haul passengers who have to leave their aircraft while it is serviced and refueled, in both cases for passengers who haven't finished their journey. Transit lounges. Plural of transit lounge. Transit telescope. Synonym of transit instrument. Transit telescopes, plural of transit telescope. Transit tetany, synonym of transport tetany. Transitable, passable, traversable. Transitation, the act of transiting or passing, passage. Transitive, simple past and past participle of transit. Transitor, one who or that which transits. Transitors, plural of transitor. Transiting, present participle and gerund of transit. Transitings, plural of transiting. Transition, a brief modulation, a passage connecting two themes. Transition altitude, the altitude which varies by country above which an aircraft's barometric altimeters are set as if the sea level atmospheric pressure were equal to 1013.25 hectopascals regardless of the actual atmospheric conditions, and altitudes are reported as flight levels. Transition altitudes, plural of transition altitude. Transition economies, plural of transition economy. Transition economy, a national economy that is changing from being centrally planned to a market economy. Transition element, any element in the D block of the periodic table, i.e. groups 3 to 12 inclusive. Transition elements, plural of transition element. Transition function, a function from state input symbol to state describing what state to move to on receiving a given input in a given state. Transition functions, plural of transition function. Transition house, synonym of halfway house, temporary residence to ease people back into society. Transition houses, plural of transition house. Transition layer, the airspace above the transition altitude but below the transition level. Transition layers, plural of transition layer. Transition level, the lowest flight level above the transition altitude, depends on the transition altitude and the measured or calculated sea level atmospheric pressure. The flight level at which a descending aircraft's barometric altimeters are reset from a constant setting of 1013.25 hectopascals to the setting corresponding to the actual measured or calculated atmospheric pressure at mean sea level. Transition levels, plural of transition level. Transition map, synonym of transition function. Transition maps, plural of transition map. Transition matrices, plural of transition matrix. Transition matrix, a square matrix whose rows consist of non-negative real numbers, with each row summing to 1, used to describe the transitions of a Markov chain. Its element in the ith row and jth column describes the probability of moving from state I to state j in one time step. Transition matrices, plural of transition matrix. Transition metal, synonym of transition element. Transition metals, plural of transition metal. Transition point, the point in space at which fluid flow around an object changes from laminar to turbulent. Transition points, plural of transition point. Transition state, an intermediate state in a chemical reaction that has a higher free energy and that the reactants or the products. Transition states, plural of transition state. Transition strip, a metal strip, typically in a doorway, separating different carpets or floor surfaces. Transition strips, plural of transition strip. Transition technologies. Plural of transition technology. Transition technology. A technology that is designed to aid and encourage the transition from a society's current way of doing things to a more desirable, usually more environmentally sustainable technological approach. Transition temperature. The temperature at which one phase of a material changes into another, a transition point. Transition temperatures. Plural of transition temperature. Transition time. The amount of time required for the switch output to settle within a given percentage of the final value following a change in the control input level. Transition times. Plural of transition time. Transition town. A town in the British and Ireland that is a member of the Transition Towns movement and is striving to develop a higher standard of living and an environmentally friendly future. Transition towns. Plural of transition town. Transition year. An optional one-year school program that can be taken in the year after the junior certificate in Ireland. Transition years. Plural of transition year. Transition zone. Any of several physical zones in which the properties or the behavior of something undergoes a radical change. Transition zones. Plural of transition zone. Transitionable. Able to be transitioned. Transitional. Of, or relating to a transition. Transitional deacon. A deacon intending to become a priest and therefore obliged to begin assuming additional responsibilities, such as the recitation of the breviary. Transitional deacons. Plural of transitional deacon. Transitional epithelia. Plural of transitional epithelium. Transitional epithelium. A type of stratified epithelium that changes shape in response to stretching and forms the lining of the organs of the urinary system. Transitional epitheliums. Plural of transitional epithelium. Transitional jacket. A jacket for unremarkable temperatures but nonetheless weather-sensitive dress. Transitional jackets. Plural of transitional jacket. Transitional object. An object, such as a security blanket or stuffed toy, used by a young child to self-soothe and cope with separation from a parent or other attachment figure. Transitional objects. Plural of transitional object. Transitional planet. Synonym of mini-Neptune. Transitional planets. Plural of transitional planet. Transitional provision. A statutory provision that regulates a process that starts before an amendment or enactment of the statute comes into force and ends after the amendment or enactment of the statute has come into force. Transitional provisions. Plural of transitional provision. Transitionalities. Plural of transitionality. Transitionality. The quality of being transitional. Transitionally. In a transitional manner. Transitionalness. The quality of being transitional. Transitionary. Transitional. Transitioned. Simple past and past participle of transition. Transitioner. One who transitions. Transitioners. Plural of transitioner. Transitioning. Present participle and gerund of transition. Transitionings. Plural of transitioning. Transitionism. A policy or attitude based on transition from one thing to another. Transitionist. Someone skilled at coping with or managing transition in some or any field. Transitionists. Plural of transitionists. Transitionless. Lacking a transition. transitionlessness, lack of transition, transitions, plural of transition, transitive, making a transit or passage, transitive animate, belonging to the class of transitive verbs that take animate direct objects, transitive closure, the smallest binary relation on X that includes R and is transitive. Transitive closures, plural of transitive closure. Transitive dependencies, plural of transitive dependency. Transitive dependency, an attribute of a relation that depends on a key but also on a third attribute which is not a key. This is a violation of third normal form. Transitive set, any set X such that for any X, if Y X then YX, equivalently, such that if X and X is 9 element then XX. Transitive sets. Plural of transitive set. Transitive verb, a verb that is accompanied either clearly or implicitly by a direct object in the active voice. It links the action taken by the subject with the object upon which that action is taken. Consequently, transitive verbs can also be used in the passive voice when the direct object of the equivalent active voice sentence becomes the subject. Transitive verbs, plural of transitive verb. Transitively, in a transitive manner. Transitiveness, the quality of being transitive. Transitives, plural of transitive. Transitivities, plural of transitivity. Transitivity, the degree in which any one verb can take / govern objects. Transitivizable, able to be transitivized. Transitivization, conversion to a transitive form. Transitivize, to make transitive. Transitivize, simple past and past participle of transitivize. Transitivizer, a word or construct that makes something transitive. Transitivizers, plural of transitivizer. Transitivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of transitivise. Transitivizing, present participle and gerund of transitivise. Transitological, relating to transitology. Transitologies, plural of transitology. Transitologists, one who studies transitology. Transitologists, plural of transitologists. Transitology, the study of the process of change from one political regime to another. Transitorily, in a transitory way. Transitoriness, the state or quality of being transitory. Transitory, lasting only a short time, temporary. Transits, plural of transit. Transited, simple past and past participle of transit. Transiting, present participle and gerund of transit. Transitude, synonym of transit. Transithes, the time of passage through death to eternal life. Transitway, a route designed for use by public transport, such as a busway or light rail. Transitways, plural of transitway. Transjection, transcutaneous injection. Transjections, plural of transjection. Transjective, transcending the distinction between subjective and objective, or referring to a property not of the subject or the environment but a relatedness co-created between them. Transjector, a device that administers transjections. Transjectors, plural of transjector. Transjejunum, across the jejunum. Transjordan, a British protectorate established in 1921 east of the River Jordan, now forming the main part of the Kingdom of Jordan. Transjordania, alternative form of Transjordan. Transjordanian, of or pertaining to Transjordan. Transjordanians, plural of Transjordanian. Transjovian, alternative form of Transjovian. Transjugant, relating to transjugation. Transjugants, plural of transjugant. Transjugation, the transfer of DNA by the physical contact of cells. Transjugular, through the jugular. Transjunctional, across or through a junction. Transjurisdictional, across jurisdictions. Transjurisdictionally, across jurisdictions. Transkei, a Bantustan and nominal parliamentary democracy capital Umtata in southeastern South Africa. Transkei, of or relating to Transkei. Transkeians, plural of Transkeian. Transcatolase, an enzyme of both the pentose phosphate pathway in animals and the Calvin cycle of photosynthesis, which catalyzes two important reactions. Transcatalases, plural of transcatolase. Transcatylation, the intermolecular or intramolecular transfer of a ketal group. Transcatallations, plural of transcatallation. Transkid, a transgender child. Transkids, plural of transkid. Transkingdom, across or throughout a kingdom. Transl, abbreviation of translate. Translatial, across the labia. Translabyrinthine, across the labyrinth of the inner ear. Translates, plural of translati. Translati, synonym of transwoman. Translaminar, across or through a lamina. Translaminarly, in a translaminar manner. Translanguage, to make use of multiple languages in a single discourse. Translanguage, simple past and past participle of translanguage. Translanguager, one who translanguages. Translanguagers, plural of translanguager. Translanguages, third person singular simple present indicative of translanguage. Translanguaging, the dynamic process whereby multilingual language users mediate complex social and cognitive activities through strategic employment of multiple semiotic resources to act, to know, and to be. Translanguagings, plural of translanguaging. Translaryngeal, across or through the larynx. Translatabilities, plural of translatability. Translatability, the quality or property of being translatable, ability to be translated. Translatable, capable of being translated into another language. Translatableness, synonym of translatability. Translate, senses relating to the change of information, etc. from one form to another. Translatable, alternative form of translatable. Translated, simple past and past participle of translate. Translatist, second person singular simple past indicative of translate. Translati, the author of a work that is translated. Translates, plural of translati. TranslateGate, a 2017 glitch where Google Translate generated strange translations for phrases from some languages. Translator, alternative form of translator. Translators, plural of translator. Translates, plural of translate. Translatees, awkwardness or ungrammaticality of translation, for example due to overly literal translation of idioms or syntax. Translatus, second person singular simple present indicative of translate. Translateth, third person singular simple present indicative of translate. Translating, present participle and gerund of translate. Translating dictionaries, plural of translating dictionary. Translating dictionary, synonym of translation dictionary. Translatio MP, the view originating in the Middle Ages that history is a linear succession of transfers of an imperium that invests supreme power in a single ruler. Translation, the act of translating in its various senses. Translation dictionaries, plural of translation dictionary. Translation dictionary, a multilingual dictionary assisting translation between two or more languages. Translation memories, plural of translation memory. Translation memory, a database that stores previously translated content to aid human translators, commonly abbreviated as TM. Translation screw, whisker. Translation screws, plural of translation screw. Translation studies, the study of the theory and practice of translating and interpreting, especially in an academic context, combining elements of social science and the humanities. Translational, relating to translation in its various senses. Translational bioinformatics, the branch of bioinformatics that uses genomic data as its source. Translational energies, plural of translational energy. Translational energy, the energy of the molecules of a fluid due to their translational as opposed to rotational or vibrational motion. Translational science, science that bridges the gap between pure science and applied science, translating research into practice. Translationality, the condition of being translational. Translationally, by means of, or in terms of, translation in all senses. Translationary, pertaining to the translation of language. Translationese, language exhibiting awkwardness or ungrammaticality of translation, such as due to overly literal translation of idioms or syntax. Translationless, without a translation in various senses. Translations, plural of translation. Translation, obsolete form of translation. Translations, plural of translation. Translatitious, alternative form of tralitious. Translative, of or relating to the movement of a person or thing from one place to another. Translative case, a form of declension that indicates a change in the state of a noun. The Estonian, Finnish, and Hungarian languages have such a case. Translative cases, plural of translative case. Translatively, in a translative manner. Translatos, plural of translative. Translatological, of or pertaining to translatology. Translatologist, a person engaging in translatology translatology. Translatologists, plural of translatologists. Translatology, the study of the theory and practice of translating and interpreting, especially in an academic context, combining elements of social science and the humanities. Translatum, the totality of proteins formed by translation of mRNA. Translatomes, plural of translatum. Translatomic, relating to translatomics. Translatomics, the study of the translational status of a transcriptome. Translator, a person or thing that translates meaning from one language into another, particularly. Translators, stilted or unidiomatic language produced by automated translation. Translatores, alternative form of translatress. Translatoresses, plural of translatores. Translatorial, of or relating to a translator. Translatoriality, the quality of being translatorial. Translatorially, in a translatorial manner. Translators, plural of translator. Translatorship, the role or office of a translator. Translatorships, plural of translatorship. Translatory, that translates or transfers. Translator, obsolete form of translator. Translators, plural of translator. Translatress, a woman who translates. Translatresses, plural of translatress. Translatresses, plural of translatrix. Translatrix, a woman, girl, or other female who translates, a specifically female translator. Translovation, a laving or lading from one vessel to another. Translovations, plural of translovation. Translorentium, lying beyond Lawrencium in the periodic table. Translead, coming after lead in the periodic table, i.e. having an atomic number greater than 82. Translethen, beyond the Letha, the boundary river between Austria and Hungary. Translentiviral, between lentiviruses. Translesbian, being or pertaining to being, both a trans woman and attracted to women. Lesbian. Translesbians, plural of translesbian. Translesian, extending across a lesion, often specifically a damaged section of DNA. Translesiano, across a DNA lesion. Translesianally, in a translesional manner. Transligamentous, across or through a ligament. Translimbal, across or through a limbus. Translin, any of a family of DNA binding proteins that specifically recognize consensus sequences at the breakpoint junctions in chromosomal translocations. Translinear, describing a circuit that has an exponential rather than linear current voltage relationship. Translingual, existing in multiple languages. Translingualism, the phenomenon of translingually relevant aspects of language. Translingualisms, plural of translingualism. Translingualities, plural of translinguality. Translinguality, the quality or state of being translingual. Translingually, in a translingual way. Translinguals, plural of translingual. Translinguistic, across languages. Translens, plural of translin. Translet, clipping of transliteration. Translet, alternative form of translit. Transliterable, capable of undergoing transliteration. Transliteracies, plural of transliteracy. Transliteracy, the ability to read, write, and interact across a range of platforms and media. Transliteral, transliterating using transliteration. Transliterally, in a transliteral more than literal, beyond literal way, more than literally. Transliteratable, capable of being transliterated. Transliterate, to represent letters or words in the characters of another writing system. Transliterated, represented in the characters of another alphabet. Transliterate, third person singular simple present indicative of transliterate. Transliterating, present participle and gerund of transliterate. Transliteration, the act or product of transliterating, of representing letters or words in the characters of another alphabet or script. Transliterational, of or relating to transliteration. Transliterations, plural of transliteration. Transliterator, one who transliterates. Transliterators, plural of transliterator. Translets, plural of translit. Translets, plural of translit. Transload, to transfer a shipment from one mode of transportation to another. Transloaded, simple past and past participle of transload. Transloader, a vehicle used to transfer goods from one mode of transportation to another. Transloaders, plural of transloader. Transloading, present participle and gerund of transload. Transloadings, plural of transloading. Transloads, third person singular simple present indicative of transload. Translobar, across or through a lobe. Translobular, across or through a lobe typically of the liver. Translocal, between locations. Translocalization, alternative form of translocalization. Translocalities, plural of translocality. Translocality, the quality of being translocal. Translocalization, translocation. Translocalizations, plural of translocalization. Translocalize, to cause or to undergo translocalization. Translocalize, simple past and past participle of translocalize. Translocalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of translocalize. Translocalizing, present participle and gerund of translocalize. Translocally, in a translocal manner. Translocant, a translocated molecule or fragment. Translocants, plural of translocant. Translocase, an enzyme that assists in moving another molecule, usually across a membrane. Translocases, plural of translocase. Translocatable, able to be translocated. Translocate, to displace or move from one place to another. Translocated, simple past and past participle of translocate. Translocates, third person singular simple present indicative of translocate. Translocating. Present participle and gerund of translocate. Translocation. Removal of things from one place to another, displacement, substitution of one thing for another. Translocational. Of or pertaining to translocation. Translocationally. In terms of translocation. Translocations. Plural of translocation. Translocative. Indicating motion away from the deictic center, often the speaker. Translocatives. Plural of translocative. Translocator. A translocant. Translocators. Plural of translocator. Translocin. A complex of proteins associated with the translocation of nascent polypeptides into the interior space of the endoplasmic reticulum from the cytosol. Translocans. Plural of translocin. Translocus. Describing organisms created via the transfer of a chain locus. Translar. Abbreviation of transcendental logarithmic. Translogarithmic. Describing functions that are both transcendental and logarithmic. Translon. The quantum of translation in a superfluid. Translons. Plural of translon. Transls. Plural of transol. Translus. To shine light through, and thus make the thing which is shined through translucent. Transluced. Simple past and past participle of transluce. Translucence. The state of being translucent. Translucences. Plural of translucence. Translucencies. Plural of translucency. Translucency. The quality of being translucent. Translucent. Allowing light to pass through, but diffusing it. Translucently. In a translucent way. Translucence. Plural of translucent. Transluces. Third person singular simple present indicative of transluce. Translucid. Translucent. Translucing. Present participle and gerund of transluce. Translumbar. Across the lumbar region. Transluminal. Alternative form of transluminal across a lumen. Transluminally. Alternative form of transluminally. Transluminal. Across a lumen. Transluminally. Across a lumen. Transluminant. Synonym of transluminal. Translumination. Alternative form of transillumination. Transilluminator. Misspelling of transilluminator. Transluminant. Misspelling of transluminant. Transluminescence. The condition of being transluminescent. Transluminescent. That allows light to shine through. Translunar. Towards the moon from the earth or another planet. Translunary. Situated beyond or above the moon. Translymphatic. Through the lymphatic system. Transmagnetic. Transcranial magnetic. Transmale. Alternative form of transmale. Transmales. Plural of transmale. Transmalleola. Across a malleolus. Transmammary. Across or through the mammary glands. Transman, alternative spelling of transman. Transmanche, cross-channel, pertaining to coastal areas of both southern England and northern France. Transmandibular, across a mandible. Transmania, the enthusiastic acceptance or promotion of transgenderism. Transmantle, across or through a mantle typically of the brain. Transmarginal, crossing the margins of a person's tolerance to pain, etc. Transmarginal inhibition, an organism's response to overwhelming stimuli. Transmarine, beyond or on the other side of a sea. Transmast, transmasculine. Transmascs, plural of transmast. Transmasculine, pertaining to people who are assigned female but whose gender identities are masculine. Transmasculinities, plural of transmasculinity. Transmasculinity, the quality of being transmasculine. Transmastoi, across the mastoid process. Transmastoidal, across or through the mastoid process. Transmath, a teleporter, a fictional device that transfers/transmits matter from one location to another without the object traversing the intervening distance as itself. Transmaternal, acquired by an offspring by contact with the mother. Transmats, plural of transmat. Transmata, simple past and past participle of transmat. Transmatting, present participle and gerund of transmat. Transmax, to undergo gender transition, particularly from male to female, for the perceived social advantages that come with being the opposite sex, especially as regards the sexual marketplace. Transmax, simple past and past participle of transmax. Transmaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of transmax. Transmaxing, the act of one who transmaxes. Transmeable, able to be traversed. Transmetal, across or though a metus. Transmete, to pass over or beyond. Transmeted, simple past and past participle of transmete. Transmeets, third person singular simple present indicative of transmete. Transmeeting, present participle and gerund of transmete. Transmeation, the act of transmeeting, a passing through or beyond. Transond, a person who believes that medically diagnosed gender dysphoria or medical transition are essential traits of being transgender. Transmedia, of or relating to more than one form of media. Transmedial, synonym of transmedia. Transmedialities, plural of transmediality. Transmediality, the quality of being transmedial. Transmedially, across more than one form of media. Transmedian, across or through the median plane. Transmediastinal, across or through a mediastinum. Transmediation, translation of a work into a different medium. Transmediations, plural of transmediation. Transmedicalism, the belief that medically diagnosed gender dysphoria or medical transition are essential traits of being transgender. Transmedicalist, a person who believes that medically diagnosed gender dysphoria or medical transition are essential traits of being transgender. Transmedicalists, plural of transmedicalists. Transmedium, a psychic who is able to cross boundaries between the natural and supernatural worlds. Transmediums, plural of transmedium. Transomes, plural of transomed. Transmedulla, beyond or across the medulla. Transmedullary, across a medulla. Transmeiotic, by means of meiosis. Transmember, through or across a member. Transmembranal, occurring across a membrane. Transmembrance, alternative form of transmembrane. Transmembrane, traversing a cellular membrane. Transmembrane protein, any protein that is permanently attached to a biological membrane and protrudes on each side. Transmembrane proteins, plural of transmembrane protein. Transmembranous, alternative form of transmembranous. Transmembranes, plural of transmembrane. Transmembranic, across a membrane. Transmembranous, transmembrane, traversing a cellular membrane. Transmembranously, in a transmembranous manner or direction. Transmen, plural of transman. Transmenopausal, describing the time or situation before and after the menopause. Transmeridian, across the meridian. Transmesenteric, across or through the mesentery. Transmesothelial, across or through a mesothelium. Transmetallate, alternative form of transmetallate. Transmetallated, simple past and past participle of transmetallate. Transmetallating, present participle and gerund of transmetallate. Transmetallation, alternative spelling of transmetallation. Transmetallations, plural of transmetallation. Transmetallate, to exchange a ligand between two metals. Transmetallated, simple past and past participle of transmetallate. Transmetallates, third person singular simple present indicative of transmetallate. Transmetallating, present participle and gerund of transmetallate. Transmetallation, any reaction in which one metal is exchanged for another in an organometallic compound. Transmetallations, plural of transmetallation. Transmetatarsal, through or across the metatarsus. Transmethylase, an enzyme that catalyzes transmethylation. Transmethylases, plural of transmethylase. Transmethylate, to modify by means of transmethylation. Transmethylated, simple past and past participle of transmethylate. Transmethylation, the transfer of a methyl group between molecules, especially between biological compounds such as amino acids or the components of nucleic acids. Transmethylations, plural of transmethylation. Transmute, to transmute, change. Transmute, simple past and past participle of transmute. Transmuing, present participle and gerund of transmute. Transmuse, third person singular simple present indicative of transmute. Transmicrovascular, across or through extremely small blood vessels. Transmigrable, able to transmigrate. Transmigrant, someone who transmigrates. Transmigrante, a importer who transports goods overland from the United States to Central America via Mexico. Transmigrants, plural of transmigrant. Transmigrate, to migrate to another country. Transmigrated, simple past and past participle of transmigrate. Transmigrates, third person singular simple present indicative of transmigrate. Transmigrating, present participle and gerund of transmigrate. Transmigration, departure from one's homeland to live in another country, migration. Transmigrational, relating to transmigration. Transmigrationism, the belief that the soul of a person passes into another body after death. Transmigrationist, one who believes in transmigrationism. Transmigrations, plural of transmigration. Transmigrative, relating to transmigration. Transmigrator, a transmigrant. Transmigrators, plural of transmigrator. Transmigratory, of, pertaining to, or undergoing transmigration as a soul from one body to another. Transmiscendary, hatred of or contempt for trans men. Transmayer, hatred of transgender people. Transmissiac, someone who believes in or supports transmesia, an individual who hates transgender people. Transmissiacs, plural of transmissiac. Transmissic, hating trans people, prejudiced against transgender people. Transmisogynous, relating to, characteristic of, or exhibiting transmisogyny. Transmisogyniste, relating to, characteristic of, or exhibiting transmisogyny. Transmisogynists, plural of transmisogynists. Transmisogynoir, hatred of, contempt for, or prejudice against black trans women. Transmisogyny, hatred of or contempt for trans women. Transmisogyny affected. Transfeminine, of a group experiencing transmisogynistic oppression. Transmisogyny exempt, not transfeminine, of a group not experiencing transmisogynistic oppression, such as cisgender people, or transmasculine or non-binary people of FAB. Transmess, a version of a bill or other document sent or transmitted to a council, court, or other body, a transmission. Transmissible, misspelling of transmissible. Transmess, simple past and past participle of transmiss. Transmisses, plural of transmiss. Transmissibilities, plural of transmissibility. Transmissibility, the condition of being transmissible. Transmissible, able to be transmitted. Transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, plural of transmissible spongiform encephalopathy. Transmissible spongiform encephalopathy, any fatal, incurable degenerative disease of the brain transmitted by prions. Transmissing, present participle and gerund of transmiss. Transmissidometer, alternative form of transmissometer. Transmissiometers, plural of transmissiometer. Transmissiometry, alternative form of transmissometry. Transmission, the act of transmitting, for example data signals or electric power. Transmission control protocol, a networking protocol, almost always layered on top of the Internet protocol that provides reliable, connection-based communications. Transmission electron diffraction, a type of electron diffraction in which a beam of electrons is transmitted through a thin layer of sample. Transmission electron diffractions, plural of transmission electron diffraction. Transmission electron microscope, a form of electron microscope in which a beam of electrons is transmitted through a thin layer of sample. Transmission electron microscopes, plural of transmission electron microscope. Transmission electron microscopy, a form of electron microscopy in which a beam of electrons is transmitted through a thin layer of sample. Transmission fluid, a specialized lubricant used in a vehicle to ensure the proper functioning of the transmission system. Transmission fluids, plural of transmission fluid. Transmission function. The mathematical function of an electromagnetic wave is a measure of the change undergone by the amplitude of the wave as it propagates in a given direction, which is also called the propagation constant. Transmission functions, plural of transmission function. Transmission line, a set of wires used for long-distance electric power transmission. A power transmission line. Transmission lines, plural of transmission line. Transmission media, plural of transmission medium. Transmission medium, any material substance which can propagate waves or energy. Transmission mount, part of the motor vehicle that connects the transmission to the vehicle. Transmission mounts, plural of transmission mount. Transmission oil, synonym of transmission fluid. Transmission oils, plural of transmission oil. Transmission time, the amount of time from the beginning until the end of a message transmission. Transmission times, plural of transmission time. Transmission tower, electricity pylon. Transmission towers, plural of transmission tower. Transmissional, relating to transmission. Transmission, having a specified kind of transmission. Transmissionism, a teaching style focused on transmitting facts without regard to the individual student. Transmissionists, a person who believes that the brain only transmits consciousness rather than originating it. Transmissionists, plural of transmissionists. Transmissionless, without transmission. Transmission, plural of transmission. Transmissive, of or relating to the transmission of something. Transmissively, in a transmissive manner. Transmissiveness, the quality of being transmissive. Transmissivities, plural of transmissivity. Transmissivity, a measure of the capacity of a material to transmit radiation, the ratio of the amount of energy transmitted and receives. Transmissometer, an optical instrument used to measure the transmission of light through a material, typically used to measure visibility through fog. Transmissometers, plural of transmissometer. Transmissometric, relating to the transmissometer. Transmissometry, the use of the transmissometer. Transmissory, serving to transmit something. Transmit, to send or convey from one person, place, or thing to another. Transmittere, a dielectric sheet containing a pattern of perforations used as a microwave lens. Transmitteres, plural of transmittere. Transmitivities, plural of transmittivity. Transmittivity, transmissivity. Transmitticondial, between mitochondria, transmitophagy, transcellular mitophagy, transmitotic, across before and after mitosis, transmitral, through the mitral valve, transmits, third person singular simple present indicative of transmit, transmittable, synonym of transmissible, transmittal, the act of transmitting a message, a transmission, transmittal letter, a formal document that accompanies another document and serves as a record of its delivery. Transmittal letters, plural of transmittal letter. Transmittals, plural of transmittal. Transmittance, a transmission. Transmittances, plural of transmittance. Transmittancies, plural of transmittancy. Transmittancy, alternative form of transmittance. Transmittant, of or relating to a transmission. Transmitted, that has been transmitted in a specified manner. Transmitter, one who or that which transmits something in all senses. Transmitters, plural of transmitter. Transmittable, alternative spelling of transmittable. Transmitting, present participle and gerund of transmit. Transmittivity, a measure of transmittance. Transmodal, crossing, occurring in or using more than one mode or modality. Transmodalities, plural of transmodality. Transmodality, the quality of crossing more than one mode or modality. Transmodally, across more than one mode or modality. Transmodern, involving a form of modernist and non-modernist. Transmodernity, the quality of being transmodern. Transmoding, conversion of one media form to another, for example text to audio. Transmodiolar, across or through a modiolus. Transmodiolally, in a transmodiolar manner. Transmodulation, the modulation or regulation of a secondary system. Transmodulations, plural of transmodulation. Transmodulatory, relating to transmodulation. Transmogrification, the act or process of being transformed into a different form. Transmogrifications, plural of transmogrification. Transmogrify, simple past and past participle of transmogrify. Transmogrifier, one who or that which transmogrifies. Transmogrifiers, plural of transmogrifier. Transmogrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of transmogrify. Transmogrify, to substantially or completely alter the form of. Transmogrifying, present participle and gerund of transmogrify. Transmon, a particular form of superconducting qubit. Transmonolayer, through or across a monolayer. Transmons, plural of transmon. Transmonting, of or relating to the other side of the mountains, usually with reference to the Alps. Transmorph, to change shape or form. Transmorphed, simple past and past participle of transmorph. Transmorphing, present participle and gerund of transmorph. Transmorphism, the transformation or development of one thing into another. Transmorphisms, plural Plural of transmorphism. Transmors. Third person singular simple present indicative of transmorph. Transmotivation. The process of revising a fictional character's motivations to correspond to his or her actions. Transmotivations. Plural of motivation. Transmountain, through the mountains. Transmove, to move or change from one state into another, to transform. Transmoved, simple past and past participle of transmove. Transmoves, third person singular simple present indicative of transmove. Transmoving, present participle and gerund of transmove. Transmucosal, through or across a mucous membrane. Transmucosally, through or across a mucous membrane. Transmundane, occurring beyond the physical world. Transmural, beyond a city wall. Transmural care, the interface between primary and secondary care in medicine. Transmurality, the condition of being transmural. Transmurally, passing through the wall of an organ or any other bodily structure. Transmuscular, across or through a muscle. Transmutabilities, plural of transmutability. Transmutability, the ability to be transmuted. Transmutable, able to be transmuted. Transmutableness, ability to be transmuted. Transmutably, such that it can be transmuted. Transmutant, of or relating to transmutation. Transmutate, to undergo transmutation. Transmutated, simple past and past participle of transmutate. Transmutates, third person singular simple present indicative of transmutate. Transmutating, present participle and gerund of transmutate. Transmutation, change, alteration. Transmutational, of or relating to transmutation. Transmutationally, in a transmutational manner. Transmutationism, a belief in the transmutation of species. Transmutationists, of, pertaining to, or supporting, transmutationism. Transmutationists, plural of transmutationists. Transmutations, plural of transmutation. Transmutative, causing or involving transmutation, transformative. Transmutatively, in a transmutative manner. Transmutatory, causing or relating to transmutation. Transmute, to change or convert one thing to another, or from one state or form to another. Transmuted, simple past and past participle of transmute. Transmuter, one who, or that which transmutes. Transmuters, plural of transmuter. Transmutes, third person singular simple present indicative of transmute. Transmutus, second person singular simple present indicative of transmute. Transmutive, third person singular simple present indicative of transmute. Transmuting, present participle and gerund of transmute. Transmuter, that transmutes something. Transmutual, reciprocal, commutual. Transmux, convert in real time one telecommunications signal format to another, for example from SONET to DS3. Transmuxing, present participle and gerund of transmux. Transmyocardial. Across or through the myocardium. Transnasal. Through the nose. Transnasally. Through the nose. Transnatal. Across the birth process. Transnatation. The act of swimming across a river, etc. Transnation. A way of living or notional nation that transcends nation states and is inhabited by people with a transnational orientation. Transnational. Between or beyond national boundaries. Transnational repression. Political repression conducted by a state outside its borders. Transnationalism. The phenomenon or the analytical view that people's activities and cultures transcend national boundaries. Transnationalisms. Plural of transnationalism. Transnationalists. An advocate of transnationalism. Transnationalities. Plural of transnationality. Transnationality. The quality of being transnational. Transnationally. In a transnational manner or context. Transnationals. Plural of transnational. Transnations. Plural of transnation. Transnature. To transfer or transform the nature of. Transnature. Simple past and past participle of transnature. Transnatures. Third person singular simple present indicative of transnature. Transnaturing. Present participle and gerund of transnature. Transneptunian. Alternative letter case form of transneptunian. Transneptunian object. Alternative form of transneptunian object. Transneptunian objects. Plural of transneptunian object. Transness. The condition or quality of being transgender or transsexual. Transneural. Between or across neurons. Transneuronal. Between or across neurons. Transneuronally. In a transneuronal manner. Transnigerian. Crossing or spanning the Niger River or valley. Transnistria. A former governorate of Romania during World War Roman II, established in 1941 and captured by Soviet forces in 1944. Transnistrian. From or pertaining to Transnistria or its people or culture. Transnistrians. Plural of Transnistrian. Transnitrosating. That brings about a transnitrization reaction. Transnitrosation. Any reaction that transfers a nitroso group inter- or intramolecularly. Transnitrosations. Plural of transnitrosation. Transnitrosylate. To cause or to undergo transnitrosylation. Transnitrosylation. The transfer of nitrosyl or nitrate groups between molecules. Transnitrosylations. Plural of transnitrosylation. Transnormal. Beyond normality. Transnormalization. The transformation of raw data such that the resulting cumulative distribution is normal. Transnormalize. Subject to transnormalization. Transnormative. Pertaining to, exhibiting, or consistent with transnormativity. Transnormativities. Plural of transnormativity. Transnormativity. Normalization of the existence of diverse transgender people and experiences. Transnumeral. Ambiguous as to whether it refers to one thing singular or more than one dual or plural. Transnumeration. the transformation of numerical data in a meaningful way, for example by representing it in a table or graph. Transobturator, across an obturator. Transocean, that crosses an ocean. Transoceanic, beyond or on the other side of an ocean. Transoceanically, across the ocean. Transocular, to the eye. Transesophageal, alternative form of transesophageal. Transoganescent, of a chemical element having an atomic number beyond oganescent, that is, element 119 unanium and beyond. Transoi, describing an antiparaplanar spatial arrangement of two conjugated double bonds about the intervening single bond, S-strands. Transolver, a kind of resolver that combines a two-phase winding with a three-phase one. Transolvers, plural of transolver. Transom, a crosspiece over a door, a lintel. Transom window, a window above a door or another window. Transom windows, plural of transom window. Transom, fitted with a transom. Transomic, relating to two or more omics. Transomless, without a transom. Transoms, plural of transom. Transonance, the transmission of a sound originating in one organ through the tissue of another. Transonances, plural of transonance. Transcendent, acoustically transparent, able to freely transmit sound. Transonic, just below or just above the speed of sound 0.8 mile 1.2 approximately. Transonically, in a transonic manner. Transonics, the study of transonic travel. Transoperative, throughout operations. Transoral, through the mouth. Transorally, through the mouth. Transorbital, passing through the orbit or eye socket. Transorbitally, in a transorbital manner or direction. Transorbitals, plural of transorbital. Transosseous, for the bone. Transosseously, in a transosseous manner. Transodic, across or through the ear. Transovarial, via an ovary. Transovarially, through the ovary. Transovarian, through the ovaries. Transovaric, alternative form of transovarial. Transoceania, an ancient portion of Central Asia, the region between the Amu Darya Classical Oxus and Sirdarya rivers, corresponding approximately with modern-day Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and southwest Kazakhstan. Transoceanian, of or relating to Transoxiana. Transoxianans, plural of Transoxianan. Transp, abbreviation of transport. Transp, abbreviation of transport. Transpacific, on from the other side of, spanning or crossing the Pacific Ocean. Transbadan, obsolete spelling of Transbadane. Transbadane, alternative letter case form of Transbadane. Transbadane Gaul, Cisalpine Gaul north of the River Po. Transbadane Gauls, plural of Transbadane Gaul. Transpalearctic, covering the Palearctic from Atlantic to Pacific Oceans. Transpalatal. Across or through the palate. Transpalatine. Situated beyond, across, or outside the palatine bone. Transpalmar. Across the palm of the hand. Transpalpebral. Through the eyebrow. Transpancreatic. Through the pancreas. Transpapillary. Between papillae. Transpare. To be or cause to be, transparent, to appear, or cause to appear, or be see-through literally or figurative. Transparence. Synonym of transparency. Transparences. Plural of transparence. Transparencies. Plural of transparency. Transparency. The quality of being transparent. Transparent. See-through, clear, having the property that light passes through it almost undisturbed, such that one can see through it clearly. Transparent pie. A kind of pie from Kentucky, similar to a chess pie or sugar pie. Transparent pies. Plural of transparent pie. Transparentize. Alternative spelling of transparentize. Transparentize. Simple past and past participle of transparentize. Transparentizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transparentize. Transparentizing. Present participle and gerund of transparentize. Transparentization. The process of making or becoming transparent. Transparentize. To make transparent. Transparentize. Simple past and past participle of transparentize. Transparentizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transparentize. Transparentizing. Present participle and gerund of transparentize. Transparently. In a transparent manner, with nothing hidden. Transparentness. The state or quality of being transparent, transparency. Transparence. Plural of transparent. Transparietal. Through or across the wall of a body part. Transparify. To make a content transparent. Transparisteel. A fictional hard transparent metal used instead of glass in windows. Transparitid. Across or through the parotid. Transpartisan. Going beyond partisan, ecumenical, universal. Transpass. To pass over or through. Transpass. Simple past and past participle of transpass. Transpasses. Third person singular simple present indicative of transpass. Transpassing. Present participle and gerund of transpass. Transpassivation. The electrochemical breakdown of the surface of a passivated metal. Transpassive. Relating to or subject to transpassivation. Transpahy. Emotional contagion, a state induced in a group, automatically and without understanding, by the emotional display of another. Transpatient. Alternative form of transpatient. Transpatience. Plural of transpation. Transpeciate. To change from one species into another, to transform. Transpeciate. Simple past and past participle of transpeciate. Transpeciates. Third person singular simple present indicative of transpeciate. Transpeciating. Present participle and gerund of transpeciate. Transpacific. Across different species. Transpedicle. Across or through a pedicle or pedicel. Transpedicular, through a pedicle. Transpedicularly, through a pedicle. Transpeninsular, passing through a peninsula. Transpeni, across the Pennines. Transpipal, plural of transperson. Transpeptidase, any enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of an amino or peptide group from one molecule to another. Transpeptidasemia, the presence of transpeptidase in the blood. Transpeptidases, plural of transpeptidase. Transpeptidation, the transfer of one or more amino acids between peptides. Transpeptidations, plural of transpeptidation. Transparasite, across or through a parasite. Transperineal, through the perineum. Transperineally, through the perineum. Transperiferal, across multiple marginalized or peripheral groups. Transperitomal, through the peritoneum. Transperitonally, in a transperitonal manner. Transpermability, the condition of being transpermable. Transpersum, alternative form of transperson. Transpersomal, that transcends the personal or individual. Transpersonally, in a transpersonal manner. Transpersons, plural of transperson. Transpharyngeal, through or across the pharynx. Transphenoi, misspelling of transphenoidal. Transphenoidal, misspelling of transphenoidal. Transphenomenal, or pertaining to a process, nature, or realm which cannot be directly experienced using such human faculties as conceptualization or perception by means of the five senses. Transphenomenality, the state or condition of being transphenomenal. Transphile, a person who has a positive attitude or an attraction towards transgender or transsexual people and or transness. Transphiles, plural of transphile. Transphilia, sexual attraction to transgender or transsexual people. Transphilic, exhibiting transphilia. Transsphincteric, across or through a sphincter. Transphobe, a person who fears, hates, or is prejudiced against transgender or transsexual people. Transphobes, plural of transphobe. Transphobia, hatred or fear of or prejudice against transgender and transsexual people. Transphobias, plural of transphobia. Transphobic, exhibiting transphobia. Transphobically, in a transphobic manner. Transphobism, transphobia. Transphenologization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of transphenologization. Transphenologizations, plural of transphenologization. Transphenologize, alternative spelling of transphenologize. Transphenologize, simple past and past participle of transphenologize. Transphenologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of transphenologize. Transphenologizing, present participle and gerund of transphenologize. Transphenologization, a type of sound change whereby a phonemic contrast that used to involve a certain feature evolves in such a way that the contrast is preserved, yet becomes associated with a different feature. Transphenologization, Transphenologizations, plural of transphenologization. Transphenologize, to undergo transphenologization. Transphenologize, simple past and past participle of transphenologize. Transphenologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of transphenologize. Transphenologizing, present participle and gerund of transphenologize. Transphosphatidylation, any reaction in which a phosphatidyl group is transferred from one molecule to another. Transphosphatidylations, plural of transphosphatidylation. Transphosphorylase, synonym of phosphotransferase. Transphosphorylases, plural of transphosphorylase. Transphosphorylase, to carry out transphosphorylation upon. Transphosphorylated, simple past and past participle of transphosphorylate. Transphosphorylates, third person singular simple present indicative of transphosphorylate. Transphosphorylating, present participle and gerund of transphosphorylate. Transphosphorylation, the action of a transphosphorylase. Transphosphorylations, plural of transphosphorylation. Transphrenic, through the diaphragm. Transphysyl, across or through a physes. Transpically, across or through a physes. Transpicuous, easily construed or seen through. Transpicuously, in a transpicuous fashion. Transpicuousness, the quality of being conspicuous. Transpierce, to pierce through, to pass through. Transpierce, simple past and past participle of transpierce. Transpierces, third person singular simple present indicative of transpierce. Transpiercing, present participle and gerund of transpierce. Transpilation, transcompilation. Transpile, synonym of transcompile, to translate source code to a different programming language or to an older version of its original language. Transpiled, simple past and past participle of transpile. Transpiler, transcompiler. Transpilers, plural of transpiler. Transpiles, third person singular simple present indicative of transpile. Transpiling, present participle and gerund of transpile. Transpinal, alternative form of transpinal. Transpinally, alternative form of transpinally. Transpirability, the condition of being transpirable. Transpirable, able to be transpired. Transpiration, the loss of water by evaporation in terrestrial plants, especially through the stomata, accompanied by a corresponding uptake from the roots. Transpirational, pertaining to transpiration. Transpirations, plural of transpiration. Transpirative, relating to or causing transpiration. Transpiratory, transpirational. Transpire, to give off vapor, waste matter, etc., to exhale an odor, etc. Transpire, simple past and past participle of transpire. Transpires, third person singular simple present indicative of transpire. Transpire, third person singular simple present indicative of transpire. Transpiring, present participle and gerund of transpire. Transpirometer. A potometer for measuring transpiration. Transpirometers. Plural of transpirometer. Transpire. The act of transpiring. Transplace. To move or put something in an opposite or different place, to transpose. Transplace. Simple past and past participle of transplace. Transplacement. The act or process of transplacing, transposition. Transplacements. Plural of transplacement. Transplacental. Through or across the placenta. Transplacentally. Through or across the placenta. Transplacentary. Synonym of transplacental. Transplaces. Third person singular simple present indicative of transplace. Transplace. Present participle and gerund of transplace. Transplaying. To explain transgender issues to a cis person as a trans person or ally, especially in a condescending, heavy-handed, or preaking manner. Transplaned. Simple past and past participle of transplaying. Transplainer. A transgender person who explains transgender issues to cisgender people, often in a condescending way. Transplainers. Plural of transplainer. Transplaining. Present participle of transplane. Transplanes. Spanning one or more planes. Transplancium. Associated with energy is greater than the Planck energy. Transplanetary. Beyond a planet. Across more than one planet. Transplant. To uproot a growing plant and plant it in another place. Transplantabilities. Plural of transplantability. Transplantability. The quality of being transplantable. Transplantable. Able to be transplanted. Transplantation. The resettlement of a group of people. Transplantations. Plural of transplantation. Transplantectomies. Plural of transplantectomy. Transplantectomy. The excision of a transplant. Transplanted. Simple past and past participle of transplant. Transplantee. Someone who is receiving or has received an organ transplant. Transplantees. Plural of transplantee. Transplanter. Somebody who transplants. Transplanters. Plural of transplanter. Transplanting. Present participle and gerund of transplant. Transplantings. Plural of transplanting. Transplantologist. A specialist in transplantology. Transplantologists. Plural of transplantologists. Transplantology. A branch of medicine that studies the issues in organ transplantation, transplant medicine. Transplants. Plural of transplant. Transblastom. A transblastomic genome. Transblastomes. Plural of transblastom. Transblastomic. Having genetically modified chloroplasts. Transblastomics. Plural of transblastomic. Transplatin. The trans stereoisomer of cisplatin. Transplendency. The quality or state of being transplendent. Transplendent. Extremely resplendent, very shiny or magnificent. Transplural. Through the pleura. Transpleurally. Through the pleura. Transplacer, to join two axons end to end. Transplacer, simple past and past participle of transplacer. Transplacers, third person singular simple present indicative of transplacer. Transplacing, present participle and gerund of transplacer. Transploitation, the exploitation of transgender/transsexual people in the media, especially film and television. Transplutonium, describing elements having an atomic number greater than that of plutonium-94. Transpolar, extending across or crossing one of the poles or a polar region. Transpalyisoprene, a transisomer of palyisoprene. Transpalyisoprenes, plural of transpalyisoprene. Transpond, to relay a signal between transponders. Transponded, simple past and past participle of transpond. Transponder, a radar or radio transceiver that transmits some signal in response to receiving a predetermined signal. Transponders, plural of transponder. Transpondian, someone from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, especially the British Isles or the United States. Transpondians, plural of transpondian. Transponding, present participle and gerund of transpond. Transpondor, dated form of transponder. Transpondors, plural of transpondor. Transponds, third person singular simple present indicative of transpond. Transpontine, of, relating to, or situated on the far side of a bridge. Transpool, to transfer a flexible pipeline from the manufacturer's spool to shipboard equipment ready for deployment. Transpool, simple past and past participle of transpool. Transpooling, present participle and gerund of transpool. Transpools, third person singular simple present indicative of transpool. Transfusion, fecal transplant. Transfusions, plural of transfusion. Transpopulation, the population of transgender people, particularly in a specific region. Transpopulations, plural of transpopulation. Transporionic, across or through the porion. Transport, to carry or bear from one place to another, to remove, to convey. Transport cafe, a roadside eating establishment used especially by lorry drivers, a truck stop. Transport cafes, plural of transport cafe. Transport interchange, an interchange facility with different modes of transport. Transport interchanges, plural of transport interchange. Transport minister, a cabinet minister or government official typically responsible for overseeing transportation policy. Transport ministers, plural of transport minister. Transport poverty, a state of restriction on being able to travel because of limited access to affordable transportation. Transport protein, a transmembrane protein that assists in the movement of substances across a membrane. Transport proteins, plural of transport protein. Transport rider, a person working as a commercial carrier. Transport riders, plural of transport rider. Transport Safety Board, synonym of Transportation Safety Board TSB. Transport safety boards, plural of transport safety board. Transport ship, a ship that is used to transport military personnel, a troop ship. Transport ships, plural of transport ship. Transport stage, in rallying an intense section of the event where cars are driven at relatively low speed, usually on public roads, to the next racing stage. Transport stages, plural of transport stage. Transport tetany, an often fatal disease of livestock caused by the stress of prolonged transport in hot and crowded vehicles and characterized by restlessness, excitement, trismus, tooth grinding, staggering, etc. Transport vesicle, a vesicle that transports molecules or nutrients within a cell. Transport vesicles, plural of transport vesicle. Transportabilities, plural of transportability. Transportability, the quality of equipment, devices, systems, and associated hardware that permits their being moved from one location to another to interconnect with locally available complementary equipment, devices, systems, associated hardware, or other complementary facilities. Transportable, capable of being transported, easily moved. Transportableness, the quality of being transportable. Transportables, plural of transportable. Transportal, transportation from one place to another. Transportants, transportation. Transportant, a substance involved in transportation. Transportants, plural of transportant. Transportation, the act of transporting or the state of being transported, conveyance, often of people, goods, etc. Transportation car, a basic car used to travel from place to place without special features or sporty character. Transportation cars, plural of transportation car. Transportation minister, synonym of transport minister. Transportation ministers, plural of transportation minister. Transportation network, synonym of flow network. Transportation network vehicle service. An e-hailing and or ride-sharing service. Transportation networks, plural of transportation network. Transportation Safety Board, a government body responsible for investigations into transportation accidents to determine their cause and recommend courses of action to prevent or mitigate future similar incidents. Transportation Safety Boards, plural of Transportation Safety Board. Transportational, relating to transportation. Transportation, plural of transportation. Transportative, of or relating to transportation. Transported, simple past and past participle of transport. Transportedly, in a state of transport of joy, etc. Transportedness, the state of being transported, i.e. carried away or entranced. Transportee, one who is transported. Transportees, plural of transportee. Transporter, one who, or that which transports. Transporter bridge, a type of movable bridge that carries a segment of suspended roadway across a river. Transporter bridges, plural of transporter bridge. Transporterome, all the transporters of an organism. Transporteromes, plural of transporterome. Transporters, plural of transporter. Transportus, second person singular simple present indicative of transport. Transporta. Third person singular simple present indicative of transport. Transportin. Any of a family of proteins involved with a karyophore receptor complex. Transporting. Present participle and gerund of transport. Transportingly. So as to transport, to carry away emotionally. Transportings. Plural of transporting. Transportins. Plural of transportin. Transporto. Serving to transport to another place. Transportless. Devoid of transport. Transportment. The act of transporting or the state of being transported. Transportation. Transportments. Plural of transportment. Transportum. All the membrane transporters and channels that govern influx and efflux of ions in a cell. Transportums. Plural of transportum. Transportame. Relating to a transportum. Transports. Plural of transport. Transposability. The quality of being transposable. Transposable. Able to be transposed in any sense. Transposable element. Synonym of transposon. Transposableness. The quality of being transposable. Transposal. Transposition. Transposals. Plural of transposal. Transposon. Any organism that has a transposon in its genome. Transposons. Plural of transposon. Transposase. An enzyme required for the transposition of transposons. Transposases. Plural of transposase. Transpose. To reverse or change the order of two or more things, to swap or interchange. Transpose conjugate. Synonym of conjugate transpose. Transpose conjugates. Plural of transpose conjugate. Transposase. Alternative form of transposase. Transposases. Plural of transposase. Transpose. Simple past and past participle of transpose. Transposer. Someone who transposes in any sense. Transposers. Plural of transposer. Transposes. Plural of transpose. Transposing. Present participle and gerund of transpose. Transposings. Plural of transposing. Transposition. The act or process of transposing or interchanging. Transposition cipher. An encryption method that rearranges the order of the plaintext letters. Transpositional. Pertaining to or involving transposition. Transpositionally. With respect to transposition. Transpositioning. Present participle and gerund of transposition. Transpositions. Plural of transposition. Transpositive. Made or done by transposition. Transpositively. In a transpositive manner. Transpositor. A shuttle conveyor. Transpositors. Plural of transpositor. Transposome. The set of genetic transpositions or of the transposases and transposons in an organism. Transposomes. Plural of transposome. Transposomics. the study of transposomes. Transposon, a segment of DNA that can move to a different position within a genome or to the genome of another species. Transposon mutagenesis, a biological process that allows genes to be transferred to a host organism's chromosome, interrupting or modifying the function of an extant gene on the chromosome and causing mutation. Transposon tagging, a process where transposon are amplified inside a biological cell by a tagging technique. Transposonal, relating to or composed of transposons. Transposonic, relating to or composed of transposons. Transposons, plural of transposon. Transpososome, a nucleoprotein complex involving part of the transposon and transposase. Transpososomes, plural of transpososome. Transprejudice, prejudice against transgender people. Transpression, simultaneous occurrence of a strike-slip fault with compression. Transpressional, relating to transpression. Transpressionism, a movement in art characterized by its emphasis on the role of observer in interpreting the artist's representation of collective memories of man which are manifested in myths and legends. Transpressionisms, plural of transpressionism. Transpressions, plural of transpression. Transpressive, pertaining to or causing transpression. Transprimer, a commercial transposon. Transprimers, plural of transprimer. Transprint, to transfer to the wrong place in printing, to print out of place. Transprinted, simple past and past participle of transprint. Transprinting, present participle and gerund of transprint. Transprints, third person singular simple present indicative of transprint. Transprofessional, between professions. Transpromontorio, across or through a promontory typically in the ear. Transprose, to change from verse into prose. Transprose, simple past and past participle of transprose. Transproses, third person singular simple present indicative of transprose. Transprosing, present participle and gerund of transprose. Transprosthetic, across or through a prosthesis. Transprotein, synonym of transmembrane protein. Transproteins, plural of transprotein. Transprotomer, across or through a protom. Transprovincial, across or through a province. Transpubic, across or through the pubic region. Transpulmonary, across the lung boundary as in transpulmonary pressure. Transpulmonic, alternative form of transpulmonary less commonly used. Transpupillar, alternative form of transpupillary. Transpupillary, through a pupil of the eye. Transpot, synonym of input/output. Transputer, a single chip with CPU, memory, and communications capability used in grids to form parallel processing computers. Transputers, plural of transputer. Transputing, the use of transputers. Transpilor, through the The pylorus. Transpyloric plane. A plane located halfway between the suprasternal notch and the upper border of the symphysis pubis. This indicates the margin of the transpyloric plane, which in most cases cuts through the pylorus, the tips of the 9th costal cartilages, and the lower border of the first lumbar vertebra. Transpyloric planes. Plural of transpyloric plane. Transrace. Synonym of transracial, interracial. Transracial. Encompassing more than one race of people, interracial. Transracialism. The quality of spanning or belonging to more than one race of people. Transraciality. The quality of being transracial. Transracially. In a transracial manner or context. Transradial. Through the radial artery. Transradially. In a transradial manner. Transrite. To change the bitrate of a video stream. Transrite. Simple past and past participle of transrate. Transrites. Third person singular simple present indicative of transrate. Transrating. Present participle and gerund of transrate. Transrational. Beyond the rational, of a scope superseding yet including the rational. Transrationalities. Plural of transrationality. Transrationality. The quality of being transrational. Transrationally. In a transrational manner. Transrealism. A literary mode that mixes the techniques of incorporating fantastic elements used in science fiction with the techniques of describing immediate perceptions from naturalistic realism. Transrealist. A writer in the genre of transrealism. Transrealistic. Of or relating to transrealism. Transrealists. Plural of transrealist. Transreason. Synonym of Zaum. Transrectal. Through the wall of the rectum. Transrectally. Through the wall of the rectum. Transrecursive. Being or relating to a type of operator used in hypercomputation. Transregional. Across regions. Transregionally. Across regions. Transregion. To move through a region or from one region to another. Transregulate. To regulate transfection. Transregulated. Simple past and past participle of transregulate. Transregulator. A transfected genetic regulator. Transregulators. Plural of transregulator. Transregulatory. That regulates transfection. Transrelative. A type of grammatical case used to mark nouns that serve as participants of a verb. Transrelativistic. Describing a transition from a non-relativistic to a relativistic one. Transrenal. Extracellular urinary. Transrenally. In a transrenal manner. Transreplicate. To cause or to undergo transreplication. Transreplicated. Simple past and past participle of transreplicate. Transreplicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of transreplicate. Transreplicating. Present participle and gerund of transreplicate. Transreplication. Replication of DNA between non-cognate viruses. Transrepress. To repress by means of transrepression. Transrepress. Simple past and past participle of transrepress. Transrepresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of transrepress. Transrepressing. Present participle and gerund of transrepress. Transrepression. The repression of the activity of one protein Transrepressional, synonym of transrepressive. Transrepressive, relating to or causing transrepression. Transrepressor, a transfected genetic repressor. Transrepressors, plural of transrepressor. Transresistance, the ratio of the variation of output voltage to input current, the dual of transconductance. Transresistances, plural of transresistance. Transresistivity, resistivity to transport of electrons or other particles. Transrespiratory, describing the difference in pressure between the atmosphere and the pulmonary alveoli. Transresveratrol, the trans isomer of resveratrol. Transretinal, across or through the retina. Transrenning, alternative letter case form of transrenane German, Germanic. Transribosylation, intermolecular ribosylation. Transrivering, across or on the other side of a river. Transromantic, moving through or across romanticism as a movement, etc., or that which is romantic. Romantic. Transruminal, across or through the rumen. Transruminally, in a transruminal manner or direction. Transsaccadic, across or between saccades. Transacral, through or across the sacrum. Transarcomal, across a sarcoma. Transcapular, across or through the scapula. Transcleral, across the sclea or white of the eye. Transclerally, in a transcleral manner or direction. Transcrotal, through the scrotum. Transcutal, across or through a scutum. Transseasonal, across multiple seasons. Transection, alternative form of transection. Transectional, alternative form of transsectional. Transections, plural of transection. Transsectoral, across sectors. Transalar, through or across the sella turcica. Transemetic, having an influence that does not depend on specific signs or signifiers. Transensual, inaccessible to normal bodily modes of perception. Transeptal, passing across a septum. Transeptally, in a transeptal manner. Transuries, a series sequence of partial sums of a given sequence in which members of the sequence from which the series is defined are defined by a transcendental function. Transex, to transition, to undergo a transition from being one sex/gender to being another, especially by sex reassignment surgery. Compare transgender. Transexed, having undergone sex reassignment surgery. Transixes, third person singular simple present indicative of transix. Transixing, present participle and gerund of transix. Transixness, the condition of being transix, transsexualness. Transsexual, of a person having changed or being in the process of changing physical sex by undergoing medical treatment such as hormone replacement therapy HRT and or optionally sex reassignment surgery SRS. Transsexualism. Transsexuality, the state of being transsexual. Transsexualisms, plural of transsexualism. Transsexualist, a transsexual person. Transsexualists. Plural of transsexualists. Transsexualities. Plural of transsexuality. Transsexuality, the state, condition, or properties of being transsexual. Transsexualization, the process of making transsexual. Transsexualizations, plural of transsexualization. Transsexualize, to make transsexual. Transsexualize, simple past and past participle of transsexualize. Transsexualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of transsexualize. Transsexualizing, present participle and gerund of transsexualize. Transsexually, in a transsexual manner. Transsexualness, the condition of being transsexual. Transsexuals, plural of transsexual. Transhate, alternative spelling of transhate. Transhate, simple past and past participle of transhate. Transhapes, third person singular simple present indicative of transhape. Transhaping, present participle and gerund of transhaped. Transept, to interchange or transpose. Tranship, to transfer something from one vessel or conveyance to another for onward shipment. Transshipment, the transfer of goods from one means of transport to another. Transshipments, plural of transshipment. Transhipped, simple past and past participle of transship. Transshipper, one who transships. Transshippers, plural of transhipper. Transshipping, present participle and gerund of tranship. Transshippings, plural of transshipping. Transships, third person singular simple present indicative of tranship. Transialides, any sialidase that operates between the surfaces of different cells. Transialidases, plural of transialidase. Tensity, alternative spelling of Trans-Siberian. Transilylation, any reaction in which a silyl group is moved intermolecularly or intramolecularly. Transilylations, plural of transilylation. Transonic, alternative form of transonic. Transonics, alternative form of transonics. Transspatial, across space. Transspatially, across space. Transspecies, interspecies. Transspecific, across species. Transspecifically, in a transspecific manner. Transspecificity, the condition of being transspecific. Transsphenoidal, through the nose and the sphenoid bone. Transsphenoidal adenomectomies, plural of transsphenoidal adenomectomy. Transsphenoidal adenomectomy, a surgical procedure for the removal of a tumor in Cushing's syndrome. Transsphenoidally, in a transsphenoidal manner. Transsphincteric, alternative form of transsphincteric. Transspinal, across the spine. Transspinally, in a transspinal direction. Transplane, alternative form of transplane. Transplaned, simple past and past participle of transplane. Transplaning, present participle of transplane. Transplanes, third person singular simple present indicative of transplane. Transplantionic, through the viscera. Transplacet, alternative form of transplacet. Transpliced, simple past and past participle of transpliced. Transplicés, third person singular simple present indicative of transplicé. Transplicing, present participle and gerund of transplicé. Tens stadio, acres stadia life stages. Tens stadially, acres stadia life stages. Transstellar, across or between the stars. Transstenate, across a stenosis. Transdermal, through the sternum. Transubclavian, through a subclavian artery. Transubjective, relating to a state of existing beyond individual minds. Transubjectivity, the state of being transobjective. Transubstantiation, misspelling of transubstantiation. Transsuccinylase, synonym of succinyltransferase. Transulfurate, to subject to transulfuration. Transulfurated, simple past and past participle of transulfurate. Transulfuration, the metabolic interconversion of cysteine and homocysteine. Transulfuration, alternative form of transulfuration. Transylvian, through the Sylvian fissure. Transsynaptic, across a synapse. Transsynaptical, alternative form of transsynaptic. Transsynaptically, across a synapse. Transsystematic, synonym of transsystemic. Transsystemic, that relates to, covers or includes multiple systems. Transtactic, describing a tactic polymer in which the double bonds of the repeat units have the trans conformation. Transtacticity, the state or degree of transtactic. Transtadial, alternative form of transtadial. Transtadially, alternative form of transtadially. Transtainer, a specialized container used to transport and protect large guided missiles. Transtainers, plural of transtainer. Transtegmental, across or through a tegmentum. Transtegumental, across or through an integument. Transtelephonic, transmitted automatically by telephone. Telephonically, by transtelephonic means. Transtemporal, transcending time, relating to time travel or to the influence or communication between one time and another. Transtemporality, the quality of being transtemporal. Transtemporally, in a transtemporal manner. Transtendinous, through the tendon. Transtension, tension experience by a rock mass or area of the Earth's crust resulting from both extensive and transtensive shear. Transtensional, pertaining to transtension. Transtensions, plural of transtension. Tenstentarial, through the tentorial match. Transterminologization, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of transterminologization. Transterminologization, the process of a termineme during which it is rethought and moved to another domain and becomes the property of that domain. Transterminologizations, plural of transterminologization. Transthalamic, across or through the thalamus. Transeason, beyond theism or atheism, belief in one or more deities which transcend the universe and yet are also immanent, belief in a pantheistic God. Transtheistic, transcending theism. Transtheoretical, relating to a model of behavior change that assesses an individual's readiness to act on a new healthier behavior and provides strategies or processes to guide the individual through the stages of change. Transtheoretically, in a transtheoretical manner. Transtheosterification, ancestorification of a thioester. Transtheosterifications, plural of transtheosterification. Transtheolation, any reaction in which a thiol group is moved from one molecule to another. Transtheolations, plural of transtheolation. Transthorace, across the thorax. Transthoracically, across the thorax. Transthrombate, through a thrombus. Transthrombus, through a thrombus. Transthylakoid, across the thylakoid. Transthylakoidal, alternative form of transthylakoid. Transthyretin, a protein found in human blood serum and cerebrospinal fluid that functions as a carrier of the thyroid hormone thyroxine and the retinol-binding protein. Transthyretins, plural of transthyretin. Transtiberine, located beyond the river Tiber. Transthylia, through the tilia. Transtigratane, located beyond the river Tigris. Transstilla, a band of connective tissue between and at the base of the valva of some insects. Transtili, plural of transtilla. Transtiller, relating to the transtilla. Transtime, to change the time of something. Transtimed, simple past and past participle of transtime. Transtimes, third person singular simple present indicative of transtime. Transtiming, present participle of transtime. Transtrachea, across or through the trachea. Transtracheally, in a transtracheal manner or direction. Transtrapezial, across or through the trapezius muscle. Transgender, a person who affects a transgender or non-binary gender identity for perceived social benefit. Transgenders, plural of transgender. Transtricuspid, across or through the tricuspid valve of the heart. Trochanteric, across a trochanter. Transtrophicoderm, across a trophicoderm. Transtubal, across or through a tube. Transtubally, across or through a tube. Transtubercular, across or through tubercles. Transtubular, across the renal tubules. Trastuzumab, misspelling of trastuzumab. Transtympanic, across or through the tympanum. Transtympanical, alternative form of transtympanic. Transtympanically, across or through the tympanum. Transubiquitinating, that takes part in transubiquitination. Transubiquitination, ubiquitination between proteins. Transubiquitinations, plural of transubiquitination. Transubstantial, of or relating to transubstantiation. Transubstantially, in terms of or by means of transubstantiation. Transubstantiate, to change one substance into another, to transmute. Transubstantiate, simple past and past participle of transubstantiate. Transubstantiates, third person singular simple present indicative of transubstantiate. Transubstantiate. Present participle and gerund of transubstantiate. Transubstantiation, the doctrine holding that the bread and wine of the Eucharist are essentially transformed into the body and blood of Jesus. Transubstantiational, pertaining to transubstantiation. Transubstantiationalists, alternative form of transubstantiationist. Transubstantiationalists, plural of transubstantiationalists. Transubstantiationism, belief in transubstantiation. Transubstantiationists, a believer in transubstantiation. Transubstantiationists, plural of transubstantiationists. Transubstantiations, plural of transubstantiation. Transubstantiative, of or relating to transubstantiation. Transubstantiator, someone who holds the doctrine of transubstantiation. Transubstantiators, plural of transubstantiator. Transubstantiatory, of or relating to transubstantiation. Transudate, the product of transudation. Transudate, produced by transudation. Transudates, plural of transudate. Transudation, the process of passing through a membrane, pore, or interstice. Transudations, plural of transudation. Transudative, composed of transudate. Transudatory, of or pertaining to transudation. Transud, to pass through a pore, membrane, or interstice. Transuded, simple past and past participle of transud. Transudes, third person singular simple present indicative of transud. Transuding, present participle and gerund of transud. Transu, a surname. Transus, plural of transu. Transulfuration, alternative form of transulfuration. Transulfurations, plural of transulfuration. Transumbilical, through the navel or umbilical cord. Transumbilically, in a transumbilical manner. Transum, to change, convert. Transumed, simple past and past participle of transum. Transumer, a writer who generates innovative and highly original ideas, a writer who transforms the genre in which they write. Transumers, plural of transumer. Transumes, third person singular simple present indicative of transum. Transuming, present participle and gerund of transum. Transumpt, a copy or exemplification of a record. Transumption, the act of taking or transporting from one place to another, for example of blood. Transumptions, plural of transumption. Transumptive. Metaphorical. Transumpts, plural of transumpt. Transungual, through the nail plate. Transuranic, of an element, lying beyond uranium in the periodic table, having an atomic number greater than 92. Transuranics, plural of transuranic. Transuranium, transuranic. Transuranium element, any element having an atomic number greater than that of uranium. Transuranium elements, plural of transuranium element. Transurterostomies, Plural of transuterostomy. Transuterostomy. A ureterostomy that brings both ureters to the same side of the abdomen through the same stoma. Transurethral. Performed through the urethra. Transurethroly. In a transurethral manner via the urethra. Transuteral. Synonym of transuterine. Transuterine. Across or through the uterus. Trans. Abbreviation of transverse. Transvaal. A geographical region and former province until 1994 of South Africa between the Vaal and Limpopo rivers. Transvaal daisies. Plural of Transvaal daisy. Transvaal daisy. Synonym of Barberton daisy. Transvaaler. A person from the Transvaal. Transvaalers. Plural of Transvaaler. Transvaalian. Of or pertaining to the Transvaal. Transvaalians. Plural of Transvaalian. Transvaale. A particular steroid glycoside. Transvacuolar. Across or through a vacuole. Transvaginal. Transvaginal. Through the vagina. Transvaginally. In a transvaginal way, through the vagina. Transvaluation. A change of values, a revaluation. Transvaluations. Plural of transvaluation. Transvalue. To represent or evaluate something according to a new principle, causing it to be revalued. Transvalued. Simple past and past participle of transvalue. Transvalues. Third person singular simple present indicative of transvalue. Transvaluing. Present participle and gerund of transvalue. Transvalvular. Through a valve. Transbassate. To pour out of one vessel into another. Transvassated. Simple past and past participle of transbassate. Transbassates. Third person singular simple present indicative of transbassate. Transbassating. Present participle and gerund of transbassate. Transvassation. The act or process of pouring out of one vessel into another. Transvassations. Plural of transvassation. Transvascular. Across the wall of a blood vessel or similar vessel. Transvascularly. In a transvascular way. Transvectant. An invariant formed from n invariants in n variables using Cayley's omega process. Transvectants. Plural of transvectant. Transvection. An epigenetic interaction between an allele on one chromosome and a corresponding allele on the homologous chromosome. Transvections. Plural of transvection. Transvector. An organism that transmits a disease-causing agent from another source. Transvectors. Plural of transvector. Transvenereal. Transmissible and venereal. Transvenous. Through or across a vein. Transvenously. Through or across a vein. Transventricular. Through the ventricle. Transventricularly. Through the ventricle. Transverbalization. The process of transverbalizing. Transverbalizations. Plural of transverbalization. Transverbalize. To translate language one word at a time. Transverbalize. Simple past and past participle of transverbalize. Transverbalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transverbalize. Transverbalizing. Present participle and gerund of transverbalize. Transverbate. To translate word by word, making only syntactic adjustments, but not adapting to the idiom of the target language. Transverbated. Simple past and past participle of transverbate. Transverbates. Third person singular simple present indicative of transverbate. Transverbating. Present participle and gerund of transverbate. Transverberate. To beat or strike through. Transverberated. Simple past and past participle of transverberate. Transverberates. Third person singular simple present indicative of transverberate. Transverberating. Present participle and gerund of transverberate. Transverberation. A form of religious ecstasy characterized by a piercing sensation. Transversal. Running or lying across. Transverse. Transversalis fascia. A thin aponeurotic membrane which lies between the inner surface of the transverse abdominal muscle and the parietal peritoneum. Transversalities. Plural of transversality. Transversality. A property of two intersecting submanifolds where at every intersection point there's separate tangent spaces at that point together generate the tangent space of the amine manifold at that point. Transversality condition. A terminal condition on a costate variable in a, usually infinite, time optimization problem. Transversality conditions. Plural of transversality condition. Transversally. In a transverse manner. Transversals. Plural of transversal. Transversaria. Plural of transversarium. Transversaries. Plural of transversary. Transversarium. A transverse process in a vertebra. Transversary. A cross beam or cross bar. For example, on a navigational cross staff. Compare transom. Transverse. Situated or lying across, side to side, relative to some defined forward direction, perpendicular or slanted relative to the forward direction. Identified with movement across areas. Transverse cervical arteries. Plural of transverse cervical artery. Transverse cervical artery. An inconstant branch of the thyrocervical trunk or of the subclavian artery that when present supplies or divides into branches supplying the region at the base of the neck and the muscles of the scapula. Transverse colon. A part of colon joining ascending colon and descending colon. Transverse colons. Plural of transverse colon. Transverse facial arteries. Plural of transverse facial artery. Transverse facial artery. A large branch of the superficial temporal artery that arises in the parotid gland and supplies or gives off branches supplying the parotid gland, masseter muscle, and adjacent parts. Transverse flow effect. Vibration in the rotor of a helicopter due to differential drag. Transverse flow effects. Plural of transverse flow effect. Transverse flute. Any type of flute that is held sideways when played. Transverse flutes. Plural of transverse flute. Transverse plane. Any plane that divides the body into superior and inferior parts roughly perpendicular to spine. Transverse planes. Plural of transverse plane. Transverse process. either of the two bony processes of a vertebra that project laterally from the neural arch at the junction of a pedicle and lamina and that provide attachment for muscles and ligaments concerned especially with rotation, lateral flexion, and stability of the spinal column. Transverse processes, plural of transverse process. Transverse ranges, a group of mountain ranges in California, United States, separating the Central Valley and Mojave Desert from the coast in the Los Angeles Basin. Transverse relaxation time, synonym of T2 relaxation time. Transverse relaxation times, plural of transverse relaxation time. Transverse sinus, either of two large venous sinuses of the cranium that begin at the bony protuberance on the middle of the inner surface of the occipital bone at the intersection of its bony ridges and that terminate at the jugular foramen on either side to become the internal jugular vein. Transverse sinuses, plural of transverse sinus. Transverse tubule, a T-tubule. Transverse tubules, plural of transverse tubule. Transverse wave, any wave in which the direction of disturbance is perpendicular to the direction of travel. Transverse waves, plural of transverse wave. Transversectomies, plural of transversectomy. Transversectomy, the surgical excision of a transverse process of a vertebra. Transverse, simple past and past participle of transverse. Transversely, in a transverse manner. Transverseness, the quality of being transverse. Transverser, a traverse table. Transversers, plural of transverser. Transverses, plural of transverse. Transversing, present participle and gerund of transverse. Transversion, a point mutation in which a purine is replaced with a pyrimidine or vice versa. Transversional, relating to transversion. Transversions, plural of transversion. Transversity, the condition of being transverse, transverseness. Transversospinal, relating to the transversospinales. Transversospinales, plural of transversospinales. Transversospinales, a group of muscles in the human back used for rotation and extension of the vertebral column and comprehending the semispinales, multifidus, and rotators. Transversostomies, plural of transversostomy. Transversostomy, an operation involving the formation of an artificial opening from the transverse colon through the abdominal wall. Transversus abdominis, a flat muscle with transverse fibers that forms the anterolateral abdominal wall and is layered below the internal oblique muscle. Transver, to cause to turn across, to transverse. Transverted, simple past and past participle of transvert. Transverter, a device used in radio consisting of an up converter and a down converter in a single unit. Transverters, plural of transverter. Transvertible, capable of being transverted. Transverting, present participle and gerund of transvert. Transverts, third person singular simple present indicative of transvert. Transvesical, across or through the urinary bladder. Transvesicular, across a vesicle. Transvast, to wear clothes typically associated with the opposite sex. Transvested, simple past and past participle of transvest. Transvestic, relating to transvestism. Transvestic fetishism, a paraphilia of some males, characterized by recurrent, intense sexual urges, arousal, or orgasm associated with fantasized or actual cross-dressing. Transvestic fetishisms. Plural of transvestic fetishism. Transvestici, alternative form of travestici. Transvesticides, plural of transvestici. Transvesticism, synonym of transvestism. Transvestigate, to perform transvestigation, to informally investigate into whether a public figure is secretly transgender, generally by analyzing that person's appearance and anatomical structure. Transvestigated, simple past and past participle of transvestigate. Transvestigates, third person singular simple present indicative of transvestigate. Transvestigating, present participle and gerund of transvestigate. Transvestigation, an informal investigation into whether a public figure is secretly transgender, generally conducted by analyzing that person's appearance and anatomical structure. Transvestigations, plural of transvestigation. Transvestigator, a person who performs transvestigation, someone who routinely conducts or promotes informal investigations into whether a public figure is secretly transgender, generally by analyzing that person's appearance and anatomical structure. Transvestigators, plural of transvestigator. Transvesting, present participle and gerund of transvest. Transvestism, the condition of being a transvestite. Transvestisms, plural of transvestism. Transvestis, a transvestite. Transvestists, plural of transvestists. Transvestite, a person who sometimes wears clothes traditionally worn by and associated with the opposite sex, typically a male who cross-dresses occasionally by habit or personal choice. Transvestites, plural of transvestite. Transvestitism, transvestism. Transvestitisms, plural of transvestitism. Transvestiophile, one who is sexually aroused by transvestism. Transvestophiles, plural of transvestiophile. Transvestophilia, sexual arousal from transvestism. Transvests, third person singular simple present indicative of transvest. Transvitio, through or across the vitreous humor. Transpolation, a flight beyond or across. Transvolations, plural of transvolation. Transvolcanic, beyond a volcano or volcanoes. Transwar, referring to a period spanning from before to during and after a war, especially the period from before to after and including one of the world wars. Transwell, a membrane insert used for cell cultures between agar wells. Transwells, plural of transwell. Transvestite, a person who is not a cowboy, but dresses in Western style clothing or costumes. Transvestites, plural of transvestite. Transwidow, alternative spelling of transwidow. Transwidows, plural of transwidow. Transwiki, to move content from one wiki to another on sites such as Wikimedia Projects, Fandom, or PP Works, or in apps such as Microsoft Teams Wiki function therein. Transwiki, simple past and past participle of transwiki. Transwiking, present participle and gerund of transwiki. Transwikis, third person singular simple present indicative of transwiki. Transwoman, alternative spelling of transwoman. Transwomanhood, the state or condition of being a trans woman. Transwomen, plural of transwoman. Transwoman, alternative spelling of transwoman. Transworld, spanning possible worlds. Transxify, across the xiphoid process. Transxiphoidal, transxiphoid. Transxilosylation, the intermolecular or intramolecular transfer of a xylosyl group. Transxilisylations, plural of transxilosylation. Transxiphi, misspelling of transxiphoid. Trendi, alternative form of transy. Transectosis, misspelling of transitosis. Transylvania, a historical region in western Romania. Transylvania County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Brevard. Transylvania Saxon, a Transylvanian Saxon. Transylvania Saxons, plural of Transylvania Saxon. Transylvanian, from or pertaining to Transylvania or its people. Transylvanian Hound, synonym of Hungarian hound. Transylvanian Saxon, one of the Germans who settled Transylvania from the 12th century onwards or their descendants. Transylvanian Saxons, plural of Transylvanian Saxon. Transylvanianness, the quality or state of being Transylvanian. Transylvanians, plural of Transylvanian. Transsynaptic, alternative form of transsynaptic. Transsynaptically, misspelling of transsynaptically. Tanzu, a member of a South Korean youth subculture highly active on social media. Tanzus, plural of tansuf. Transonal, through a zone. Transigmatic, passing through the zygomatic bone or the zygomatic arch. Trans-New Guinea, alternative form of Trans-New Guinea. Trat, a surname. Tratit, simple past and past participle of Trant. Tranter, a surname originating as an occupation. Tranters, plural of Tranter. Trenthau, a surname. Trenthauns, plural of Trantum. Trantheretin, misspelling of transtheritin. Trantifa, transgender activists seen as violent extremists. Tratting, present participle and gerund of trant. Trats, plural of trant. Tranti, used in reference to children intelligent, advanced, or forward for one's age, precocious. Drex, medicinal tranquilizers for human consumption, whether legal or illegal. Tranylcypromine, an antidepressant drug that is an inhibitor of monoamine oxidase and is administered in the form of its sulfate C9HNH. H2SO4. Trenchell's law, a law stating that telia of microcyclic species of rust fungi that are descendants of macrocyclic Heteroecious rust simulate Eschia of the ancestral macrocyclic rust and occur on the eschal host of the latter. Traor, a surname. Traors, plural of Traor. Drat, acronym of Targeted Regulation of Abortion Providers. TRAP, a machine or other device designed to catch and sometimes kill animals, either by holding them in a container or by catching hold of part of the body. Trap and trace, the automatic capture of the originating numbers of incoming calls to a particular telephone number. Trap ball, an old game played with a levered wooden trap, by means of which a small ball is launched into the air so as to be struck by a player with a bat. The aim is to hit the ball furthest, either in one or several turns. Trap bar, an implement used for deadlifts and other forms of weight training, consisting essentially of an assemblage of bars with handles, the user standing within the shape formed by the bars. Trap car, a vehicle used by law enforcement agencies as bait to capture car thieves or thieves who steal items from cars. Trap cars, plural of trap car. Trap crop, a plant that is planted in order to attract agricultural pests away from nearby crops. Trap cropping, the use of trap crops to reduce damage from agricultural pests. Trap crops, plural of trap crop. Trap door, alternative form of trap door. Trap doors, plural of trap door. Trap house, a place where illegal drugs are manufactured, packaged for sale, or sold on the street. Trap houses, plural of trap house. Trap-in, of a pigeon, to enter the loft after returning from a race or training flight. Trap jaw ant, alternative form of trap jaw ant. Trap jaw ants, plural of trap jaw ant. Trap law, a type of legislation specifically designed to restrict abortion providers. Trap laws, plural of trap law. Trap maker, a maker of traps. Trap makers, plural of trap maker. Trap music, a subgenre of hip-hop that originated in the early 1990s in the southern United States, typified by bleak themes, aggressive lyrics, and distinctive synthesizers and drums. Trap nest, a nest box in which a bird is confined for laying until released by an attendant. Trap nested, simple past and past participle of trap nests. Trap nesting, present participle and gerund of trap nests. Trap nests, plural of trap nest. Trap out, to deplete an area of all individuals of a certain animal, bird, etc. by trapping. Trap phone, a prepaid cell phone, often used by criminals to conduct illegal activity. Trap phones, plural of trap phone. Trap points, a set of facing points at the end of a crossing loop or side track parallel to a main line which will direct a train into a sand drag if the signal on that line is passed at danger, thus preventing the train running onto the main line. Trap rock, a form of igneous rock that tends to form polygonal vertical fractures. Trap set, a drum kit. Trap sets, plural of trap set. Trap shooting, the sport of shooting at pigeons liberated or glass balls or clay pigeons launched into the air from a trap. Trap stairs, stairs leading to or from a trapdoor. Trap street, a fictitious or inaccurately represented street on a map inserted as a means of detecting plagiarism. Trap streets, plural of trap street. Trap yard, an enclosure into which wild cattle, horses, or other animals can be driven. Trap yards, plural of trap yard. Trap bath split, a vowel split in some varieties of English such as British English as spoken in southern England, American English spoken in Boston, and Australian New Zealand, and South African English, in which the phoneme /a/ahd, abreve, as pronounced in other varieties of English, is pronounced in some words as /letter 251 lengthened /ahd, a umlaut. Trapdoor, archaic form of trapdoor. Trapdoors, plural of trapdoor. Trap house, alternative form of trap house. Trap houses, plural of trap house. Trapjaw ant, any of a group of carnivorous ants of the genus Odontomachus that have mandibles that can snap shut on prey. Trapjaw ants, plural of trapjaw ant. Trapba, a mixture of trap and pop music. Trapaceous, of or relating to the trapaceae. Trapta, an act of entrapping or tricking, and entrapment, also, a thing which entraps or tricks, a snare or trap, a stratagem or trick. Trapanese, a surname from Italian. Trapani, a province of Sicily, Italy. Tratan, simple past and past participle of trapan. Trapaner, someone who trapans or ensnares. Trapaners, plural of trapaner. Trapaning, present participle and gerund of trapan. Trapens, third person singular simple present indicative of trapan. Trapasso, a surname from Italian. Trapassos, plural of trapasso. Trapezoi, misspelling of trapezoid. Trap ball, a game in which a batsman makes a ball hit a trap device that sends the ball into the air where the batsman has to hit it again. Trapdoor, a hinged or sliding door set into a floor or ceiling. Trap or deformities, plural of trap or deformity. Trap or deformity, an outward bulging of the tissue in a curved scar, caused by concentric retraction. Trap or effect, the formation of a trap or deformity. Trap or function, a function that is easy to compute in one direction but difficult to compute in the opposite direction, finding its inverse without special information. Trap or functions, plural of trap or function. Trap or spider, any spider of the family Ctenicidae that constructs a silk-lined burrow with a hinged lid. Trap or spiders, plural of trap or spider. Trapdoor, simple past and past participle of trapdoor. Trapdooring, present participle and gerund of trapdoor. Trapdoors, plural of trapdoor. A messy or untidy woman. Drape, simple past and past participle of trape. Drapes, alternative spelling of trapes in reduced usage since about WWI. Trapeze, simple past and past participle of trapes. Trapezes, third person singular simple present indicative of trapes. Trapezing, present participle and gerund of trapes. Trapezings, plural of trapezing. Trapeziate, having the shape of a trapezium, trapeziform. Trapeze, a mountain on the Kerbit Peninsula, Grande Terre, Kerguelen Islands of the French Southern and Antarctic lands. Trapeze artists, a gymnast who performs on a trapeze. Trapeze artists, plural of trapeze artists. Trapeze dress, a woman's dress with a trapezoid shape, widening toward the waist and legs. Trapeze dresses, plural of trapeze dress. Trapeze, simple past and past participle of trapeze. Trapeze-like, resembling or characteristic of a trapeze. Trapeze, plural of trapeze. Trapeza, plural of trapezium. Trapezium, in the form of a trapezium. Trapelian, having opposed trapeziform faces. Trapezectomy, removal of the trapezium bone. Trapeziform, shaped like a trapezium. Trapeze, plural of trapezius. Trapeze, any member of the Trapezidae. Trapezes, plural of trapeziae. Trapezing, present participle and gerund of trapeze. Trapezium metacarpal, relating to or connecting the trapezium and metacarpal bones. Trapezist, a gymnast who performs on a trapeze. Trapezist, plural of trapezist. Trapezite, a banker or money changer in ancient Greece. Trapezites, plural of trapezite. Trapezitine, any skip or butterfly of the subfamily Trapezidinae. Trapezium, a quadrilateral with two sides parallel. Trapezium bone, a bone of the carpus at the base of the first metacarpal or thumb. Trapezium bones, plural of trapezium bone. Trapezium rule, British standard form of trapezoidal rule. Trapezium rules, plural of trapezium rule. Trapeziums, plural of trapezium. Trapezius, a large vertebrate skeletal muscle divided into an ascending, descending, and transverse portion, attaching the neck and central spine to the outer extremity of the scapula. It functions in scapular elevation, adduction, and depression. Trapezius, plural of trapezius. Trapezocracy, political domination by banks, bankocracy. Trapezohedra, plural of trapezohedron. Trapezohedral, of, pertaining to, or resembling a trapezohedron. Trapezohedron, any of a class of polyhedra that have kite-shaped faces and are dual polyhedra of antiprisms. Trapezohedrons, plural of trapezohedron. Trapezoid, a convex quadrilateral with two non-adjacent parallel sides. Trapezoid bone, one of the carpal bones of the wrist. Trapezoid bones, plural of trapezoid bone. Trapezoid rule, synonym of trapezoidal rule. Trapezoid rules, plural of trapezoid rule. Trapezoidal, in the shape of a trapezoid, or having some faces which have one pair of parallel sides. Trapezoidal rule, a method of finding an approximate value for a definite integral based on dividing the area under the graph of the function into a series of strips, each of which is approximately a trapezoid, and summing the area of all the trapezoids to approximate the area. Trapezoidal rules, plural of trapezoidal rule. Trapezoidally, in a trapezoidal manner. Trapezoids, plural of trapezoid. Trapezon, former name of Trabzon. Trapezantine, of or pertaining to Trabzon, Trebizond, etc. Trapezantines, plural of trapezantine. Trapezus, former name of Trabzon. Trapfall, synonym of pitfall trap consisting of a concealed pit. Trap falls, plural of trapfall. Trap finding, a character's special ability to detect traps not seen by others. Trap hole, a Fruit loop. Trap holes, plural of trap hole. Trap house, alternative form of trap house. Trap houses, plural of trap house. Trappage, a mill made of wooden rollers used to extract juice from fruit, originally olives, or from sugar cane. Trappages, plural of trappage. Tratadil, a particular vasodilator. Trapedo, a surname. Trapedos, plural of trapedo. Traping, present participle and gerund of trape. Trapjaw, a trapjaw ant. Trapjaw ant, alternative form of trapjaw ant. Trapjaw ants, plural of trapjaw ant. Trapjaws, plural of trapjaw. Trapless, without a trap holding area in a pipe or pump. Trapline, resembling a trap. Trapline, a series or line of traps. Traplines, plural of trapline. Traplining, hunting by means of a trapline. Trap baker, alternative spelling of trap maker. Trap bakers, plural of trap maker. Trap baking, the manufacture of traps. Trapiness, alternative form of trap nest. Trapmisted, simple past and past participle of trappinist. Trapmisting, present participle and gerund of trappiness. Trappinists, plural of trappinist. Trapo, corrupt politician. Trapabana, alternative form of taprabana. Tropos, plural of tropo. Trapexin, a cyclic tetrapeptide of fungal origin that is an antitumor agent. Trap, an English surname originating as an occupation derived from the occupation of trapper. Trappability, the condition of being tappable. Trappable, that can be trapped. Trappa. Obsolete spelling of Trapow. Tra, a town in Maryland. Trapin, of or pertaining to trap, of the nature of trap. Trapped, caught in a trap. Trapped in, present participle and gerund of trap in. Trapped out, simple past and past participle of trap out. Trapped out, having had all individuals of a certain animal, bird, etc. removed from the environment by trapping. Trapper, a drug dealer. Trapper hat, a type of winter hat with ear flaps derived from the Russian Ashenka. Trapper hats, plural of trapper hat. Trappers, plural of trapper. Draps, a town and commune in Yvelines department, Isle of France, France. Trappist, second person singular simple present indicative of trap. Trappa, third person singular simple present indicative of trap. Tather, comparative form of trappy, more trappy. Tatis, superlative form of trappy, most trappy. Trappa, any of a group of proteins having N-terminus linked to glutamines, the associated protein domain. Trappa, pronunciation spelling of trapping. Trappe, present participle and gerund of trap. Trapping in, simple past and past participle of trap in. Trapping out, present participle and gerund of trap out. Trappingly, so as to trap someone or something. Trappings, clothing or equipment. Trappins, plural of trappin. Trappist, a monk or nun of the order of Cistercians of the strict observance, a branch of the Cistercians Roman Catholic religious brotherhood that use a particularly strict interpretation of the rule of St. Benedict. Trappist cheese, any of various semi-soft cheeses made with cow's milk. Trappist cheeses, plural of Trappist cheese. Trappistine, a Trappist nun. Trappistines, plural of Trappistine. Trappists, plural of Trappist. Trappos, of or relating to trap. Traver, a horse's caparison. Travers, plural of trapper. Trappus, of relating to, similar to, or containing trap rock. Trappus, plural of trap. Trave, trap-like, reminiscent of a trap. Trap rock, alternative form of trap rock. Trap rocks, plural of trap rock. Traps, initialism of TNF receptor associated pediatric syndrome. Traps, plural of trap. Traps case, a piece of luggage used by percussionists to transport stands and miscellaneous items. Traps cases, plural of traps case. Traps n, third person singular simple present indicative of trap in. Traps out, third person singular simple present indicative of trap out. Traps, archaic form of trapes. Trappist, simple past and past participle of traps. Trapses, third person singular simple present indicative of traps. Trap set, alternative spelling of trap set. Trap sets, plural of trap set. Trap shooter, a participant in the sport of trap shooting. Trap shooters, plural of trap shooter. Trap shooting, the sport similar to skeet, of shooting at thrown targets with a shotgun. Trapsing, present participle and gerund of traps. Trapsings, plural of trapsing. Trapste, a stick used in playing the game of trapball. Trapsticks, plural of trapstay. Drat, simple past and past participle of trap. Traptamer, a transmembrane aptamer. Traptamers, plural of traptamer. Trapunto, a type of quilting producing a raised surface. Trapuntos, plural of trapunto. Trapwork, an arrangement of traps openings through the stage floor. Trackware, a small settlement in the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, historically in Peeblesshire OS Grid Ref NT 3334. Traquero, a male Mexican-American railroad track worker. Traqueros, plural of traquero. Plural of TRA. Traserenu, a tiny speck or mote, regarded as the least possible unit of weight. Traserenes, plural of traserenu. Tracelai, diindene ketone 11126-tetramethyl 3-prop and 2-il-2,3-dihydroinone 5-il-ethanone used in perfumery. Transfected, alternative form of transfected. Transformism, alternative form of transformismo. Transformismo. The method of making a flexible centrist coalition of government which isolated the extremes of the political left and the political right in Italian politics after Italian unification and before the rise of Benito Mussolini and Italian fascism. Useless physical things to be discarded, rubbish, refuse. Trash bag. A plastic bag for the disposal of household waste. Trash bags. Plural of trash bag. Trash bandit. Synonym of trash panda. Trash bandits. Plural of trash bandit. Trash bin. A rubbish bin. Trash bin of history. Synonym of trash heap of history. Trash bins. Plural of trash bin. Trash boy. A foul and contemptible man. Trash can. A receptacle which serves as a place to discard waste materials. Trash cans. Plural of trash can. Trash chute. Synonym of garbage chute. Trash chutes. Plural of trash chute. Trash compactor. A machine used to reduce the volume of waste. Trash day. A day for residences when waste gets picked up. Trash drawer. A tall drawer, usually found in a kitchen, in which a garbage can or garbage bag can be placed for the collection and disposal of trash. Trash drawers. Plural of trash drawer. Trash fire. Something which is very poorly done, a mess or fiasco. Trash fires. Plural of trash fire. Trash fish. A fish caught as bycatch and generally sold cheaply. Trash fishes. Plural of trash fish. Trash for brains. A stupid person. Trash heap of history. A notional place where events, people or objects which have been forgotten or have become irrelevant from a historical perspective are placed or recorded. Trash heaps of history. Plural of trash heap of history. Trash hose. Synonym of trash line. Trash ice. Crumbled ice mixed with water. Trash line. A short hose used to put out trash fires or in other situations where a longer hose would be unwieldy. Trash man. Alternative form of trashman. Trash ma. Any relatively minor enemy character. Easier to defeat than a boss. Trash mobs. Plural of trash mob. Trash out. To insult, demean and criticize someone. Trash panda. A raccoon, especially one that forages in garbage cans. Trash pandas. Plural of trash panda. Trash pull. A covert investigation by the police of a person's refuse when it has been placed outside the curtilage of their home. Trash pulls. Plural of trash pull. Trash sport. Alternative form of trash sport. Trash sports. Plural of trash sport. Trash talk. Alternative form of trash talk. Trash talked. Simple past and past participle of trash talk. Trash talking. Present participle and gerund of trash talk. Trash talks. Plural of trash talk. Trash television. Synonym of trash TV. Trash truck. Garbage truck. Trash trucks. Plural of trash truck. Trash TV. A genre of television talk show with little educational content and a focus on controversy and confrontation. Trash 80. A TRS-80 microcomputer. Trash 80s. Plural of trash 80. Trash bin, to trash, throw out, discard, computing to delete a file, etc. Trash bin, simple past and past participle of trash bin. Trash binning, present participle and gerund of trash bin. Trash bins, third person singular simple present indicative of trash bin. Trash talk, insults and disparaging comments directed towards a rival. Trash talked, simple past and past participle of trash talk. Trash talking, present participle and gerund of trash talk. Trash talks, plural of trash talk. Trash bag, alternative spelling of trash bag. Trash bags, plural of trash bag. Trash bin, alternative form of trash bin. Trash bins, plural of trash bin. Trash box, a receptacle for trash. Trash boxes, plural of trash box. Trashcan, alternative form of trash can. Trashcans, plural of trash can. Drat, simple past and past participle of trash. Trashed out, simple past and past participle of trash out. Tratter, one who trashes something. Trasheries, plural of trashery. Trashers, plural of trasher. Treasury, a collection of garbage or rubbish, things, persons, ideas, and such which are of no significant value. Trash, plural of trash. Trash is out, third person singular simple present indicative of trash out. Trash fire, fire resulting from trash burning. Trash fires, plural of trash fire. Die, comparative form of trashy, more trashy. Tayist, superlative form of trashy, most trashy. Trashification, the act of trashifying, the act of turning something into trash. Trashifications, plural of trashification. Trashify, simple past and past participle of trashify. Trashifies, third person singular simple present indicative of trashify. Trashify, to turn something into trash, to lower the quality of. Trashifying, present participle and gerund of trashify. Trashily, in a trashy way. Trashiness, the property of being trashy. Trashinesses, plural of trashiness. Try, present participle and gerund of trash. Trashing out, present participle and gerund of trash. Out. Travis, plural of trashing. Trata, clothing and decorations created from used, thrown out, found, and repurposed elements. Trashless, without trash. Trashlike, resembling trash. Trashline, a line of text appended to an article explaining why the piece has been withdrawn or corrected. Trashlines, plural of trashline. Trashman, someone whose job it is to collect refuse from people's homes and take it to be processed. Trashman, plural of trashman. Trash mover, a fairly heavy winter storm. Trash movers, plural of trash mover. Trashola, trash, rubbish, anything worthless. Trash paper, paper that has been trashed, thrown away. Trash papers, plural of trash paper. Trash posts, synonym of shit post. Trash boasted. Simple past and past participle of trash boasts. Trash boaster. Synonym of shit boaster. Trash boasters. Plural of trash boaster. Trash boasting. Present participle and gerund of trash boasts. Trash boasts. Plural of trash boasts. Trashscape. A landscape dominated by trad or refuse. Trash Trashscapes. Plural of trashscape. Trash sport. An entertainment that is supposedly a sport but has no real sporting content. Trash sports. Plural of trash sport. Trash talk. Alternative form of trash talk. Trash talked. Simple past and past participle of trash talk. Trash talking. Present participle and gerund of trash talk. Trash talks. Plural of trash talk. Trash piece. A book, film, or other work that is widely regarded as poor or unfavorable, but still admired by some. Trash pieces. Plural of trash piece. Like trash, having low quality, especially of books and films. Dras, a surname. Draskite, a hexagonal to trigonal dipyramidal brownish red mineral containing aluminum, barium, calcium, chlorine, fluorine, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, silicon, strontium, and titanium. Tras is plural of Trask. Trascora, a commune in Piedmont, Italy. Dras, a coarse sort of plaster or mortar, durable in water and used to line cisterns and other reservoirs of water. Trasses, plural of Tras. Trastevere, a district of Rome, Italy, on the west bank of the Tiber. Trastevere, a person from Trastevere in Italy. Trasteverines, plural of Trasteverine. Trastuzumab, a drug used in the treatment of breast cancer which targets the HER2 oncogene. Tazranka, a pidgin language or interlanguage combining elements of Russian and Belarusian, spoken in Belarus. Dwa, a province of Thailand. Tratata, a form of meditation that involves staring at a single point or object. Traveler, prattler, idle talker. Trattlers, plural of trattler. Dress, plural of trat. What? A trattoria. Tratnorite, a hexagonal dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, titanium, and zinc. Trattoria, a small, informal Italian-style restaurant. Trattorias, plural of trattoria. Trattory, plural of trattoria. Trats, plural of trat. Tra, a surname. Schwab cell, a membrane-based structure designed to imitate certain processes of living cells, including growth and osmosis. Traub cells, plural of Traub cell. Traub space, a crescent-shaped atomic space encompassed by the lower edge of the left lung, the anterior border of the spleen, the left costal margin, and the inferior margin of the left lobe of the liver. Traub spaces, plural of Traub's space. Traubs, plural of Traub. Trauger, a surname from German. Tragers, plural of Trager. Traber, a surname. Trabers, plural of Traber. Traudat, a surname from German. Traudats, plural of Traugat. Traulism, a stammering or stuttering. Traulisms, plural of traulism. Trauma, any serious injury to the body, often resulting from violence or an accident. Trauma center, a specialized section of a hospital intended to treat suddenly occurring life-threatening injuries and medical conditions. Trauma centers, plural of trauma center. Trauma dump, to divulge one's personal difficulties inappropriately or without the consent of the listener. Trauma dumped, simple past and past participle of trauma dump. Trauma dumping, or without the consent of the listener. Trauma dumped, simple past and past participle of trauma dump. Trauma dumping, the act of divulging one's personal difficulties inappropriately or without the consent of the listener. Trauma dumps, third person singular simple present indicative of trauma dump. Trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, a psychotherapeutic approach often used with children and adolescents that addresses emotional and behavioral difficulties due to a traumatic event by discussing or talking over the event with the patient. Trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, alternative form of trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. Trauma naked, totally naked for medical assessment, often because the clothes were cut off by trauma scissors. Trauma plate, a plate forming part of a bulletproof vest, serving to absorb and disrupt the kinetic energy of impact and reduce blunt trauma to the wearer. Trauma plates, plural of trauma plate. Trauma scissors, synonym of trauma shears. Trauma shears, a kind of scissors with a bent blade, used by paramedics etc. to cut clothing quickly and safely from injured people. Trauma dump, alternative form of trauma dump. Trauma dumped, simple past and past participle of trauma dump. Trauma dumping, present participle and gerund of trauma dump. Trauma dumps, third person singular simple present indicative of trauma dump. Trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, alternative form of trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. Trauma core, a repressed memory of an event that when triggered becomes the primary reason for feeling traumatized. Traumagenic, that leads to trauma, trauma forming. Traumaless, characterized by an absence of trauma. Traumas, plural of trauma. Traumascape, a landscape, real or figurative, defined by the traumatic events that have occurred there. Traumascapes, plural of traumascape. Traumascum, a person, especially a traumagenic system, who believes that a history of psychological trauma is an essential trait of multiplicity. Traumata, plural of trauma. Traumatic, of caused by or causing trauma. Traumatic acid, a dicarboxylic acid found in plants. Traumatic alopecia, a condition where the subject pulls their own hair out, causing bald patches. Traumatic alopecia, plural of traumatic alopecia. Traumatic brain injuries, plural of traumatic brain injury. Traumatic brain injury, a traumatic injury to the brain caused by an external force. Traumatic insemination, a method of insemination in some invertebrates, whereby the male stabs the body of the female in random locations to inject the sperm, thereby causing trauma to the female. Traumatic inseminations, plural of traumatic insemination. Traumatically, in a traumatic manner. Traumaticin, a solution of gutta-percha in chloroform once used for closing wounds. Traumaticine, alternative form of traumaticin. Traumatics, plural of traumatic. Traumatization, alternative spelling of traumatization. Traumatizations, plural of traumatization. Traumatize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of traumatize. Traumatize, simple past and past participle of traumatize. Traumatizer, alternative form of traumatizer. Traumatizers, plural of traumatizer. Traumatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of traumatize. Traumatizing, present participle and gerund of traumatize. Traumatism, a physical or mental injury that is the result of trauma. Traumatisms, plural of traumatism. Traumatization, the infliction of trauma, the act or process of traumatizing. Traumatizations, plural of traumatization. Traumatize, to injure, for example tissues, by force or by thermal, chemical or other agents. Traumatize, simple past and past participle of traumatize. Traumatizer, one who causes trauma. Traumatizers, plural of traumatizer. Traumatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of traumatize. Traumatizing, present participle and gerund of traumatize. Traumatizingly, in a way that causes trauma. Traumatogenesis, the development of trauma. Traumatogenic, that leads to trauma. Traumata, a material prepared from iodine and cresol once used as an antiseptic. Traumatological, of or pertaining to traumatology. Traumatologically, in terms of traumatology with respect to the traumatology. Traumatologist, a surgeon practicing traumatology. Traumatologists, plural of traumatologists. Traumatology, a branch of medicine that deals with the diagnosis and treatment of trauma. Traumatophobia, an abnormal fear of battle or war or being physically injured during activities like sports. Trance, obsolete form of trance. Trances, plural of trance. Tranche, one of a series of allotments of funds for a certain purpose. Tranche, simple past and past participle of tranche. Tranches, plural of tranche. Tranching, present participle and gerund of tranche. Trot, obsolete form of trant. Trantis, simple past and past participle of trant. Tranter, alternative form of tranter. Tranters, plural of tranter. Tranting, present participle and gerund of trant. Trots, third person singular simple present indicative of trant. Trout, a surname from German. Travis, plural of Trausch. Trut, a surname. Schrott, a surname from German. Trothen, a surname. Schottma, a surname. Trotma, a surname. Trotmans, plural of Trotman. Trotmans, plural of Trotman. Trouts, plural of Trout. Trotwing, a surname from German. Trotwins, plural of Trotwin. Tra, a diminutive of the male given name Travis. Travaglia, a surname from Italian. Travaglio, a surname from Italian. Travail, arduous or painful exertion, excessive labor, suffering, hardship. Travailed, simple past and past participle of travail. Travailus, second person singular simple present indicative of travail. Travaileth, third person singular simple present indicative of travail. Travailing, present participle and gerund of travail. Travailings, plural of travailing. Travailus, causing or involving travail, laborious, toilsome. Travails, plural of travail. Travis, plural of travelly. Tralally, alternative form of Trevally. Travancore, a former Indian feudal kingdom. Travancorean, of or relating to Travancore. Travancoreans, plural of Travancorean. Travancorean, alternative form of Travancorean. Travancoreans, plural of Travancorean. Travox, plural of travail. Dra, a river in Schleswig Holstein, in northern Germany. Trau, to be on a journey, often for pleasure or business and with luggage, to go from one place to another. Travel adapter, a device that allows one to plug an electric cord designed for the electrical outlets in one country into the differently designed electrical outlets of another country. Travel adapters, plural of travel adapter. Travel agencies, plural of travel agency. Travel agency, a company that arranges travel and accommodation for travelers. Travel agent, synonym of travel agency. Travel agents, plural of travel agent. Travel bag, a light bag or case smaller than a suitcase for carrying toiletries and similar articles when traveling. Travel bags, plural of travel bag. Travel book, a book about traveling to a certain region, such as a memoir or guidebook. Travel books, plural of travel book. Travel bubble, an arrangement between two or more countries, states, or other administrative regions that allows free travel of residents between them while otherwise keeping their borders closed to travelers from outside the bubble. Travel bubbles, plural of travel bubble. Travel bar, a tag stamped with a number, placed in a geocache often attached to another item, called a hitchhiker so that subsequent finders can take it to other caches and track its movement around the world. Travel bugs, plural of travel bug. Travel document, an identity document issued by a government or international treaty organization to facilitate the movement of individuals or small groups of persons across international boundaries, such as a passport. Travel documents, plural of travel document. Travel guide, a book or other work designed to give tourists and other visitors information about a particular country or area. Travel guides, plural of travel guide. Travel insurance, an insurance product for covering unforeseen losses incurred while traveling, either internationally or domestically. Travel light, to travel with a light load or with little baggage/luggage. Travel sickness, Motion sickness caused by travel in a vehicle. Travel system. A pushchair with detachable carricot or car seat. Travel systems. Plural of travel system. Travel time. The duration of time spent traveling. Travel times. Plural of travel time. Travel trailer. Synonym of trailer, a caravan. Travel trailers. Plural of travel trailer. Travel size. Sufficiently compact to be taken conveniently with one when traveling. Travel size. Synonym of travel size. Travelability. Alternative form of travelability. Travelable. Alternative form of travelable. Travelator. A moving walkway, a slow conveyor belt that transports people horizontally or on an incline in a similar manner to an escalator. Travelators. Plural of travelator. Travel blog. A blog describing the author's travels. Travel blogs. Plural of travel blog. Travel book. Alternative spelling of travel book. Travel books. Plural of travel book. Travel card. A pass allowing for discounts when traveling. Travel cards. Plural of travel card. Travel them. The world or sphere of travel. Travel. Frequented by travelers. Travelets. Second person singular simple past indicative of travel. Traveler. U.S. standard spelling of traveler. Traveler's check. A check draft requiring a specimen signature and a countersignature. This is usually prepaid and drawn against the bank's own funds rather than drawn against the signatory's account. Traveler's diarrhea. Diarrhea contracted by someone visiting from another country or region via food or water contaminated with microbes to which their gut microbiota is unaccustomed. Traveler's joy. Alternative form of traveler's joy. Traveler's palm. Alternative form of traveler's palm. Traveler's tail. Alternative form of traveler's tail. Traveler's tales. Plural of traveler's tail. Traveleress. Alternative form of traveleress. Travelerises. Plural of traveleress. Travelers. Plural of traveler. Traveler's Rest. A city in Greenville County, South Carolina, United States. Traveler's checks. Plural of traveler's check. Traveler's diarrhea. Alternative form of traveler's diarrhea. Travelist. Second person singular simple present indicative of travel. Traveleth. Third person singular simple present indicative of travel. Travelgate. The White House Travel Office controversy of 1993. Travelholic. A travel enthusiast. Travelholics. Plural of travelholic. Traveling. Present participle and gerund of travel. Traveling crane. Alternative form of traveling crane. Traveling cranes. Plural of traveling crane. Traveling expenses. Expenditure incurred by an employee on account of a journey on official business. Traveling salesman. Alternative form of traveling salesman. Traveling salesman problem. Alternative spelling of traveling salesman problem. Traveling salesman. Plural of traveling salesman. Traveling wave. Alternative spelling of traveling wave. Traveling wave tube. Alternative spelling of traveling wave tube. Traveling wave tube. Plural of traveling wave tube. Traveling waves. Plural of traveling wave. Traveling salesman problem. Alternative spelling of traveling salesman problem. Traveling wave tube. Alternative form of traveling wave tube. Traveling wave tubes. Plural of traveling wave tube. Alternative form of traveling wave tubes. Travelings. Plural of traveling. Travel. Obsolete form of travel. Travelability. The capacity of being travelable. Travelable. Able to be traveled. Travelator. Alternative form of travelator. Travelators. Plural of travelator. Travel. Standard spelling of traveled. Traveled light. Simple past and past participle of traveled light. Travelest. Second person singular simple past indicative of travel. Traveller. Ellipsis of Irish traveller, a member of a nomadic ethnic minority in Ireland. Traveller's check. A preprinted check for a fixed amount, often in a foreign currency, issued by a bank that may be used instead of cash, may usually be replaced if lost or stolen. Traveler's diarrhea. Alternative form of traveler's diarrhea. Traveler's joy. A climbing shrub native to Europe, Clematis vitalba. Traveler's palm. A tropical plant, Ravenallon madagascariensis, not a true palm, native to Madagascar but grown elsewhere for its distinctive appearance. Banana-like leaves are arranged in a flat, fan-like pattern atop a palm-like trunk. Traveler's palms. Plural of traveler's palm. Traveler's tale. An account that cannot be believed. A tall story, a whopper. Traveler's tales. Plural of traveler's tale. Traveler's tree. Synonym of traveler's palm. Traveleress. A female traveler. Traveleress. Plural of traveleress. Travelers. Plural of traveler. Traveler's diarrhea. Alternative form of traveler's diarrhea. Traveler's palm. Alternative form of traveler's palm. Traveler's palms. Plural of traveler's palm. Travelist. Second person singular simple present indicative of travel. Travelleth. Third person singular simple present indicative of travel. Travelin. Pronunciation. Spelling of traveling. Traveling. Present participle and gerund of travel. Traveling bag. Synonym of travel bag. Traveling bags. Plural of traveling bag. Traveling carriage. A kind of heavy carriage fitted up for long journeys in the days before railways. Traveling carriages. Plural of traveling carriage. Traveling community. A nomadic ethnic minority, the Irish travelers. Traveling crane. A crane fixed on a carriage which may be moved on rails. Traveling cranes. Plural of traveling crane. Traveling dress. A woman's plain and easy dress to wear when traveling. Traveling dresses. Plural of traveling dress. Traveling light. Present participle and gerund of travel light. Traveling post office. A type of railway coach designed for the carriage and sorting of mail en route. Traveling post offices. Plural of traveling post office. Traveling salesman. A man who travels, often within a certain territory, soliciting orders or selling goods. Traveling salesman problem. The problem in combinatorial optimization in which, given a number of cities and the cost of traveling from one to the other, it is required to determine the cheapest route that visits each city once and then returns to the initial city. Traveling salesman. Plural of traveling salesman. Traveling wave. A wave that is not bounded by a given space, but can propagate freely. Traveling wave tube. Alternative spelling of traveling wave tube. Traveling wave tubes. Plural of traveling wave tube. Traveling waves. Plural of traveling wave. Traveling salesman problem. Alternative spelling of traveling salesman problem. Traveling wave tube. A type of vacuum tube which amplifies electromagnetic signals where the electron gun fires down the tube with an unmodulated electron beam that passes through an interaction array where the EM signal is fed, which interacts with the electron beam, bunching the electrons and transferring power to the signal. Traveling wave tubes. Plural of traveling wave tube. Travelings. Plural of traveling. Traveler. Obsolete form of traveler. Travelers. Plural of traveler. Travels. Plural of travel. Travelogue. Alternative spelling of travelogue. Travelogic. In the style of a travelogue. Travelogues. Plural of travelogue. Travelogue. A description of someone's travels given in the form of narrative, public lecture, slideshow, or motion picture. Travelogue-like. Resembling or characteristic of a travelogue. Traveloguer. The author of a travelogue. Traveloguers. Plural of traveloguer. Travelogues. Plural of travelogue. Traveler. Obsolete spelling of traveler. Travelers. Plural of traveler. Travelpreneur. An entrepreneur in the field of travel services. Travelpreneurs. Plural of travelpreneur. Travels. Plural of travel. Travels light. Third person singular simple present indicative of travel light. Travel shed. The zone that can be traveled to from a specific point in a certain amount of time. Travelsome. Characterized or marked by traveling. Travelstead. A surname. Travelsteads. Plural of travelstead. Travel time. The amount of time that it takes for a wave to propagate between 2 points. Travel time curve. A graph showing the relationship between the distance from the epicenter to the observation point and the travel time. Travel time curves. Plural of travel time curve. Travel times. Plural of travel time. Travelway. A road or comparable infrastructure for traveling over or through. Travelways. Plural of travelway. Travelwear. Clothing to be worn for travel. Travelworn. Worn or damaged from being taken on travels. Travemünde. A borough of Lübeck and ferry port in Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Traver. A surname. Travers. A surname originating as an occupation. Traversa. A surname from Italian. Traversability. The condition of being traversable. Traversable. Able to be traversed. Traversables. Plural of traversable. Traversal. The act of traversing, a crossing. Traversals, plural of traversal. Traversary, traversing, following a course. Traverse Islands, a subgroup of the South Sandwich Islands. It consists of Zabudovsky Island, Leskov Island, and Visekoy Island. Traverse, a surname from French. Traverse board, a small board hung near the helmsman, having the points of the compass marked on it, and for each point as many holes as there are half-hours in a watch. It was used for recording the courses made by the ship in each half-hour by putting a peg in the corresponding hole. Traverse boards, plural of traverse board. Traverse city, a city, the county seat of Grand Traverse County, Michigan, United States. Traverse County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Wheaton. Traverse drill, a machine tool for drilling slots in which the work or tool has a lateral motion back and forth. Traverse drills, plural of traverse drill. Traverse juries, plural of traverse jury. Traverse jury, petit jury. Traverse sailing, sailing by compound courses, the method or process of finding the resulting course and distance from a series of different shorter courses and distances actually passed over by a ship. Traverse table, a table by means of which the difference of latitude and departure corresponding to any given course and distance may be found by inspection. It contains the lengths of the two sides of a right-angled triangle, usually for every quarter of a degree of angle, and for lengths of the hypotenuse, from 1 to 100. Traverse tables, plural of traverse table. Traversed, simple past and past participle of traverse. Traversely, in a traverse manner, crosswise. Traverser, one who, or that which, traverses or moves, such as an index on a scale. Traversers, plural of traverser. Traverses, plural of traverse. Traversuise, in a traverse manner, crosswise. Traversability, misspelling of traversability. Traversy, a surname of European origin predominantly used by the Lakota people. Traversing, present participle and gerund of traverse. Traversing platform, a platform to support a gun and carriage which can easily be turned round. Traversing platforms, plural of traversing platform. Traversing, plural of traversing. Traverso, a surname. Traversata, synonym of traversadented. Traversadented, any therapsid in the family Traversadentidae. Traversadentids, plural of traversadented. Traversos, plural of traverso. Travertin, alternative form of travertine. Travertine, a light, porous form of concretionary limestone or calcite deposited from solution and sometimes quarried for building. Travertine marble, synonym of travertine. Travertine marbles, plural of travertine marble. Travertines, plural of travertine. Travertinus, resembling the travertine stone used in Italy. Travertins, plural of travertin. Dras, plural of trav. Travest, to travesty, to disguise, to parody, to demean. Travested, disguised, degraded, debased. Travesty, a member of a Latin American gender role, variously construed as a cross-dressing man, a third gender, or a trans woman. Travesticide, the killing of a travesty because of her gender, especially when motivated by transmisogyny. Travesticides, plural of travesticide. Travesty, simple past and past participle of travesty. Travesty, one who makes a travesty of something. Travestiers, plural of travestier. Travesties, plural of travesty. Travestiment, a travesty or parody. Travestiments, plural of travestiment. Travesting, present participle and gerund of travis. Travest, third person singular simple present indicative of travis. Travesty, an absurd, grotesque, misrepresentative, or grossly inferior likeness or imitation. Travestier, present participle and gerund of travesty. Travati, a surname from Italian. Trave, a surname from Italian. Travesso, a surname. Travissos, plural of Travisso. Travis, a surname originating as an occupation. Travis County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Austin, the state capital. Travis picking, a guitar finger-picking technique in which the thumb plays an alternating bass line while a syncopated melody line is played with the index and slash or middle finger. Travitis, plural of Travis. Trawa, a frame, often consisting of two poles tied together at one end to form a V-shaped structure with the vertex attached to a dog, horse, etc., or held by a person and the other ends touching the ground, which was used by indigenous peoples, notably the Plains Aboriginals of North America, to drag loads overland. Travis, alternative form of travois. Travis, simple past and past participle of travois. Travises, plural of travois. Travoising, present participle and gerund of travois. Travelator, alternative form of travelator. Travelators, plural of travelator. Traudalt, to dance in the manner of John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. Travolta, a surname from Italian, most famously borne by American actor John Travolta. Travoprost, a synthetic prostaglandin analog used as a topical medication for controlling the progression of glaucoma or ocular hypertension. Travois, alternative form of travois. Travois, plural of travois. Tevene, any harvestman of the family Travionidae. Tevene is, plural of Travionidae. Travuninja, a region in medieval Syria. Tavidioi, any harvestman of the superfamily Travunioidea. Tavunioids, plural of Tavunioi. Trawic, a surname. Trawics, plural of Trawic. Trawic, a surname. Trawix, plural of Trawic. Tra, a net or dragnet used for trawling. Trawl whiting, Southern School whiting salego bessensis. Trawlability, the quality of being trawlable. Trawlable, capable of being fished by trawling. Trawlboat, a trawler fishing boat. Trawlboats, plural of trawlboat. Trav, simple past and past participle of trawl. Trawler, a fishing boat that uses a trawl net or dragnet to catch fish. Trawlerman, a fisherman on a trawler. Trawlerman, plural of trawlerman. Trawlers, plural of trawler. Trawling, a commercial fishing technique in which a net is dragged by a moving boat, not to be confused with trolling, which drags one or more lines. Trawlings, plural of trawling. Trawlman, one who fishes by trawling. Trawlman, plural of trawlman. Trawlet, a kind of fishing net for trawling, a trawl. Trawlnets, plural of trawlnet. Trawls, third person singular simple present indicative of trawl. Trawler, a rope passing through a block on the vessel used in managing or dragging a trawlnet. Trawlworks, plural of trawlwork. Trawlwire, a cable connecting a trawl net to a trawler. Trawlwires, plural of trawlwire. Trawstiness, a linear village and community in Gwynedd, Wales. OS Grid Ref SH 7035. Dress, plural of track. Traxonox, an annulergic derived. Traxler, a surname. Traxler counterattack. Traxler countergamut. Traxler counterattacks, plural of Traxler counterattack. Traxler countergambit, an aggressive opening for black in response to the fried liver attack in which, instead of defending the threatened f7 pawn, black develops the bishop to c5. Traxler countergambits, plural of Traxler countergambit. Traxlers, plural of Traxler. Twe, a diminutive of the female given name Tracy. Trey Bon, I dialect spelling of Tres Bon. Very good, all right. Tray ceiling, a tray-shaped recess in a ceiling. Tray ceilings, plural of tray ceiling. Tray table, alternative form of tray table. Tray tables, plural of tray table. Tray table, a small, tray-shaped table used to place small objects upon, and most commonly used to place meals on while watching television. Tray tables, plural of tray table. Tray trip, an old game played with dice. It is unknown what the game involved, but it is likely dependent on rolling a 3. Treve, a meal or dessert baked in a tray. Trebate, baked in a tray. Trebakes, plural of trebake. Tray bodies, plural of tray body. Tray body, the flatbed of a truck on which goods are loaded. Tray case, a lidded box in which a book or books can be presented. Tray case, furnished with or in a tray case. Tray cases, plural of tray case. Tray cloth, a cloth laid across a tray on which to serve dishes, food, etc. Tray cloths, plural of tray cloth. Tray, simple past and past participle of tray. Trayer, a surname from German. Trayers, plural of trayer. Trays, alternative spelling of trafe. Trifle, as much as a tray will hold. Trifles, plural of trifle. Tray, present participle and gerund of tray. Trellis, without a tray. Trelli, resembling or characteristic of a tray. Trelli, a system of food preparation used in hospitals in which trays move along an assembly line. Tray lines, plural of tray line. Trailer, a surname. Traymobile, a wheeled trolley for transporting food to the table. Traymobiles, plural of traymobile. Tray, obsolete form of train. Trained, simple past and past participle of train. Drains, plural of train. Trainer, a surname. Training, present participle and gerund of train. Trainer, a surname. Trainers, plural of trainer. Trays, plural of tray. Traceful, plural of trayful. Trade-ores, obsolete spelling of trade-ores. Trade oreses, plural of trait-ores. Traytown, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Traitress, obsolete form of trade-ores. Traitresses, plural of traitress. Trayvon, alternative form of Trayvon, African American given name. Trayway, a surname. Traywix, plural of Traywick. Trazitylene, a histamine 1 receptor antagonist. Trazodone, an antidepressant drug CHClN5O administered in the form of its hydrochloride. Trazolopri, an antidepressant drug. TAV, initialism of Transportation Research Board. TAV, abbreviation of trombone. TAYO, acronym of top, right, bottom, left, the order in which the sides of elements are defined. TAYE, abbreviation of trombone. TSE, abbreviation of Truth and Reconciliation Committee / Council / Commission. TSE, plural of TSE. Teadelne, a Czech spit cake. Teadelnix, plural of Teardelnik. Yellow, Teadelne. Teadilas, plural of Teadialo. EMF, initialism of tears running down my face. Teaene, transtenic DNA. Teaene, plural of Teaene. Tree, obsolete form of tree. Tree chord, musical notation indicating that the player released the soft pedal of the piano. In many pianos, this results in the hammer striking 3-string rather than 1 as in unicorda. Treetho, the city of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Treacher, a surname. Treacher-Collins syndrome, a rare autosomal dominant congenital disorder characterized by craniofacial deformities. Treacherer, a treacher, a trayer. Treacherers, plural of treacherer. Treacheries, plural of treachery. Treacherous, exhibiting treachery. Treacherously, in a treacherous manner. Treacherousness, treachery, the characteristic of being treacherous. Treacherous, plural of treacher. Treachersome, characterized or marked by treachery, treacherous. Treachery, deliberate, often calculated, disregard for trust or faith. Treater, obsolete spelling of treacher. Traitor. Treachers, plural of treacher. Treka, a syrupy byproduct of sugar refining, molasses, or golden syrup. Treacle bread, a homemade bread popular in Ireland, similar to soda bread but with the addition of treacle. Treacle mustard, any of several species of the cruciferous genus Uracemum, especially Uracemum charynthoides, which was formerly used as an ingredient in Venice treacle or thuriac. Treacle mustards, plural of treacle mustard. Treacle paper, paper covered in treacle, meant to attract and catch flies. Treacle papers, plural of treacle paper. Treacle pudding, a traditional British dessert of sponge cake steamed with treacle. Treacle puddings, plural of treacle pudding. Treacle sleep, a sweet and refreshing sleep. Treacle sleeps, plural of treacle sleep. Treacle tart, a traditional British dessert of short crust pastry with a thick filling of golden syrup, breadcrumbs, or sometimes almonds, and lemon juice or zest. Treacle tarts, plural of treacle tart. Treacle water, a compound cordial prepared in different ways from a variety of ingredients, such as hartshorn, flowers, the roots and juices of various plants, wines, etc., distilled or digested with Venice treacle. Treacle waters, plural of treacle water. Treacleberries, plural of treacleberry. Treacleberry, synonym of feathery false lily of the valley. Treacle, covered with treacle. Treacle-like, resembling or characteristic of treacle. Treacler, a maker of antidotes for poison. Treaclers, plural of treacler. Treacles, plural of treacle. Treacly, alternative form of treacly. Treacler, comparative form of treacly, more treacly. Treaclious, superlative form of treacly, most treacly. Treacliness, the state or condition of being treacly. Treacle, present participle and gerund of treacle. Treacly, thick and sticky. Treacy, a surname from Irish. Trees, plural of treacy. To step or walk on or across something, to trample. Tread a mayor, to take part in a dance, to dance. Tread carefully, to exercise precaution, to be careful with regards to the situation, to tread lightly. Tread down, to trample. Tread in someone's footsteps, alternative form of tread in someone's steps. Tread in someone's steps, to follow someone's example, to behave as someone did. Tread lightly, to proceed carefully, especially to seek to avoid causing offense. Tread on, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see tread on. Tread on eggshells, synonym of walk on eggshells. Tread on someone's corns, to hurt someone's feelings. Tread on someone's toes, to offend someone. Tread out, to press out with the feet, to press out as wine or wheat. Tread softly, to tread lightly. Tread the boards, to work as a theater actor. Tread the stage, synonym of tread the boards. Tread upon, alternative form of tread on. Tread water, to remain afloat in the water without use of any buoyancy aid, by using kicking motions and hand motions. Tread lightly, Cardionomer amicissimum. Tread softly. Cineta scola stimulosus, the spurge nettle. Tread upon. able to be trodden. Treadaway, a surname. Treadaways, plural of treadaway. Treadboard, a board to take a person's weight, a tread of a staircase. Treadboards, plural of treadboard. Treaded, simple past and past participle of tread. Treaded down, simple past and past participle of tread down. Treaded lightly, simple past of tread lightly. Treaded the boards, simple past and past participle of tread the boards. Treaded the stage, simple past and past participle of tread the stage. Treaded water, simple past and past participle of tread water. Trotter. One who treads. Treaders, plural of treader. Treadest, second person singular simple present indicative of tread. Treade, third person singular simple present indicative of tread. Treadgold, a surname. Treadgolds, plural of treadgold. Treade, present participle and gerund of tread. Treading carefully, present participle and gerund of tread carefully. Treading down, present participle and gerund of tread down. Treading lightly, present participle and gerund of tread lightly. Treading on, present participle and gerund of tread on. Treading on someone's toes, present participle and gerund of tread on someone's toes. Treading out, present participle and gerund of tread out. Treading the boards, present participle and gerund of tread the boards. Treading the stage, present participle and gerund of tread the stage. Treading upon, present participle and gerund of tread upon. Treading water, present participle and gerund of tread water. Treadings, plural of treading. Treadle, a foot-operated pedal or lever that generates motion. Treadle, simple past and past participle of treadle. Treadler, one who operates a treadle. Treadlers, plural of treadler. Treadles, plural of treadle. Treadless, without treads. Treadling, present participle and gerund of treadle. Treadlings, plural of treadling. Treadmill, a piece of indoor sporting equipment used to allow for the motions of running or walking while staying in one place. Treadmills, simple past and past participle of treadmill. Treadmiller, a person who uses or is on a treadmill. Treadmillers, plural of treadmiller. Treadmilling, present participle and gerund of treadmill. Treadmills, plural of treadmill. Treadplate, metal flooring often made from aluminium or similar alloy, having a pattern of squares of crisscross lines that serve as decoration and reduce slipping. Treadplates, plural of treadplate. Tread, plural of tread. Treads carefully. Third person singular simple present indicative of tread carefully. Treads down. Third person singular simple present indicative of tread down. Treads lightly. Third person singular simple present indicative of tread lightly. Treads on. Third person singular simple present indicative of tread on. Treads on someone's toes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tread on someone's toes. Tread out. Third person singular simple present indicative of tread out. Treads the boards. Third person singular simple present indicative of tread the boards. Treads the stage. Third person singular simple present indicative of tread the stage. Treads upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of tread upon. Treads water. Third person singular simple present indicative of tread water. Treadway. A surname. Treadways. Plural of treadway. Treadway. A numerical measure of how long the tread of a tire can be expected to last. Treadwell. A surname. Treadwells. Plural of treadwell. Treadwheel. A large wheel turned by treading, climbing, or pushing with the feet upon its periphery, as for example in a treadmill. Treadwheel. Plural of treadwheel. 3. A truce. Trees. Plural of tree. Teo. A village and community in Rhondda Taff Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SS 9992, SIN 0092. Trainer. A surname. Trainers. Plural of trainer. Trains. A fictional anthropomorphic organism having many characteristics of a tree. Treants. Plural of treant. Tree. A type of randomized binary search tree where nodes are labeled with randomly chosen priority values and which is simultaneously a heap on those priorities. Trees. Plural of treat. Trees. Abbreviation of treasure. Trees. A surname. Trees. Plural of trees. Treason. The crime of betraying one's own country. Treason Day. 4th of July. Treasonomal. Involving or constituting treason. Treasonomalness. The quality of being treasonable. Treasonably. In a treasonable manner. Treasonful. Treasonous. Treasonish. Treasonous. Treasonous. One who commits treason. Treasonous. Plural of treasonous. Treasonous. Without treason. Treasonmonger. A person who commits treason. Treasonmongers. Plural of treasonmonger. Treasonous. Like or in the way of treason. Treasonously. In a treasonous manner or to a treasonous degree. Treasons. Plural of treason. Treasure. Abbreviation of treasurer. Treas. Plural of treaser. Treaser. A surname. Treasers. Plural of treaster. Treasure. Archaic form of treasure. Treasures. Plural of treasure. Treasurable. Capable of or worthy of being tired. Treasure. A surname. Treasure chest. A chest filled with treasure, especially one used by pirates, etc. Treasure chest. Plural of treasure chests. Treasure coasts. A seaboard region comprising the Florida Atlantic coastal counties of Indian River, St. Lucie, and Martin. Treasure County. One of 56 counties in Montana, United States. County seat, Hisham. Treyer flower. A Gazania, any flowers of the genus Gazania, flowering plants found in southern Africa, especially Gazania regions. Treyer flowers, plural of treasure flower. Treasure house. A treasury. Treasure houses, plural of treasure house. Treasure hunt, a search for sunken or buried treasure. Treasure hunts, plural of treasure hunt. Treasure map, a map indicating the location of buried treasure. Treasure maps, plural of treasure map. Treasure ship, a type of vast, multi-masted Chinese vessel used on the Ming treasure voyages, led by Zheng He in the first half of the 15th century, used for command purposes and the transportation of treasure. Treasure ships, plural of treasure ship. Treasure state, official nickname for Montana, a state of the United States. Treasure trail, a vertical line of hair that extends up along the middle of a person's, usually a man's, abdomen from pubic hair to navel. Treasure trails, plural of treasure trail. Treasure trove, a hidden treasure, subsequently discovered. Treasure troves, plural of treasure trove. Treasure hunter, a person who seeks out buried or sunken treasure. Treasure hunters, plural of treasure hunter. Treasure trove, alternative form of treasure trove. Treasure troves, plural of treasure trove. Treasure, valued, especially having a personal value. Treasureless, without treasure or treasures. Treasure-like, resembling or characteristic of treasure. Treasurer, the government official in charge of the treasury. Treasuress, a female treasurer. Treasurers, plural of treasurer. Treasurership, the role or office of treasurer. Treasurerships, plural of treasurership. Treasures, plural of treasure. Treasures trove, plural of treasure trove. Treasuresome, characterized or marked by treasure, valued, precious. Treasuress, a female treasurer. Treasuresses, plural of treasuress. Treasuress, second person singular simple present indicative of treasure. Treasurer, third person singular simple present indicative of treasure. Treasureal, or relating to a treasury. Treasuries, plural of treasury. Treasury, present participle and gerund of treasure. Treasureth, a monoclinic prismatic black mineral containing bismuth, lead, silver, and sulfur. Treasurous, precious, valuable. Treasury, any specific instance of a government department responsible for the collection, management, and expenditure of public revenue. Treasury bench, the front bench in the House of Commons. Treasury bill, a government obligation sold at a discount, maturing in 1 year or less, and pays no interest prior to maturity. Treasury bills, plural of treasury bill. Treasury department, a government department that manages government finances. Treasury departments, plural of treasury department. Treasury Island, mono island in the Solomon Islands. Treasury Islander, a resident of the Treasury Islands or Treasury Island mono and specific. Treasury Islands, a small group of islands in the Solomon Islands consisting of Mono Island and Sterling Island. Treasury stock, issued stock of an incorporated company held by the company itself. Treasury tag. A short piece of cord with metal bars at each end, used in offices for holding papers together or fastening them into a file. Treasury tags. Plural of treasury tag. Treasuries. Plural of treasury. Treasuryship. The role or office of treasurer. Treasuryships. Plural of treasuryship. Treat. A surname. Treat and mean to keep em keen. Alternative form of treat them mean, keep them keen. Treat em mean, keep em keen. Alternative form of treat them mean, keep them keen. Treat like dirt. To treat someone badly, especially with disrespect or contempt. Treat like garbage. Synonym of treat like dirt. Treat like shit. Synonym of treat like dirt. Treat like trash. Synonym of treat like dirt. Treat out. To deal with a subject. Treat them mean, keep them keen. A woman will be more interested in a man if he is not kind to her. Treat with kid gloves. Synonym of handle with kid gloves. Treat to target. A treatment strategy, chiefly used in rheumatology, that defines a measurable treatment target such as clinical remission or low disease activity and involves tight control and treatment adjustments until the chosen target is achieved. Treatabilities. Plural of treatability. Treatability. The condition of being treatable. Treatable. Able to be treated, not incurable. Treatableness. The quality of being treatable. Treatably. In a treatable manner. Treated. Simple past and past participle of treat. Treated like garbage. Simple past and past participle of treat like garbage. Treated like shit. Simple past and past participle of treat like shit. Treated like trash. Simple past and past participle of treat like trash. Treated of. Simple past and past participle of treat of. Treaty. One who receives treatment. Treaties. Plural of treaty. Treater. One who or that which treats. Treaters. Plural of treater. Treatise. Second person singular simple present indicative of treat. Treata. Third person singular simple present indicative of treat. Treaty. Made the subject of a treaty. Treaties. Plural of treaty. Treating. Present participle and gerund of treat. Treating like garbage. Present participle and gerund of treat like garbage. Treating like shit. Present participle and gerund of treat like shit. Treating like trash. Present participle and gerund of treat like trash. Treating of. Present participle and gerund of treat of. Treatings. Plural of treating. Treatise. A formal, usually lengthy, systematic discourse on some subject. Treatise like. Resembling or characteristic of a treatise. Treatiser. A writer of treatises. Treatisers. Plural of treatiser. Treatises. Plural of treatise. Treatise. Obsolete form of treatise. Treatises. Plural of treatise. Treatler. A person who relies excessively on convenient consumer services, especially delivery apps such as DoorDash, and is seen as taking reactionary political stances due to perceived inconveniences or interruptions in these services. Treatlers, plural of treatler. Treatless, without a treat or treats. Treatment, the process or manner of treating someone or something. Treatment naive, not having received therapy. Treatments, plural of treatment. Shriza, a treat. Treater, alternative spelling of treater. Treaters, plural of treater. Treatas, plural of treato. Trees, plural of treat. Treats like garbage. Third person singular simple present indicative of treat like garbage. Treats like shit. Third person singular simple present indicative of treat like shit. Treats like trash. Third person singular simple present indicative of treat like trash. Traits are third person singular simple present indicative of treat of. Traits are characterized or marked by treats. Like a treat. Treater. Treatment. Treaters. Plural of treacher. Tree. A formal binding agreement concluded by subjects of international law, namely, states and international organizations, a convention, a pact. Treaty of friendship, cooperation, and mutual assistance. Synonym of Warsaw Pact. Treaty port. A port city that was open to foreign trade, usually consequent to the ratification of an unequal treaty. Treaty ports. Plural of treaty port. Treaty. A supporter of the Anglo-Irish Treaty of 1921. Treaties. Plural of treatii. Treaties. Without a treaty. Treat alike. Resembling or characteristic of a treaty. Treaty maker. One who makes a treaty. Treaty makers. Plural of treaty maker. Treaty making. The making of legal treaties. Trevi. A surname. Trebiculation. Misspelling of trabeculation. Treveneno. A particular drug that inhibits angiogenesis. Trebe. A surname. Tredes. Plural of trebe. Tredi. A surname from Italian. Tediano. Alternative letter case form of Trebbiano. Tedianos. Plural of Teviano. Trebler. A Jewish merchant in Edinburgh area in the first half of the Roman 20th century. Treblers. Plural of trebler. Treda. A surname. Treda. A surname. Trebellion. Of or relating to Marcus Trebellius Maximus, ancient Roman senator active during the reign of Nero. Tradic. A town in the Czech Republic. Trebizond. Former name of Trabzon. Treble. High in pitch. Treble C. The C note exactly one octave above middle C. Treble clef. A symbol showing that the second line from the bottom of the stave represents the G above middle C. Treble clefs. Plural of treble clef. Treble cliff. Obsolete form of treble clef. Treble cliffs. Plural of treble cliff. Treble hook. A fish hook where three hooks share a single shank, each point separated by 120 O. Treble hooks. Plural of treble hook. Treble recorder. A recorder whose lowest note is F4 or otherwise in the range of E flat to G. Treble recorders. Plural of treble recorder. Treble staff. A staff that starts with a treble clef. Treble staffs. Plural of treble staff. Treble staves. Plural of treble staff. Treble heading. The use of 3 locomotives at the front or head of a train. Treble. Simple past and past participle of treble. Trebleness. The quality or state of being treble. Trebles. Plural of treble. Treblet. Archaic form of triplet. Treblets. Plural of treblet. Trebly. Comparative form of trebly. More trebly. Treblis. Superlative form of trebly. Most trebly. Treble. Present participle and gerund of treble. Treblings. Plural of trebling. Treblinka. A Nazi death camp in occupied Poland during World War Roman II, located in a forest northeast of Warsaw. Treble. Having treble or high-pitched qualities. Trebe. A spa town in the district of Jindřichův Hradec, South Bohemia, Czech Republic. Tradauxilate. Resembling Trebauxia algae. Trebauxiaceae. Any green alga of the class Trebauxiaceae. Trebauxiaceans. Plural of Trebauxiacean. Trebauxiaphite. Any green alga of the class Trebauxiaceae. Trebauxiaphates. Plural of Trebauxiaphite. Trebuxoi. Resembling Trebauxia algae. Trebuchet. A medieval siege engine consisting of a large pivoting arm heavily weighted on one end. Trebuchet. Simple past and past participle of trebuchet. Trebuchet. Present participle and gerund of trebuchet. Trebuchets. Plural of trebuchet. Trebacket. Alternative spelling of trebuchet. Trebackets. Plural of trebacket. Tracadry. A beta-adrenergic agonist drug. Tres Marites. A municipality of Cavite, Philippines. Tres Martires. A city in Cavite, Philippines. Trecena. A 13-day period used in pre-Columbian Mesoamerican calendars. Trecenas. Plural of Trecena. Trecentes. A member of the Trecento, or an imitator of its characteristics. Trecentes. Plural of Trecentes. Trecento. The 14th century AD, particularly the style of Italian art associated with the 1300s. Trecentos sagesimal, based upon the number 360. Tresene, a suburb of Caerphilly in Penny Hill, Tresenid, an Energlyn community, Caerphilly Borough County Borough, Wales, a West Grid Ref SD 1487. Trechelae. Any member of the family Trechelidae of spiders. Trechelids. Plural of Trechelae. Trechospora. Similar to those of species of the genus Trechospora. Trechmani. A trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral scarlet red mineral containing arsenic, silver, and sulfur. Trechmiller. Any mammal of the subclass Trichnothuria. Trechmithers. Plural of Trechnother. Trechnothurian. Synonym of Trechnother. Trechnothurians. Plural of Trechnothurian. Tretometer. Odometer. Trechometers, plural of trechometer. Trechtingshausen, a municipality in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Trek, archaic form of trek. Trekt, simple past and past participle of trek. Trekker, archaic form of trekker. Trekkers, plural of trekker. Trekke, present participle and gerund of trek. Treks, third person singular simple present indicative of trek. Trekhai, alternative spelling of trechuit. Trekhites, plural of trekshis. Trekstai, obsolete form of trechuit. Trekstats, plural of trekskis. Treculavirin, a peptide isolated from a species of Treculia that has anti-HIV properties. Trecker, a village in Skledow Community, Pembrokeshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SM 9632. Shreddle, the dung of sheep or hares. Treadle, simple past and past participle of treadle. Treadles, plural of treadle. Treadling, present participle and gerund of treadle. Tredecennial, a period of 13 years. Tredecillion, 10-2. Tredecillions, plural of tredecillion. Tredecimal, alternative spelling of tridecimal. Tredecuple, 13-fold. Tredecuples, plural of tredecuple. Tredegar, a town and community with a town council in Blaine, Gwent Borough, County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref So 1409. Treadgold, a surname. Treda, an old card game for 3 players, a variety of umber. Tredington, a village in Stoke Orchard Parish, Tewkesbury Borough, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 9029. Treadmill, archaic form of treadmill. Treadmills, plural of treadmill. Shreddera, alternative form of treadle the card game. Shredway, a surname. Shredways, plural of treadway. Treadwell, a surname. Treadwells, plural of treadwell. Tredyffrin, a township in Chester County, Pennsylvania, United States. Dree, an extremely fast-growing function based on Kruskal's tree theorem. Dree, a perennial woody plant taller and larger than a shrub with a wooden trunk and at some distance from the ground, having leaves and branches. Tree anemone, synonym of hell's fire anemone. Tree anemones, plural of tree anemone. Tree bark, all the tissues of a tree external to the vascular cambium, includes epidermis, cortex, and phloem. Tree bear, a kellala. Tree boa, a number of arboreal snakes in the family Boidae. Tree bovis, plural of tree boa. Tree brown, any of various nymphalid butterflies of the genus Le. Other members of this genus are called foresters and wood browns. Tree browns, plural of tree brown. Trivial, disposal of the dead by placing the corpse among the branches of a tree or in a hollow trunk. Trivials, plural of tree burial. Tree cacti, plural of tree cactus. Tree cactus, any of various cacti of the genus Palasozoias. Tree calf, a bright brown polished calfskin binding for books, stained with a conventional tree-like design. Tree cancer, a visible bump beside a tree giving away the presence of a hidden sniper. Tree cookie, a preserved horizontal cross-section of a tree trunk or limb, often demonstrating the physical structure and growth rings of the source plant. Tree cookies, plural of tree cookie. Tree cotton, Gossypium arboreum, a species of cotton native to India, Pakistan, and other tropical and subtropical regions of the Old World. Tree creeper, alternative form of tree creeper. Tree diagram, a visual representation used to illustrate the hierarchical structure of a sentence. Tree diagrams, plural of tree diagram. Tree desk, synonym of tree cookie. Tree desks, plural of tree disc. Tree disc, synonym of tree cookie. Tree desks, plural of tree disc. Tree duck, any of the birds in the genus Dendrocygna of whistling ducks, which are in the family Attidae with the ducks, geese, and swans, but in their own subfamily. Tree ducks, plural of tree duck. Irritated. Synonym of wood ear. Tree failure, a naturally occurring event in which a tree suffers considerable damage, such as uprooting, the falling of a limb, or the splitting of a trunk, often posing a safety hazard to people and property in the vicinity. Tree failures, plural of tree failure. Tree farm, a privately owned farm where trees, usually softwoods, are grown for eventual harvest. Tree farms, plural of tree farm. Tree fir, any of many tropical ferns that have tall trunks topped with fronds of the orders Cythiales, Maripsales, and Ausvanales, especially families Cythiaceae, Dixonaceae, and Metaxaceae in Cythiales. Tree ferns, plural of tree fern. Tree fork, a bifurcation in the trunk of a tree giving rise to two roughly equal diameter branches. Tree forks, plural of tree fork. Tree fox, the gray fox. Tree foxes, plural of tree fox. Tree frog, a frog of the family Hylidae, of small size and more elegant in form than the true frog's family Ranidae, often with a bright coloration. Tree frogs, plural of tree frog. Tree the flowering plant Erica arborea, native to East Africa and the Mediterranean. Tree heath, plural of tree heath. Tree hollow, a semi-enclosed cavity which has naturally formed in the trunk or branch of a tree. Tree hollows, plural of tree hollow. Tree hollow, a semi-enclosed cavity which has naturally formed in the trunk or branch of a tree. Tree hollows, plural of tree hollow. Tree house, alternative form of tree house. Tree houses, plural of tree house. Tree hugger, an environmental campaigner, especially one who aims to restrict logging and especially one who uses dramatic, attention-grabbing methods of obstruction. Tree huggers, plural of tree hugger. Tree island, an island of the Paracel Islands in the South China Sea administered under Sancha, Hainan, China claimed by Taiwan, ROC, and Vietnam. Tree isle, a raised bed designed to contain one or more trees. Tree isles, plural of tree isle. Tree jumper, a sex offender. Tree jumpers, plural of tree jumper. Tree kangaroo, any of several Australian macropods of the genus Dendrolagus adapted for life in the trees. Tree kangaroos, plural of tree kangaroo. Tree kernel, a tree data structure based on the more general concept of the positive definite kernel, used in the parsing and classification of sentences. Tree kernels, plural of tree kernel. Tree kingfisher, any of the most numerous family, Halcyonidae, of kingfishers. They are widely distributed in Africa, Asia, and Australia. Tree kingfishers, plural of tree kingfisher. Tree lawn, a strip of unpaved land planted with trees, running alongside a street, usually between the sidewalk and street. Tree lawns, plural of tree lawn. Tree line, a division in altitude or latitude above which trees tend not to grow on mountains. Tree lines, plural of tree line. Tree lizard, any lizard of the genus Urosaurus. Tree lizards, plural of tree lizard. Tree lobster, Lord Howe Island stick insect Dracoscelis australis. Tree lobsters, plural of tree lobster. Tree lucerne moth, Eurysophida ornithopteralis, a species of Australian and Zealandian moth. Tree lucerne moths, plural of tree lucerne moth. Tree lubin, a species of flowering plant, Lubinus arboreus. Tree lupins, plural of tree lupin. Tree mallow, Malva arborea, a mallow native to the British Isles and Mediterranean Europe and Africa. Tree man disease, synonym of epidermodysplasia verruciformis. Tree man syndrome, synonym of epidermodysplasia verruciformis. Tree model, a model of the evolution of languages analogous to the concept of a family tree, with the assumption that each language has evolved from a single parent language, with languages that share a common ancestor belonging to the same language family. Tree moss, a moss or possibly a lichen that grows on trees. Tree nut, any of the nuts that grow on trees. Tree nuts, plural of tree nut. Tree nymph, in Greek myth, a female tree spirit, a dryad. Tree nymphs, plural of tree nymph. Triasola, the margay. Triasolas, plural of triasola. Tree of heaven, an Asiatic tree Ailanthus alticina having foliage similar to that of the sumacs and ill-scented staminate flowers, much used in traditional Chinese medicine, but considered invasive and often subject to control efforts. Tree of Malad, one of the trees in the Garden of Eden. In Christian tradition, Adam and Eve eating its forbidden fruit was the original sin that led to the fall of man in Genesis 3. Tree of life, a kind of tree, the arborvitae, an individual thereof. Tree of porphyry, synonym of porphyrian tree. Tree of sorrow, night jasmine nictans arbor tristis. Tree onion, Allium tines proliferum, a kind of hybrid onion with a cluster of bulblets where a normal onion would have flowers. Tree onions, plural of tree onion. Triiser, synonym of oyster mushroom. Triisers, plural of tree oyster. Tree pangolin, a pangolin of species Fata genus Tricuspes sin. Manis tricuspes found in southeastern Asia and northern Australia, especially in mangroves. Tree pangolins, plural of tree pangolin. Tree pivot, a small passerine bird, Anthus trivialis. Tree pivots, plural of tree pivot. Tree pit, an underground soil area for tree roots, often with root barriers to direct roots downwards, and the surface treatment for pedestrian safety and irrigation, can be used as a flower bed. Tree pits, plural of tree pit. Tree poppies, plural of tree poppy. Tree poppy, synonym of Lijapapi ramai. Tree rabbit. A squirrel. Tree rabbits. Plural of tree rabbit. Tree rat. Any of very many diverse rodents. Tree rats. Plural of tree rat. Tree ring. The annual growth ring in the trunk of a tree. Tree rims. Plural of tree ring. Tree runner. A species of lizard. Plica plica. Tree runners. Plural of tree runner. Tree sap. The fluid that circulates within the phloem of a tree to distribute water and nutrients. Tree seat. A bench placed around a tree. Tree shaking. In JavaScript, automatic dead code elimination during the build. Tree shrew. A small mammal native to the tropical forests of Southeast Asia, resembling the shrew, in order Scandentia, consisting of families Tupaiidae and Tillicicidae. Tree shrews. Plural of tree shrew. Tree sorrel. The plant bilimbi of Varroa bilimbi. Tree sparrow. A bird of the species Passermontanus. Tree sparrows. Plural of tree sparrow. Tree spinach. Synonym of chay leafy, perennial Mexican shrub used as a leafy vegetable. Tree stand. Alternative form of tree stand. Tree stands. Plural of tree stand. Tree stump. Alternative form of tree stump. Tree stumps. Plural of tree stump. Tree surgeon. A person who practices arboriculture, an arborist or arboriculturist. Tree surgeons. Plural of tree surgeon. Tree surgeries. Plural of tree surgery. Tree surgery. The work of a tree surgeon, arboriculture. Tree tent. A camping tent that is designed to be used above the ground and is usually attached to or supported by the neighboring trees. Tree tents. Plural of tree tent. Tree thinking. A phylogenetic method of analyzing evolutionary phenomena that uses the visualization of lineages as tree-like structures. Tree toad. Any of the arboreal toads in the genera Hylids and Pedistibes. Tree toads. Plural of tree toad. Tree topper. A decorative ornament placed on the top of a Christmas tree, often in the form of a star or angel. Tree toppers. Plural of tree topper. Tree trunk. The main structural member of a tree. Tree trunks. Plural of tree trunk. Tree tunnel. A road or path with trees growing alongside and the branches meeting overhead. Tree tunnels. Plural of tree tunnel. Tree well. A hole or depression in the snow around the base of a tree caused by the tree's canopy preventing the accumulation of snow. Tree wells. Plural of tree well. Tree worm. A worm that lives in trees, feeding primarily upon woody material. Tree worms. Plural of tree worm. Tree interbank. Of cable television and similar networks, consisting of a main central cable with a separate cable branching off it to each subscriber. Treebeard. Alternative form of treebeard. Tree branch. The branch or limb of a tree, a bough. Tree branches. Plural of tree branch. Tree cricket. A cricket of the subfamily Ocanthinae. Tree crickets. Plural of tree cricket. Trina. Any of various arborical Indian pigeons. Treedows. Plural of tree doe. Tree house. Alternative form of tree house. Tree houses, plural of tree house. Tree hugger, alternative form of tree hugger. Tree huggers, plural of tree hugger. Tree hugging, supporting of environment concerns such as combating pollution, deforestation, etc. Tree kangaroo, alternative form of tree kangaroo. Tree kangaroos, plural of tree kangaroo. Tree-lie, the edge of the habitat at which trees are capable of growing, the timberline. Tree-lined, alternative form of tree-lined. Tree lines, plural of tree line. Tree maker, one who makes or constructs a tree, i.e. a branching diagram or a family tree. Tree makers, plural of tree maker. Tree ring, alternative spelling of tree ring. Tree rims, plural of tree ring. Tree rue, alternative spelling of tree shrew. Tree roos, plural of tree shrew. Tree tot, in the four-square ball game, a very powerful, high-impact shot where the ball is slammed down with great force, making it difficult for the opponent to retrieve and stay in the game. Tree topper, alternative form of tree topper. Tree toppers, plural of tree topper. Tree tops, plural of tree top. Teo, that can be represented as a tree graph. Treebeck, a database of sentences which are annotated with syntactic information, often in the form of a tree. Treebacked, simple past and past participle of treebank. Treebecking, present participle and gerund of treebank. Treebanks, plural of treebank. Tree bark, the bark of a tree. Treebeer, a pendulous branching lichen, Usnea barbata, resembling hair. Treebound, surrounded by trees. Tree, a surname. Therese, a surname from Old English. Thereses, plural of trees. Tree change, a movement of people from cities to the countryside. Tree changer, a person who moves to a rural location. Tree changers, plural of tree changer. Tree changes, plural of tree change. Treeconomics, the economics of trees or forestry. Tree griever, any of various small passerine birds of the genus Certhia which live in woodlands throughout the northern hemisphere. Tree creepers, plural of tree creeper. Tree, simple past and past participle of tree. Treedom, the state or essence of being a tree. Treefall, the act of a tree falling, or the extent to which this occurs in a given region. Tree falls, plural of tree fall. Trever, alternative form of tree fern. Treverns, plural of tree fern. Trewe, Sebasts sericeps, a marine fish native to the eastern Pacific Ocean with large spines on top of its head. Treefish, plural of treefish. Tree fry, alternative spelling of tree frog. Tree frogs, plural of tree frog. Trefoil, the quantity or number which fills a tree. Trefoils, plural of trefoil. Tree-o, synonym of tree hollow. Tree-holes, plural of tree hole. Treehood, the state or essence of being a tree. Treehopper, an insect of the family Membricidae. Treehoppers, plural of treehopper. Treehouse, a house or similar structure within a tree or several trees built with light materials. Tree houses, plural of treehouse. Tree hugger, alternative form of tree hugger. Tree huggers, plural of tree hugger. Tree hunter, any bird of the genera Thripidex, Cichlicalops, or Heliobaldus, native to South America. Tree hunters, plural of tree hunter. Comparative form of tree, more tree. Superlative form of tree, most tree. Tuire, simple past and past participle of treify. Tuires, third person singular simple present indicative of treify. Tuire, to turn into a tree. Tuirhain, present participle and gerund of treify. Tuines, resemblance to a tree. Present participle and gerund of tree. Traying Tennessee brindle, a dog breed of cur. Treeing Walker Coo noun, a breed of hound dog descended from the English Foxhounds and American Foxhounds. The breed developed in the United States. Tayas, plural of taying. Resembling a tree. Tree kind, all trees considered as a group. Trillon, alternative form of tree lawn. Trillons, plural of tree lawn. Tree length, a measure of the size or complexity of a tree. Tree lengths, plural of tree length. Treeless, having no trees. Treelessly, in an treeless manner. Treelessness, the state of being treeless without trees. Trailet, a small tree. Trailets, plural of treelet. Treli, having some characteristics of a tree, resembling or similar to a tree. Tree-likeness, the condition of being tree-like. Tree-li, alternative spelling of tree line. Tree-lined, lined with trees. Tree lines, plural of tree line. Treeling, a young, small, or miniature tree. Treelings, plural of treeling. Travis, a user interface control that displays a list of items in an expandable hierarchy. Traylists, plural of treeless. Trilogies, plural of trilogy. Trilogy, a trilogy with tangible tree-related themes. Trilogy, of relating to, characteristic of, or resembling a tree or trees, arboreal. Treemageddon, alternative letter case form of Treemageddon. Treemageddons, plural of Treemageddon. Treemaker, a manufacturer of saddle trees. Treemakers, plural of treemaker. Treemap, a representation of hierarchical data as a set of nested rectangles. Tree mapping, the generation of tree maps. Tree maps, plural of tree map. Tree maps, unprocessed mosses and lichens found growing on trees, often used commercially in fragrances. Tree messes, plural of tree moss. Tree, a village in St. Leven Parish, Cornwall, England. OS grid ref FSW 3923. Tree noun, a wooden peg or pin used as a fastener. Tree nails, plural of tree nail. Treeness, the essence of what it means to be a tree. The qualities that make a tree what it is. Trees. Plural of treen. Trains. Alternative spelling of treent. Treants. Plural of treent. Tria. Alternative form of tree nut. Tree nuts. Plural of tree nut. Trainware. Train wooden articles. Trainwares. Plural of trainware. Triology. Dendrology. Tree pot. Any of four closely related genera Dendrocida, Crypserina, Temurus, and as of recently also Platysmerus of arboreal long-tailed passerine birds in the subfamily Crypserinae of the family Corvidae. Treves, plural of tree pie. Trephi, a graphical representation of a tree data structure. Tree plots, plural of tree plot. Tree runner, a bird of the genera Margariornis or Pygariches, native to Central and South America. Tree runners, plural of tree runner. Trees, plural of tree. Trees of heaven, plural of tree of heaven. Trees of life, plural of tree of life. Trees of porphyry, plural of tree of porphyry. Trees of sorrow, plural of tree of sorrow. Tree sap, uncommon spelling of tree sap. Treescape, a landscape with many trees. Treescapes, plural of treescape. Therese, a surname. Thereses, plural of trees. Traceful, plural of treeful. Iri, a promiscuous woman. Trees, plural of treesh. Treed, the quality of being a tree. Treeness. Treasure, alternative spelling of tree shrew. Triggers, plural of tree shrew. Tree space, a space whose components are trees. Tree spaces, plural of tree space. Tree stand, an open or enclosed platform secured to trees to provide a vantage point for hunters. Tree stands, plural of tree stand. Tree stump, the stump of a tree. Tree stumps, plural of tree stump. Tree swifts, any bird in the family Hemiprocnidae, closely related to the true swifts in the family Apodidae, but differing in having a forked tail and a crest or other facial ornamentation, and in being able to perch on branches. Tree swifts, plural of tree swifts. Treza, a village and civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Rotherham, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4387. Treta, the crown or uppermost branches of a tree. Treetop disease, synonym of summit disease. Treetop, a multidimensional generalization of a roofless polyhedron. Treetops, plural of treetope. Tree tower, alternative form of tree topper. Tree toppers, plural of tree topper. Treetops, plural of treetop. Tree trunk, alternative spelling of tree trunk. Tree trunk coffin, a coffin hollowed out of a single massive log. Tree trunk coffins, plural of tree trunk coffin. Tree trunks, plural of tree trunk. Treeward, toward a tree or trees. Treewards, towards a tree or trees. Treeware, documentation provided on paper. Treewood, the width maximum number of nodes or leaves at any level of a tree. Treewidths, plural of treewidth. Treoi, a worker of wood, carpenter, joiner. Treorites, plural of treorite. Having many trees. Trath, a hamlet in Britain in pre-Saxon times. Trethalaw, a community civil parish in Anglesey, Wales. Trath, alternative spelling of Trafe. Trath, alternative form of Trafe. Traffanasai, synonym of Triflorallen. Trafecuis, a village and community in Powys, Wales, historically in Montgomeryshire OS Grid Ref SN 9790. Trefentano, a particular narcotic painkiller. Trefethen, a surname from Cornish. Trefethens, plural of Trefethen. Treffyre, a community civil parish in Ceredigion, Wales. Treff, a covert meeting. Treffbarn, a village in Wolfscastle community, Pembrokeshire, Wales OS Grid Ref SN 9523. Traffrey, a surname from Cornish. Traffreys, plural of Treffry. Traffs, plural of Treff. Treffgord, a communal settlement in medieval Wales including a communal cattle pasture and smithy. Tresgords, plural of Treffgord. Tressel, a village in Blaenau Gwent Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SO 1212. Treffeld, Trefoil, Treffelay. Trefoiled, Trefly. Trefly, Trefoil. Treflies, a community civil parish in Western Powys, Wales. Trefoil, any of several plants of the pea family having compound trifoliate leaves, especially one of the genus Trifolium. Trefoil knot, a knot formed by joining the two loose ends of a overhand knot to form a knotted loop, the simplest non-trivial knot. Trefoil knots, plural of trefoil knot. Trefoiled, having the shape of a trefoil. Trefoili, resembling or characteristic of a trefoil. Trefoils, plural of trefoil. Trefoilwise, in the form of a trefoil. Traffurus, a village in Pontypridd community, Rhondda Cynon Taff Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref ST 0889. Trefhat, a three-armed spiral symbol used in heathenry to represent the god Woden or the Norns. Trefhats, plural of Trefhat. Treffra, a village and community in Conwy Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SH 7863. Treffry, a surname from Cornish. Treffries, plural of Treffry. Treffs, plural of Treff. Tress, a surname from German. Tresses, plural of Treffs. Tre, a regulatory T cell, a kind of T cell that modulates the immune system. Tregedurn, a hamlet in Carnbrea Parish, Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SW 6740. Tregalizumab, and a immunomodulator drug. Tregami, a Nuristani language spoken in the villages of Gambier, K a letter 1E6D a circumflex R, and Devaz in the Tregam Valley off the lower Pech River in the Wadapur district of Kunar province in Afghanistan. It is spoken by approximately 3,500 people 2011 and is closely related to Wagali. Treger, a small town and community with a town council in Ceredigion, Wales OS Grid Ref SN 6759. Tredarth, a village in Andigai Community, Gwynedd, Wales OS Grid Ref SH 6068. Treger, a surname from Cornish. Tredals, a surname from Cornish. Trageleses, plural of Tragels. Tredena, a hamlet in Brienne Parish on the south coast of Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SW 9440. Tregenes, plural of Tregena. Tregator, a magician or juggler, a trickster. Tragators, plural of Tregator. Traggery, trickery, a trick. Traggings, a form of trousers having the characteristics of jeans and leggings. Traguia, a surname from Italian. Traguias, plural of Taguia. Treglon, a surname from Cornish. Traglones, plural of Treglone. Tragnum, a bottle of wine in the port wine trade containing 2.25 liters of fluid, 3 times the volume of a standard bottle. Tragnums, plural of Tregnum. Trigo, a surname. Trigo County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Waukene. Tragome, a unit of electrical resistance equal to 10 ohms. Tragomes, plural of Tregome. Tragoning, a surname from Cornish. Tragonings, plural of Tragoning. Traeger, a geographic region and former province now mostly part of the Côtes-d'Armor department, Brittany, France. Tregery, a small village in Pentuan Valley Parish, south of St. Austell, Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SX 0151. Trigas, plural of Trigo. Tragas, a hamlet in Roch Parish, Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SW 9660. Tregothnan, a country estate in St. Michael Pencavel Parish, Cornwall, England, with a microclimate in a valley suitable for growing tea in tea gardens OS Grid Ref SW 8541. Tragus, plural of Trag. Trafai, a village and community in Rhondda Cynon Taff Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref ST 0490. Trahala, manna from the cocoons of the insects Larnus maculatus and Larnus nidificans. Trahalas, plural of trahala. Trahalase, a glycoside hydrolase enzyme that catalyzes the conversion of trahalose to glucose, found in most animals. Trahalases, plural of trahalase. Trahalohydralase, a hydrolase that catalyzes the hydrolysis of trehalose. Trahalohydralases, plural of trahalohydralase. Trahalolipid, any glycolipid in which the sugar is trahalose. Trahalolipids, plural of trahalolipid. Trehalose, a disaccharide formed from 2 glucose units. It is an isomer of maltose. Trehalosemia, the presence of trehalose in the blood. Trehalosemic, relating to trehalosemia. Trehaloses, plural of trehalose. Trehalosol, the univalent radical derived from trehalose. Traenteri, a Greek small, double-ended watercraft, chiefly used for fishing. Traenteria, plural of trahenteri. Traenteris, plural of trahenteri. Traris, a small town and community in Merthyr Tydfil Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SD0997. Triazolin. The trialase inhibitor N3AR4R5 is 6AS456-trihydroxy 4-hydroxymethyl 4,5-6,6-A-tetrahydro 3-AH-cyclopentadiene 1,3-oxazole-2-alpha-D-glucopyranosilamine. Trivert, a village and community in Rhondda Taff Borough County Borough Mid Glamorgan, Wales OS Grid Ref SS 9398. Treyasar, the latter part of Nevi'im, the second section of the Tanakh, consisting of the books of Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi. Treve. A surname. Trial. A surname. Trials. Plural of trial. Trace. Alternative spelling of Trafe. Trefa. Alternative spelling of Trafe. Trave. Alternative spelling of Trafe. Trey. A short river in Highland Council area, Scotland, which flows from Lough Treg to the River Spean. Tre. Synonym of Southern Lapwing. Trials. Plural of trail. Trialage. Lattice work for supporting vines, etc. and espalier, a trellis. Trailages. Plural of trailage. Tfe. A tributary of the Loing River. Trainen. A surname from German. Trainens. Plural of trainen. Triskaidekaphobia. Alternative form of triskaidekaphobia. Fear of the number 13. Tresman. A surname. Trito. A surname from Spanish. Tritos. A surname from Spanish. Trijoses. Plural of Trijos. Tra. Abbreviation of Star Trek. Trekboer. A nomadic pastoralist descended from European settlers on the frontiers of the Dutch Cape Colony in southern Africa. Trekboers. Plural of Trekboer. Trekkin. A Star Trek convention. Trekkins. Plural of Trekkin. Trekkum. The fandom of the Star Trek science fiction franchise. Trekfun. Synonym of Trekkie. Trekfandom. The fandom of the Star Trek science fiction franchise. Trekfans. Plural of Trekfan. Trekfun. Plural of Trekfan. Trekfe. A fanfic based on the Star Trek television series and films. Trekfic. Plural of Trekfic. Trekoverse. The fictional universe which serves as the setting for the Star Trek television series and films, as well as related novels, comics, etc. Trekable. Capable of being traversed by trekking. Trekt. Simple past and past participle of trek. Trekker. A fan of the TV science fiction series Star Trek. Trekkers. Plural of trekker. Trekkian. Synonym of Star Trekian. Trekkie. A usually major fan of the TV science fiction series Star Trek. Trekkies. Plural of Trekkie. Trekke. Present participle and gerund of trek. Trekking pole. A pole used to assist walkers with their rhythm and provide stability on rough terrain. Trekking poles. Plural of trekking pole. Trekkings. Plural of trekking. Trekkish. Reminiscent of Star Trek. Trekkie. Characteristic of Star Trek. Trekos. Without Star Trek. Trekut. Written fiction based on the Star Trek franchise. franchise including both licensed stories and fanfiction. Trekmeko, pertaining to Trenababble, the fake technical writing or speech featured in Star Trek. Trenababble, a kind of technobabble particular to the Star Trek universe, with a particularly heavy emphasis on configurations of pseudoscientific particles and waves. Technological, of, related to, or characteristic of technology. Technology, the fictional science and technology featured in the Star Trek franchise. Trekpass, a letter authorizing or requiring a non-white person to leave a certain area, an order of eviction or banishment. Trekpasses, plural of trekpass. Treks, plural of trek. Trekschuit, a horse-drawn canal boat or riverboat used to carry goods or passengers in the Netherlands. Trekschuits, plural of trekschuit. Trekspot, sexually explicit fan fiction based on the Star Trek television series and films. Trekverse, the fictional universe which serves as the setting for the Star Trek television series and films as well as related novels, comics, etc. Trekscene, a Star Trek fanzine. Trekscenes, plural of Trekscene. Trala, a surname from Polish. Tralogliptin, a pharmaceutical drug used for the treatment of diabetes mellitus. Tralas, plural of Trala. Trelawney, a surname from Cornish. Trelawney, a surname from Cornish. Trailzay, a commune in Maine-et-Loire department, Pays de la Loire, France, east of Angers. Trach, a village and community served by Trelech Erbetis Community Council in Western Carmarthenshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 2830. Tralwys, a village in Bedlinog Community, Merthyr Tydfil Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SD 1097. Trelax, a village in Nyon District, Vaud Canton, Switzerland. Tralfer, a surname. Trellis, misspelling of Trellis. Trell, a hamlet in St. Hugh Parish, Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SX 0478. Trella, a surname from Polish. Trellis, plural of Trella. Trelleborg, a town, municipality, and ferry port in Skane County, Sweden, the southernmost municipality in Sweden. Trelech, a village in Trelech United Community, Monmouthshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SO 5005. Trelech United, a community civil parish in Monmouthshire, Wales. Trials, a surname from Spanish. Trellises, plural of trowels. Trales, an outdoor garden frame that can be used for partitioning a common area. Trellis work, alternative form of trellis work. Trellis works, plural of trellis work. Trellis work, alternative form of trellis work. Trellis works, plural of trellis work. Trellis, having or formed as a trellis. Trellises, plural of trellis. Trellising, present participle and gerund of trellis. Trellis-like, resembling or characteristic of a trellis. Trellis work, a trellis or trellis-like structure. Trellis works, plural of trellis work. Treller, a surname. Trellers, plural of trellor. Treloxinate, an antilipidemic drug. Trelliston, a locality in Fordon with Leeton and Trelliston Community, Powys, Wales, on the border with England. OS Grid Ref SJ 2603. Dra. The vibrato system on a guitar. Drama. A diacritic consistent to dos double and plays over a ladder, used among other things to indicate another diaeresis. Trema. Alternative form of trema. Tremadocian. A subdivision of the Ordovician Pia. Tremadai. A village in Porthmadog Community, Gwynedd, Wales. OS Grid Ref SH 5640. Treme. A surname from Cornish. Treme. A surname from Cornish. Tremens. Plural of Treming. Tremens. A suburb in Brackla Community and Bridgen Community, Bridgen Borough County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SS 9179. Tremendo. Played in a trembling, wavering manner. Tremandos. Plural of tremando. Tremendracious. Of or relating to the Tremendraceae. Tremonotid. Any extinct mollusk in the family Tremonotid. Tremonotids. Plural of tremonotid. Tremarctine. Any of the ursas of the subfamily Tremarctini, including the extant spectacled bear and related extinct species. Trenas. Plural of trema. Tremas. Plural of trema. Dramata. Plural of trema. Trematochympsid. Any crocodilomorph in the family Trematochympsidae. Trematochympsids. Plural of Trematochympsid. Trematicidal. That kills trematodes. Trematode. A parasitic flatworm of the class Trematoda. Trematode worm. The trematode. Trematode worms. Plural of trematode worm. Trematodes. Plural of trematode. Trematodiaces. Plural of trematodiaces. Trematodiaces. Infection with trematodes. Trematoi. Of or relating to the trematode. Trematoids. Plural of trematoi. Trematami. Any fish of the genus Trematomus. Trematomines. Plural of trematomine. Trematopid. Any member of the family Trematopidae of extinct amphibians. Trematopids. Plural of trematopid. Trematopsid. Any extinct temnospondyl in the family Trematopsidae. Trematopsids. Plural of trematopsid. Trematosaur. Any extinct amphibian of the genus Trematosaurus. Trematosaurian. A temnospondyl in the Trematosauria clade. Trematosaurians. Plural of Trematosaurian. Trematosaurid. Any extinct temnospondyl in the family Trematosauridae. Trematosaurids. Plural of trematosaurid. Trematosauroi. Any extinct amphibian of the superfamily Trematosauroidea. Trematosauroids. Plural of trematosauroid. Trematosaurs. Plural of trematosaur. Trematurid. Any mite of the family Trematuridae. Trematurids. Plural of trematurid. Treme. A surname from Cornish. Trembathite. A trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing boron, chlorine, iron, magnesium, and oxygen. Tremblay. A surname from French. Tremblays. Plural of tremblay. Tremble. A surname. Tremble and obey. To unthinkingly obey or pander to authorities, especially the Chinese government. Tremble dance. a dance performed by the honeybee in order to recruit more bees to collect nectar from the workers. Tremble dances. Plural of tremble dance. Trembled. Simple past and past participle of tremble. Trembled and obeyed. Simple past and past participle of tremble and obey. Tremblest. Second person singular simple past indicative of tremble. Tremblement. An action or condition of trembling, a tremor. Tremblements. Plural of tremblement. Trembler. One who, or that which, trembles. Tremblers. Plural of trembler. Trembles. Plural of tremble. Trembles and obeys. Third person singular simple present indicative of tremble and obey. Tremblesome. Characterized or marked by trembling. Tremblous. Second person singular simple present indicative of tremble. Trembleth. Third person singular simple present indicative of tremble. Trembly. A surname. Tremblies. Plural of trembly. Trembler. Comparative form of trembly. More trembly. Tremblis. Superlative form of trembly. Most trembly. Tremblin. Pronunciation spelling of trembling. Trembling. A tremble. Trembling and obeying. Present participle and gerund of tremble and obey. Trembling giant. Synonym of pando, a species of tree. Trembling poplar. The European aspen Populus tremula or American aspen Populus tremuloides. Trembling poplars. Plural of trembling poplar. Trembling. In a trembling manner. Tremblingness. The quality of trembling. Tremblings. Plural of trembling. Trembler. An earthquake. Tremblers. Plural of trembler. Trembly. A surname from French. Tremblet. Plural of trembly. Tremboli. A surname. Tremelimumab. A human monoclonal antibody that binds to the protein CTLA-4 used to treat hepatocellular carcinoma. Tremella. Any fungus of the genus Tremella. Tremolaceous. Belonging to the Tremolaceae. Tremellus. Plural of tremella. Tremoloi. Any of the jelly fungi of the Odontellus, yeasts and parasitics of other fungi. Tremeloids. Plural of tremoloi. Tremolos. Resembling or characteristic of jelly. Tremend. Synonym of tremendous. Tremendious. Misspelling of tremendous. Tremendosities. Plural of tremendosity. Tremendosity. The state or condition of being tremendous. Tremendous. Awe-inspiring, terrific. Tremendously. Greatly, enormously. Tremendousness. The state or condition of being tremendous. Tremethac. A surname. Tremetol. A toxic or organic compound found in white snakeroot, the cause of milk sickness. Treme. A device used to pour concrete underwater, usually a tube of sheet metal with a hopper-like top generally handled by a crane. Tremes. Plural of tremi. Temidia. A surname from Spanish. Temidios. Plural of teminio. Tremes. Alternative form of Tremis's ancient coin. Tremissus. Plural of Tremissus. Tremissus. A coin of late ancient Rome, worth 1/3 of his solidus. Tremel, a surname from German. Tremels, plural of tremel. Tremlet, a surname. Tremlets, plural of tremlet. Tremel, a surname. Tremels, plural of tremel. Tremectopidae, any blanket octopus in the family Tremectopidae. Tremectopidids, plural of Tremectopidid. Tremogram, alternative form of tremorgram. Tremograms, plural of tremogram. Tremograph, alternative form of tremorgraph. Tremographic, alternative form of tremorgraphic. Tremograph, plural of tremograph. Tremography, alternative form of tremography. Tremolandi, plural of tremolando. Tremolando, a tremolo section of a piece. Tremolandos, plural of tremolando. Tremolant, alternative form of tremulant. Tremolants, plural of tremolant. Tremulous, someone who uses tremolo. Tremolists, plural of tremolus. Tremolite, a pale gray/green amphibal mineral, a type of asbestos that is a mixed calcium and magnesium silicate with the chemical formula Ca2Mg5C800H, sometimes used in place of common asbestos. Tremolites, plural of tremolite. Tremolitic, relating to or containing tremolite. Tremolo, a rapid repetition of the same note or an alternation between two or more notes. It could also be intended to mean a rapid and repetitive variation in pitch for the duration of a note. It is notated by a strong diagonal bar across the note stem or a detached bar for a set of notes or stemless notes. Tremology, synonym of biotremology. Tremolos, plural of tremolo. Tremor, a shake, quiver, or vibration. Tremor, dominant, having tremors as the dominant symptom. Tremor, simple past and past participle of tremor. Tremorgenic, causing tremors. Tremorgram, the record produced by a tremorgraph. Tremorgrams, plural of tremorgram. Tremorgraph, a medical instrument for measuring tremors or trembling in a patient. Tremorgraphic, relating to tremography. Tremorgraphs, plural of tremorgraph. Tremography, the use of the tremorgraph. Tremorigenic, tremorgenic. Tremorine, a drug used in scientific research to produce tremor in animals. Tremoring, present participle and gerund of tremor. Tremorings, plural of tremoring. Tremorless, without tremors. Tremorlessly, without a tremor. Tremoli, resembling or characteristic of a tremor. Tremorogenic, tremorgenic. Tremorous, in a tremoring manner. Tremorously, in a tremorous manner. Tremors, plural of tremor. Tremortin, a fungal neurotoxin found on ryegrass. Tremor, obsolete form of tremor. Tremor, simple past and past participle of tremor. Tremoring, present participle and gerund of tremor. Tremors, plural of tremor. Tr, to hitchhike. Trempealeau, a village and town in Trempealeau County, Wisconsin, United States. Trempealeau County, one of 72 counties in Wisconsin, United States. County seat, Whitehall. Treft, simple past and past participle of trem. Trevor, a surname. Trembers, plural of tremper. Trebe, present participle and gerund of trem. Cups, third person singular simple present indicative of trem. Drowns, plural of trem. Tremulasin, a glucoside, 2 tilde S3 tilde R4 tilde S5 tilde S6 tilde R4 5-dihydroxy 6-hydroxmethyl 2,2,1-hydroxy 6-oxycyclohex 2-ene 1-carbonyl-oxymethylphenoxy-oxen 3-ol-benzoate, present in the bark and leaves of several poplars. Tremulant, trembling, tremulous. Tremulence, plural of tremulant. Tremulate, to tremble, quiver. Tremulated, simple past and past participle of tremulate. Tremulates, third person singular simple present indicative of tremulate. Tremulating, present participle and gerund of tremulate. Tremulation, a trembling, quivering. Tremulations, plural of tremulation. Tremulatory, trembling, quivering. Tremulant, dated form of tremulant. Tremuloidin, a glucoside, 2 tilde S3 tilde R4 tilde S5 tilde S6 tilde R4 5-dihydroxy 6-hydroxmethyl 2,2-hydroxymethylphenoxy-oxen 3-ol-benzoate, present in the bark and leaves of several poplars. Tremulous, trembling, quivering, or shaking. Tremulously, in a trembling, quivering, or shaking manner. Tremulousness, the property or state of being tremulous. Tren, clipping of trenbolone, a steroid used to increase muscle growth. Trengoblin, an avid user of trenbolone. Trengoblins, plural of trengoblin. Trina, a female given name. Treno, alternative spelling of Trino. Trenels, plural of Treno. Treenery, an unincorporated community in Mathias Township, Michigan. Traineries, plural of trainery. Trenbolone, a steroid used to increase muscle growth and appetite in livestock. Trutch, a suburb of Telford, and Wrekin Borough, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6912. Trench art, any decorative item made by soldiers, prisoners of war, or civilians, where the manufacturer is directly linked to armed conflict or its consequences. Trench binoculars, a pair of binoculars consisting of 2 periscopes. Trench boot, a boot designed to stand up to the wet, muddy conditions of trench warfare. Trench boots, plural of trench boot. Trench broom, the Thompson submachine gun. Trench brooms, plural of trench broom. Trench club, an improvised handheld weapon used by raiding parties in World War I. Trench clubs, plural of trench club. Trench coat, a military-style raincoat with a belt and deep pockets and often epaulets. Trench coats, plural of trench coat. Trench cut, a triangle-shaped cut in a tell, used to see how many levels there are or to find information information about each separate settlement. Trench cuts, plural of trench cut. Trench derby, a tin hat. Trench dress, a dress with trench coat-like elements such as thick fabric and buttons. Trench dresses, plural of trench dress. Trench effect, the phenomenon of a fire rushing quickly up an inclined surface due to a combination of the cone effect which causes the fire to hug the inclined surface and flash over where the surface of a space near the fire, in this case the surface of the more elevated regions of the incline, is heated until it self-ignites. Trench fever, an acute infectious disease caused by the microorganism Rickettsia quintana now Bartonella quintana and transmitted by the Laus pediculus humanus that affected very many soldiers during World War I. Trench fevers, plural of trench fever. Trench foot, a medical condition which can affect the feet when they are constantly cold and wet, similar to frostbite. Trench knife, a knife designed for use in hand-to-hand fighting in trenches, typically having a double-edged blade and an equiduster on the handle. Trench knives, plural of trench knife. Trench mentalities, plural of trench mentality. Trench mentality, an attitude towards differences of opinion, where oppositional standoff or conflict is preferred over debate and compromise. Trench mortar, a small mortar designed to fire shells from one trench to an enemy trench. Trench mortars, plural of trench mortar. Trench mouth, acute necrotizing ulcerative gingivitis, a severe bacterial infection of the gums, typically characterized by inflammation, bleeding, deep ulceration, necrotized tissue, pain, fever, enlarged lymph nodes, fatigue, and halitosis. Trench plate, a large, heavy-gauge metal plate used to span holes in streets to allow vehicular traffic across the gap. Trench plates, plural of trench plate. Trench stick, a type of baton or cane used by soldiers in military trenches, especially of the First World War, for maneuvering and for basic combat. Trench sticks, plural of trench stick. Trench sweeper, the Winchester Model 1897 pump-action shotgun. Trench sweepers, plural of trench sweeper. Trench town, a neighborhood in St. Andrew Parish, partly in Kingston, Jamaica. Trench warfare, warfare in which opposing sides occupy trenches and repeatedly fire at one another, usually involving high casualty rates over a long period of time. Trench coater, wearing a trench coat. Trench plow, to plow with deep furrows for the purpose of loosening the land to a greater depth than usual. Trench plowed, simple past and past participle of trench plow. Trench plowing, present participle and gerund of trench plow. Trench plows, plural of trench plow. Trench plow, alternative form of trench plow. Trench plowed, simple past and past participle of trench plow. Trench plowing, present participle and gerund of trench plow. Trench plows, third person singular simple present indicative of trench plow. Trenchancies, plural of trenchancy. Trenchancy, the quality of be trenchant. Trenchant, obsolete form of trenchant. Trenchant, fitted to trench or cut, gutting, char. Trenchably, in a trenchant manner. Trenchantness, quality of be trenchant. Trencher, a surname. Trenchardian, relating to or influenced by the British Air Marshal Hugh Trenchard 1873-1956 and his doctrine of the military supremacy of strategic bombing. Trenchcoat. Alternative spelling of trenchcoat. Trenchcoat. Alternative form of trenchcoated. Trenchcoats. Plural of trenchcoat. Trenched. Simple past and past participle of trench. Trencher. A plate on which food is served or cut. Trencher cap. A flat-topped academic hat, a mortarboard. Trencher caps. Plural of trencher cap. Trencher mate. A dining companion. Trencher mates. Plural of trencher mate. Trencher fed. Of a hunting dog lodged at the homes of individual farmers rather than in kennels and brought to the hunt as required. Trencher man. A feeder, a great eater, a gourmandizer. Trencherman. Plural of trencher man. Trencherful. Enough to fill a trencher, a plate full of food. Trencherfuls. Plural of trencherful. Trenchering. Trenchers, plates. Trencher eye. Resembling or characteristic of a trencher long plate. Trencher maker. A manufacturer of trenchers. Trencher makers. Plural of trencher maker. Trencherman. Alternative form of trencherman. Trenchermanship. The quality or fact of being a trencherman. Trencherman. Plural of trencherman. Trenchers. Plural of trencher. Trenchersful. Plural of trencherful. Trencherwoman. A female trencherman, a woman who likes to eat a lot. Trencherwomen. Plural of trencherwoman. Trenches. Plural of trench. Trenchesful. Plural of trenchful. Trenchful. An amount sufficient to fill a trench. Trenchfuls. Plural of trenchful. Trenching. Present participle and gerund of trench. Trenchings. Plural of trenching. Trenchless. Without trenches. Trenchet. A little trench. Trenchlets. Plural of trenchlet. Trench eye. Resembling or characteristic of a trench. Trench eye. The line path of a trench, chiefly a combat trench, but also, for example, one for burying a pipe. Trench lines. Plural of trench line. Trench war. A lively, boisterous dance. Trench wars. Plural of trench war. Trench town. Alternative form of trench town. Trench war. Toward a trench. Trench wards. Toward a trench. Trench rise. In the manner of a trench or ditch. Trenchwork. A system of trenches. Trenchworks. Plural of trenchwork. Trend. A tendency. Trend line. A line on a graph drawn through points that vary widely that shows the general trend of a real-world function, often generated using linear regression. Trend lines. Plural of trend line. Trend piece. An article explaining a trend or topical issue, often illustrated with anecdotes, statistics, and expert opinions. Trend pieces. Plural of trend piece. Trendsetter. Alternative form of trendsetter. Trend busting. That is counter to a current trend. Trendsetter. Alternative form of trendsetter. Trendbase. Content created with the purpose of becoming viral. Trend busting. Alternative form of trend busting. Trend. Simple past and past participle of trend. Trendelenburg. A physical position that a patient is placed raising the inferior half by 30 degrees, especially useful for superior trauma or pelvic access. Trendelenburg position, a physical position that a patient is placed in by raising the inferior half by 30 degrees, especially useful for superior trauma or pelvic access. Trender, something which trends has a tendency to go in a certain way. Trenders, plural of trender. Tende, comparative form of trendy, more trendy. Trendies, plural of trendy. Tendist, superlative form of trendy, most trendy. Trendify, simple past and past participle of trendify. Trendifies, third person singular simple present indicative of trendify. Trendify, to give a trendy appearance. Trendifying, present participle and gerund of trendify. Trendelly, in keeping with or showing an awareness of current trends. Trendiness, the state or quality of being trendy. Trendinesses, plural of trendiness. Trending, present participle and gerund of trend. Trendings, plural of trending. Trendini, an androgen prohormone estra 4,9,11-3,17-dione. Trendi, a person given to following trends. Trendites, plural of trendite. Trend checking, the practice of marketing a product with respect to current trends or otherwise algorithmic popularity. Trendle, a wheel, spindle, or other thing that rotates in a similar way, such as a trundle. Trundle tail, alternative spelling of trundle tail. Trendle tails, plural of trendle tail. Trendles, plural of trendle. Trendless, not exhibiting any particular trend. Trendlessness, the absence of any particular trend. Trendlet, a minor or short-lived trend. Trendlets, plural of trendlet. Trendline, alternative spelling of trend line. Trendlines, plural of trend line. Trendhigh, a person who follows fashion trends blindly. Trendites, plural of trendoi. Trends, plural of trend. Trendsetter, someone who starts a trend or makes one more popular. Trendsetters, plural of trendsetter. Trendsetting, taking a leading role in setting trends, particularly in business or the arts. Trendspotter, one who identifies new trends. Trendspotters, plural of trendspotter. Trendspotting, the identification of new trends. Trendwatcher, one who studies trends and attempts to predict future trends. Trendwatchers, plural of trendwatcher. Trend whore, one who is a conformist, one who follows trends too much. Trend whores, plural of trend whore. Trendy, of or in accordance with the latest trend, fashion, or hype. Trendyism, trendy attitudes generally. Tradier, a surname. Trenery, a surname. Tradat, a form of pasta from Liguria, similar to narrow, thick tagliatelle. Trenuan, a Cornish place name that means either the cold dwelling or famine. Trengestone, a particular retroprogesterone. Trenganu, alternative form of Terenganu. Trenom, a surname from Old Norse. Trenomes, plural of trenom. Trenamin, the anti-cancer drug 2,3,5-trisethylnamino 1,4-benzoquinone. Trentgap, a surname from German. Trenkamps, plural of Trenkamp. Trenel, alternative form of Trenel. Trenels, plural of Trenel. Trinsomnia, insomnia as a side effect of trenbolone. Tret, a place name. Trent Bridge, a cricket ground in a suburb of Nottingham, England. Trent Hills, a township municipality in Northumberland County, Ontario, Canada. Trent Lakes, a municipality in Peterborough County, Southern Ontario, Canada, and named in recognition of the Trent Severn Waterway. Trent Vale, a suburban village on the western edge of the city of Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire, England, near the River Trent. OS Grid Ref SJ 8643. Trental, a set of 30 requiem masses, said once a day for a month, or all in one day. Trentals, plural of Trental. Trent et Courante. The game of Rouge et Noir. Trentipoliation, any member of the family Trentipoliaceae of green algae. Trentipoliations, plural of Trentipoliation. Trentipoliaceous, of or relating to the Trentipoliaceae. Trentipolialian, resembling or belonging to the green albal genus Trentipolia. Trentipolioi, synonym of Trentipolialian. Trentau, a place name. Trentowns, plural of Trentham. Trenton, a surname from Italian. Trentine, of or relating to Trento or Trentino in Italy. Trentini, a surname from Italian. Trentino, the province of Trento, in northeast Italy, that forms part of the region of Trentino Alto Adige. Trentino Alto Adige, an autonomous region of northern Italy. Trenteshu, a small village and civil parish served by Kentisbury and Trenteshu Parish Council in North Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 6448. Trento, a city, the capital of the province of Trentino and the region of Trentino Alto Adige, Italy. Trenton, a number of places in the United States. Trentonian, a native or inhabitant of Trenton, New Jersey, United States. Trentonians, plural of Trentonian. Tranything, only used in Tranything is possible. Tranything is possible, used to imply that someone is taking trenbolone or another anabolic steroid to gain muscle. A surname. Tans, plural of Tean. Tui, a town and community in Rhondda and Taff Borough County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SS 9596. Teasulfan, an alkylating agent used to prepare a patient's bone marrow for a transplant. Trapak, a traditional brisk Russian and Ukrainian folk dance. Trapaks, plural of trapak. Trapa, a tool used to bore through rock when sinking shafts. Trepanation, the practice of drilling a hole in the skull as a physical, mental, or spiritual treatment. Trepanations, plural of trepanation. Trepend, simple past and past participle of trepan. Trepe, synonym of sea cucumber. Trepenger, a fisher of trappings. Trepengers, plural of trepenger. Trepening, fishing for treppings. Trepes, plural of trepping. Trepanier, a surname from French. Tretanier, a surname from French. Trepaniers, plural of trepanier. Trepaniers, plural of trepanier. Trepanning, present participle and gerund of trepan. Trepannings, plural of trepanning. Trepanned, simple past and past participle of trepan. Trepanner, a person who trepans. Trepanners, plural of trepanner. Trepanning, present participle and gerund of trepan. Trepannings, plural of trepanning. Trepanomatosis, synonym of treponemiasis. Trypanosomiasis, misspelling of trypanosomiasis. Trepans, plural of trepan. Trepassey, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Trephinated, modified by trephination. Trephination, the surgical procedure in which a hole is drilled in the skull and a circular piece of bone removed. Trephinations, plural of trephination. Trephy, a surgical instrument with a cylindrical blade used to remove a circular section of tissue, such as bone or cornea, a trepan. Trephinged, simple past and past participle of trephine. Trephinner, a trepanner. Trephinners, plural of trephinner. Trephines, plural of trephine. Trephining, present participle and gerund of treffing. Trephinings, plural of trephining. Trophocyte, synonym of trophocyte. Trophocytes, plural of trophocyte. Trophone, any hormone that stimulates growth and division of cultured cells. Trophones, plural of trophone. Trapibutome, a drug used to treat functional gastrointestinal disorders. Trepid, timid, timorous, fearful. Trepidatious, alternative spelling of trepidatious. Trepidancy, trembling caused by fear or nervous agitation. Trepidant, trembling with fear or emotion. Trepidate, to cause to experience trepidation. Trepidate, simple past and past participle of trepidate. Trepidates, third person singular simple present indicative of trepidate. Trepidating, present participle and gerund of trepidate. Trepidation, anxiety over the uncertain future or possible ill occurrence. Trepidations, plural of trepidation. Trepidatious, in a state of trepidation, fearful. Trepidatiously, in a trepidatious manner, with trepidation. Trepidative, causing or having the quality of trepidation. Trepidatory, that trepidates or that causes trepidations. Trepidities, plural of trepidity. Trepidity, trepidation. Trepidly, in a fearful or timid manner. Trepidness, the quality of being tepid, timidity. Trepidem, the benzosine dopaminergic agent 7,8-dimethoxy-3-methyl-5-phenyl 1,2,4,5-tetrahydro 3-benzosine. Trepama, any of many anaerobic speargeats of the genus Trepama, many of which cause infectious diseases. Trepomal, pertaining to or caused by trepama. Trepomas, plural of trepama. Trepomata, plural of trepama. Trepomatosis, plural of trepomatosis. Trepomatosis, any of the diseases caused by the bacterium Trepoma pallidum, including syphilis, yaws, Buggell, and Pinta. Treponym, any of the actinium of the genus Trepima. Treponyms, plural of treponym. Treponemiasis, infection by Trepima bacteria. Treponemic, alternative form of trepamol. Treponemicidal, destructive to treponyms. Treponemicide, a substance that kills treponemics. Treponemicides, plural of treponemicide. Trepoponia, dyspnea that is sensed while lying on one side but not on the other. Trepopneas, plural of trepopnea. Trepoponia, alternative form of trepopnea. Trepostomate, synonym of trepostom. Trepostomates, plural of trepostomate. Trepostomatus, of or relating to the Trepostomata, an extinct bryozoan order. Trepostom, any bryozoan of the extinct order Trepostomata. Trepostomes, plural of trepostom. The gradual increase in muscular contraction following rapidly repeated stimulation. Treprostinil, an analog of the biological compound prostacyclin used in the treatment of hypertension. TAPS, acronym of Traffic Estimation and Prediction System. Triptylamine, an antispasmodic drug. Treptow, a neighborhood of Treptow-Köpenick borough, Berlin, Germany. Treptows, plural of Treptow. Trequartista, a player who operates between the midfielders and the strikers, acting as a playmaker and creating chances for their team to score. Trequartistas, plural of trequartista. Trackwall, a work following a sequel, the third in a series, particularly of films. Trackwalls, plural of trackwall. Trequensin, a particular phosphodiesterase inhibitor. Shrewinghill, a small village in Penland Community, Vale of Glamorgan Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SD0076. Tre, a three-course stringed instrument similar to a guitar. The Cuban variant has 6 strings and the Puerto Rican has 9. Tre, vary to superior degree. Tres, chic, in style, fashionable. Tres gauche, unbecoming. Tres Lagoas, a city in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, Brazil. Tres leches, 3-milk cake. Tres Pinos, a census-designated place in San Benito County, California, United States. Tres Rios, a place name lit 3 rivers. Tres Tine, the third tine above the base of a stag's antler. Tres Tines, plural of Tres Tine. Tres Tine, alternative spelling of Tres Tine. Tres Tines, plural of Tres Tine. Treshours, a hamlet in Blisland Parish, Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SX 0873. Tresevian, a hamlet in Lanner Parish, southwest Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SW 7239. Tressa, a grandfather's grandfather, a great-great-grandfather. Tressiles, plural of Tressa. Tresca, a surname. Trescanca, a village in Italy, a Frazione of Rona. Tresco, the second largest of the Isles of Scilly. Tresca, a surname. Tresero, someone who plays a tres. Treseros, plural of tresero. Tres is, plural of tres. Trashatka, an old Russian percussion instrument. Trasitor, a surname from Cornish. Trasitors, plural of trasitor. Trasello, a type of Latin American musical rhythm consisting of 3-beat units. Tresmere, a small village and civil parish in northeast Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SX 2387. Tresoldi, a surname from Italian. Trespace, obsolete spelling of trespass. Trespass, an intentional interference with another's property or person. Trespass offering, synonym of guilt offering. Trespass offerings, plural of trespass offering. Trespass on the case, a catch-all tort from English common law involving trespass against anything else other than an individual which may be actionable. Trespass to chattels, the tort of intentionally interfering with another person's lawful possession of a chattel movable personal property. Trespassage, trespass. Trespassed, simple past and past participle of trespass. Trespassee, a person who is trespassed against. Trespassees, plural of trespassee. Trespasser, one who trespasses, an interloper. Trespassers, plural of trespasser. Trespasses, plural of trespass. Trespasses on the case, plural of trespass on the case. Trespasses, second person singular simple present indicative of trespass. Trespassa, third person singular simple present indicative of trespass. Trespassen, pronunciation, spelling of trespassing. Trespassing, unauthorized entry to private property. Trespassings, plural of trespassing. Trespassery, of or pertaining to trespass. Trespassed, simple past and past participle of trespass. Tresparimus, an immunosuppressant drug. Tres, a surname. Tressange, a commune of Moselle department, France. Twast, having tresses. Trestle, dated spelling of trestle. Trestles, plural of trestle. Tresses, plural of tress. Tressful, tressy, having tresses. Tresse, present participle and gerundive of tress. Tressler, a surname. Trestlers, plural of tressler. Tressless, without a tress. Tress-like, resembling or characteristic of a tress, as of hair. Treasure, a narrow border near the edge of a shield or banner. Treasure, provided with or bound with a treasure, arranged in the form of a treasure. Trayers, plural of treasure. Tresse, abounding in tresses. Trester, a surname. Tresters, plural of trester. Trestle, a horizontal member supported near each end by a pair of divergent legs, such as sawhorses. Trestle bed, a portable bed supported by trestles as used in a military camp, hospital, etc. Trestle beds, plural of trestle bed. Trestle board, alternative spelling of trestle board. Trestle boards, plural of trestle board. Trestle bridge, a bridge supported on a system of trestles. Trestle bridges, plural of trestle bridge. Trestle table, a table consisting of 2 or 3 trestle supports, often linked by a stretcher longitudinal cross member, over which a board or tabletop is placed. Trestle tables, plural of trestle table. Trestle tree, a structure attached to a mast to support the top and the heel of the topmast. Trestle trees, plural of trestle tree. Trestle board, alternative spelling of trestle board. Trestle boards, plural of trestle board. Trestle board, a drawing board used by Freemasons. Trestle boards, plural of trestle board. Trestled, containing trestles. Trestles, plural of trestle. Trestle tree, one of two strong bars of timber fixed horizontally on the opposite sides of the masthead to support the crosstrees and the frame of the top. Trestle trees, plural of trestle tree. Trestle-wise, in the manner of a trestle. Trestle work, a system of trestles, especially one used to support a bridge. Trestle works, plural of trestle work. Trestling, a system of trestles, especially one used to support a bridge. Trestolon, a synthetic androgen, 7-alpha 17 beta normative androne, used to build muscle rapidly. Treswell, a village and civil parish served by Treswell with Cotham Parish Council in Bassetlaw District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7879. Trut, an allowance to purchasers for waste or refuse matter of £4 on every 104 pounds of subtle weight or weight after the tare is deducted. Shredamine, trithionemelamine. Shredazecor, a particular antineoplastic dinitrobenzamide prodrug. Shrethway, a surname. Shrethu, a surname. Shrethe, a tax and embossed. Trethings, plural of trething. Trethomas, a village in Bedwas, Trethomas and Machen Community, Caerphilly Borough County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SD 1888. Trata, in which each conidium is delimited via the inner wall of the conidiogenous cell. Tretinoin, the all-trans isomer of retinoic acid that is applied to the skin to treat severe acne and reduce facial wrinkles, roughness, and pigmented spots. Tretinoin tocopherol, a hybrid compound composed of alpha-tocopherol esterified with retinoic acid. Tretinoins, plural of tretinoin. Tretai, a hamlet in Tretshire with Michael Church Parish, Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 5224. Tretshire with Michael Church, a civil parish served by Unwarn and District Group Parish Council in southern Herefordshire, England, which includes these two places. Treatise, obsolete form of treatise. Treatises, plural of treatise. Shreda, a surname. Tredaquinol, a beta-adrenergic agonist. Treatos, plural of treato. Trots, plural of tret. Trotter, a surname. Trotters, plural of tretter. True, a surname from German. Truthlingen, a town in Weissenberg-Gunzenhausen district, Bavaria, Germany. Schroeden, a village and community in Flintshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SJ 2558. Trungen, a village in Nisidal Municipality, Telemark County, Norway. Truth, plural of true. Trutlan, a surname, for example that of John A. Trutlin, of German origin. Trutland County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Soperton. Trois, a diminutive of the male given name Trevor. Trevala, any of various Megasafish of the family Centralophidae, especially Hyperodloph and Antarctica and Serialella punctata. Trevalis, plural of Trevala. Trevally, alternative form of Trevally. Trevalis, plural of Trevally. Trevis, plural of Trevally. Trevally, any of certain fishes of the family Carangidae, especially of the genera Caranx and Pseudocaranx. Trevat, alternative form of trivet weaver's knife. Trevathan, a surname. Trevathans, plural of Trevathan. Shradats, plural of Trevat. Trevellas, a small village in St. Agnes Parish, Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 7452. Tevalle, a surname from Cornish. Tevalles, plural of Tevalier. Trabana, former name of Tintagel until the middle of the 19th century. Travanhes, plural of Trevena. Shrewsbury, a civil parish and hamlet north of St. Austell, Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SX 0156. Trius, obsolete form of Trier, a city in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Treue, a stool or other three-legged stand, a trivet. Trevethe, a suburb of Pontypool in Torfaen, Wales. Trevet, plural of Trevet. Trovat, alternative form of trivet weaver's knife. Travets, plural of Travet. Trevigian, Tillian, 10-2. Trevano, a surname from Spanish. Trevida, a province of Veneto, Italy. Travis, a stall for an animal. Trevises, plural of Trevis. Trevede, a surname from Cornish. Trevethics, plural of Trevithe. Treveda, a surname. Trevizos, plural of Trevizo. Trevi, a surname. Treva, a village on Trevone Bay in Padstow Parish, North Cornwall, England. SW Grid Ref SW 8975. Jerwata, a male given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Travanti, a male given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Traver, a male given name from Welsh Treffer, popular in the UK in the 1950s and the 1960s. Trevor disease, a rare congenital bone development disorder characterized by asymmetrical limb deformity due to localized overgrowth of cartilage. Trevori, a very rare black nickeliferous mineral of the spinel group. Trevor, a hamlet in St. Issy Parish, Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 9273. Trevara, a surname from Cornish. Trevus, a census-designated place in Bensalem Township and Lower Southampton Township, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, United States. Shrewvos Head, a headland in St. Maron Parish, on the north coast of Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 8576. Trevor, a male given name from Welsh. Tras, a diminutive of the male given name Trevor. True, a surname. Truid, alternative form of truage. Truages, plural of truage. Truora, a surname from Cornish. Drui, a surname from Cornish. Truis, plural of Truig. Truer, a village and community in Powys, Wales, historically in Montgomeryshire OS Grid Ref SJ 2811. Teresa, shadowgraphy producing silhouettes as a form of entertainment. Druid, a surname from Old Norse. Druids, plural of Truis. Druid, a surname. Druid, a place in Cornwall, England. Trua, a surname. A village in St. Mewan Parish, Cornwall, England. Druid, plural of true. Trisman, one who wears trews. Trisman, plural of trusman. True, obsolete form of truth. Truth, plural of truth. Trexler, a surname. Trexlers, plural of Trexler. Tut, a nickname for someone who is the third person in the family sharing his father's name. Tres, not kosher. Trefa, alternative spelling of trafe. Trafe, alternative spelling of trafe. Traver, a hamlet in Elsted and Traford Parish, Chichester District, West Sussex, England OS Grid Ref SU 8218. Trainer, a surname. Trainer ratio, a measurement of the returns earned in excess of that which could have been earned on an investment that has no diversifiable risk, per unit of market risk assumed. Trainer ratios, plural of trainer ratio. Trainers, plural of trainer. Tres, plural of tre. Tresa, a former town, now a Stadtteil of Schwalmstadt, Hesse, Germany. Trayvon, a male given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Tre, the third tine of an antler's beam. Tredes, plural of tres. Trias, a surname. Tre, a surname from Italian. Tres, plural of Treza. TRF, initialism of tuned radio frequency. TRFI, abbreviation of transfer. TRFRS, plural of TRFR. TRF, plural of TRF. TRD, initialism of tap, rack, go. TRV, initialism of tip of the red giant branch, a classification of stars on the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram for all stellar populations or of a given sample set, the end of the plot for stars existing on the red giant branch as it branches off from the main sequence. TVL, abbreviation of triangle. TRA, initialism of thyrotropin-releasing hormone. Tri, initialism of toxic release inventory. Tri is surname from Vietnamese. Tridelt, alternative spelling of tridelt. Tridelts, plural of tridelt. Tri, the triannual, alternative form of triannual. Triarmed, alternative form of triarmed. Triaxial, alternative form of triaxial. Triband, of a mobile telephone, having a choice of 3 operating frequencies, allowing it to be used in Europe and North America. Tri-camera photography, Photography obtained by simultaneous exposure of 3 cameras systematically disposed in the air vehicle at fixed overlapping angles relative to each other in order to cover a wide field. Tri-City, a census-designated place in Douglas County, Oregon, United States. Tricolor, alternative form of tricolored. Tricolor, alternative form of tricolor. Tri-D, synonym of Tri-V, a system capable of recording or displaying three-dimensional video. Tri-D, alternative form of Tri-D. Tri-Ds, plural of Tri-D. Tri-Delt, a member of the Delta 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 sorority. Tri-Delts, plural of Tri-Delt. Tri-D, alternative form of Tri-D. Tri-Dem, alternative form of Tri-Dem. Tri-Dems, plural of Tri-Dem. Tri-Dis, plural of Tri-D. Tri-Ds, plural of Tri-D. Tri-focused, having 3 times the focus. Tri-level, alternative form of tri-level. Tri-meet, an event at which 3 teams compete. Tri-meets, plural of tri-meet. Tri-mode, of a train or locomotive designed to operate on electricity on electrified lines or diesel-electric power from a diesel generator or battery power on non-electrified lines. Tridomi, omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent. Tri-organizational, of, relating to, or produced by 3 different organizations. Tri-oval, alternative form of tri-oval. Tri-pane, consisting of 3 panes. Triperspectivalism, alternative form of triperspectivalism. Triperspectivism, alternative form of triperspectivalism. Tricorder, 3/4 S. Tri-rocker, an inline skate with only 1 wheel in the middle. Tri-rockers, plural of tri-rocker. Tri-tier, having 3 tiers. Tri-tip, a cut of beef from the bottom sirloin subpermal cut. It is a small triangular muscle. Tri-tips, plural of tri-tip. Tritone, alternative form of tritone. Tritone, alternative form of triton. Triunitarianism, alternative form of triunitarianism. Triunitarianism, alternative form of triunitarianism. Triunity, alternative letter case form of triunity. Triunity, alternative letter case form of triunity. Tri-V, alternative letter case form of tri-V. Tri-V, alternative letter case form of tri-V. Trivid, synonym of tri-V, a system capable of recording or displaying 3-dimensional video. Trivids, plural of trivid. Tri-villages, a collective name for Rodent, Salvo, and Waves in Dare County, North Carolina, United States. Triataxis, a number in Googology that equals 10, 10, 10. Triabin, a thrombin inhibitor present in the saliva of the triatomine and Triatoma pallidipinese. Triatal, capable of being tried. Triableness, the quality or state of being triable. Triabodies, plural of triabody. Triabody, a trimer of a fragment of an immunoglobin. Tri, alternative form of triac. Triac, a 3-terminal electronic component that conducts current in either direction when triggered, a bidirectional triothyristor. Triacanthid, Any fish in the family Tricanthidae. Tricanthids, plural of triacanthid. Triacanthidid, any fish in the family Tricanthididae. Tricanthidids, plural of triacanthidid. Triacetate, any compound containing 3 acetate groups. Triacetate, plural of triacetate. Triacetin, the triglyceride of acetic acid, acetin. Triaceton, 3 acetone substituents in another compound. Triacetone triperoxide, the relatively stable trimeric form of the high explosive acetone peroxide. Triacetic ciborohydride, the anion formerly derived from borohydride by replacing 3 hydrogen atoms with acetoxy groups, any salt containing this anion. Triacetic ciborohydrides, plural of triacetic ciborohydride. Triacetylated, acetylated with 3 acetyl groups. Triacetylene, any polyane containing 3 linked acetylene residues. Triacetylenes, plural of triacetylene. Triacetylendomycin, trolendomycin. Triacid, capable of combining with 3 molecules of a monobasic acid. Triacidic, that is capable of neutralizing 3 moles of a monobasic acid. Triacids, plural of triacid. Triacontae, synonym of 30, the number between 29 and 31. Triacontadigon, a polygon with 32 sides and 32 angles. Triacontadigons, plural of triacontadigon. Triacontads, plural of triacontat. Triacontagon, a polygon with 30 sides. Triacontagonal, being or relating to a triacontagon. Triacontagons, plural of triacontagon. Triacontahedra, plural of triacontahedron. Triacontahedral, having 30 sides. Triacontahedron, a polyhedron with 30 faces. Triacontahedrons, plural of triacontahedron. Triacontacatetragon, a polygon with 34 sides and 34 angles. Triacontacatetragons, plural of triacontacatetragon. Triacontinate, any salt or ester of triacontanoic acid. Triacontane, any of very many uses of the alphabetic code having 30 code atoms but especially heterogontive ZCCC. Triacontanes, plural of triacontane. Triacontanoic, of or pertaining to triacontanoic acid or its derivatives. Triacontanoic acid, the long-chain saturated fatty acid having 30 carbon atoms. Triacontanol, any of very many alcohols of the general formula CHO, but especially 1-tricontanol, also known as melasyl alcohol or myrosyl alcohol, that is found in plant cuticle waxes and in beeswax as the palmitate ester. Triacontanols, plural of triacontanol. Triacontanyl, a radical or group derived from triacontane. Triacontatetragon, a polygon with 34 sides and 34 angles. Triacontatetragons, plural of triacontatetragon. Triaconter, a vessel with 30 rows of oars for rowers. Triaconters, plural of triaconter. Triacrylate, any compound that has 3 acrylic groups. Triacrylates, plural of triacrylate. plural of triac. Triacs, plural of triac. Triaxin C, a potent vasodylator and inhibitor of long fatty acyl CoA synthetase. Triact, having 3 rays. Triactinol. Triactential, having 3 actants such as subject, direct object, and indirect object. Triactinol, having 3 rays. Triactine. Triactinol, having 3 rays. Triactines, plural of triactine. Triactinomyxin, one of 2 sporal stages in the life cycle of a myxosporidian parasite. Triactinomyxins, plural of triactinomyxin. Triactor, a trifecta ebet in which the better must select the first 3 place getters of a race in the order in which they finish. Triactors, plural of triactor. Triact, plural of triact. Triacylglycerol, misspelling of triacylglycerol. Triacylglycerols, plural of triacylglycerol. Triacyl, 3 acyl groups in a compound. Triacylated, acetylated with 3 acetylate moieties. Triacylglyceride, triglyceride. Triacylglycerides, plural of triacylglyceride. Triacylglycerol, triglyceride. Triacylglycerols, plural of triacylglycerol. Triad, a grouping of 3. Triaduct, an adduct formed by the addition of 3 molecules of a compound. Triaducts, plural of triaduct. Triad, grouped into 3s. Triadelphous, having its stamens fused together at least partly by the filaments so that they form 3 separate groups, some of which may contain a lone stamen. Triadelphy, presence of triadelphous stamen. Triadic, of or relating to a triad. Triadic patent, a patent filed in Europe, EPO, the United States USPTO, and Japan JPO. Triadic patents, plural of triadic patent. Triadically, in a triadic manner. Triadimphin, a particular fungicide. Triadimol, a particular fungicide. Triadism, a leaf in a triad. Triadisms, plural of triadism. Triadus, one who believes in a triad. Triadists, plural of triadists. Triadology, the discipline concerned with the Holy Trinity. Triads, plural of triad. Trianonichid, any harvestmen of the family Trianonichidae. Trianonichids, plural of Trianonichid. Trianophorid, any tapeworm of the family Trianophoridae. Trianophorids, plural of trianophorid. Triafulvine, methylnecyclopropene. Triafulvines, plural of triafulvine. Triafungin, an antifungal drug. Assessment or sorting according to quality, need, etc., especially to determine how resources will be allocated. Triad, simple past and past participle of triage. Triad, one who trias. Trias, plural of triar. Trias, plural of triar. Triang, present participle and gerund of triar. Triadinal, triangular, trigonal. Triachid, any shark in the family Triachidae. Triachids, plural of triachid. Triaches tetrahedron, A Catalan solid with 12 faces. Triicosectahedra. Plural of triicosectahedron. Triicosectahedron. A trigonal trisectahedron. Triicosectahedrons. Plural of triicosectahedron. Triicostetrahedra. Plural of triicostetrahedron. Triicostetrahedron. Alternative form of triaches tetrahedron. Triicontadipole. Anything having 32 poles or electrodes, or a combination of 8 quadrupoles, etc. Triicontidipoles. Plural of triicontadipole. Triiconter. Alternative spelling of triiconter. Trial. An occasion on which a person or thing is tested to find out how well they perform or how suitable they are. Trial and error. The process of finding a solution to a problem by trying many possible solutions and learning from mistakes until success is attained. Trial balance. A statement of the balances of all nominal accounts in a double-entry ledger made to test their equality. The total value of the debits should equal the total of the credits. Any difference indicates that an error has been made. Trial balances. Plural of trial balance. Trial balloon. A small balloon released into the sky to determine the direction and tendency of winds in the upper air before a manned ascent in a larger balloon, a ballon d'essai. Trial balloons. Plural of trial balloon. Trial by combat. A method of Germanic law to settle accusations in the absence of witnesses or a confession in which two parties in dispute fought in single combat. The winner of the fight was proclaimed to be right. Trial by fire. A test in which a person is exposed to flames in order to assess their truthfulness, commitment, courage, etc. Trial by jury. Alternative form of jury trial. Trial by media. The process by which media coverage affects a person's reputation by creating a widespread perception of guilt or innocence, often before or after a verdict in a court of law. Trial by ordeal. An archaic practice by which a person accused of a crime could prove their innocence by their survival of physically painful tests. Trial court. A court of first instance. Trial courts. Plural of trial court. Trial de novo. A new trial in which the court or tribunal proceeds as though the original trial had not taken place. Trial division. A simple method of finding the divisors of an integer, or establishing if the integer is prime, by selecting a set of smaller integers and seeing if there is a zero remainder upon division by each one. Trial divisions. Plural of trial division. Trial impression. Synonym of working proof. Trial impressions. Plural of trial impression. Trial number. A grammatical number denoting a quantity of exactly 3. Trial numbers. Plural of trial number. Trial of scar. A labor where a vaginal delivery is attempted in a woman who has had a previous cesarean section. Trial of voy. A process involving the removal of a urinary catheter and an assessment of the patient's ability to spontaneously urinate. Trial pit. An excavation of ground in order to study or sample the composition and structure of the subsurface, usually dug during a site investigation, a soil survey or a geological survey. Trial pits. Plural of trial pit. Trial run. An empirical test of the suitability or effectiveness of a method or object by running it at least once. Trial runs. Plural of trial run. Trial separation. An informal arrangement in which a married couple lives in separate homes while remaining legally married. Trial separations. Plural of trial separation. Trial balloon. Alternative form of trial balloon. Trial balloons. Plural of trial balloon. Trialability. The quality or degree of being trialable. Trialable. Capable of being tested or verified by means of a trial. Trialate. Having 3 wings or wing-like structures. Trialdehyde. Any compound that has 3 aldehyde groups. Trialdehydes. Plural of trialdehyde. Trialtico. Relating to trialtics. Trialtically. In terms of trialtics. Trialtics. A form of dialectical reasoning with a spatial basis rather than a temporal one. Trialt. Canadian spelling. Common simple past and past participle of trial. Trialer. Alternative spelling of trialer. Trialers. Plural of trialer. Trialing. Canadian spelling. Common present participle and gerund of trial. Trialing. Plural of trialing. Trialism. A union of 3 states or political entities. Trialists. An advocate of trialism, especially with reference to the proposed creation of a state comprising Austria, Hungary, and a Slavic region. Trialists. Plural of trialists. Trialities. Plural of triality. Triality. Freeness. Trialkoxide. Any compound that has 3 alkoxide groups. Trialkoxides. Plural of trialkoxide. Trialkoxysilane. Any silane that has 3 alkoxy groups. Trialkoxysilanes. Plural of trialkoxysilane. Trialkyl. 3 alkyl groups in a compound. Trialkylated. Alkylated with 3 alkyl groups. Trialkylate. Any lead cation that has 3 alkyl substituents. Trialkylphosphate. A phosphate ester with 3 alkyl groups. Trialkylphosphane. Any of a class of aliphatic phosphenes of general formula R3P. Trialkylphosphenes. Plural of trialkylphosphine. Trialkylstenol. Any alkyl organometallic reticle of the form R3SN derived from stannine. Trialkylstanylated. Modified by the addition of a trialkylstenyl radical. Trialkyltin. Any trialkyltin compound. Trialkyltins. Plural of trialkyltin. Trialate. Ethiocarbonate pesticide, S2,3,3-trichloro-2-propenyl bis 1-methylthiocarbomathiote. Trialed. Canadian spelling, common simple past and past participle of trial. Triallelic. Having 3 different alleles at the same locus. Triallelism. The condition of being triallelic. Trialler. A horse or a dog used for trialing. Trialers. Plural of trialer. Trialus. Without a judicial trial. Trialing. Canadian spelling. Common present participle and gerund of trial. Trialings. Plural of trialing. Trialist. Alternative form of trialist. Trialists. Plural of trialists. Triallyl. 3 allyl groups in a compound. Trialli. Alternative form of trialog. Trialogs. Plural of trialog. Triali. A conversation or talk between 3 people. Trialogs. Plural of trialog. Trials. Plural of trial. Trials. and errors, plural of trial and error. Trials and tribulations, unpleasant experiences that put one's endurance and strength to the test. Trials by combat, plural of trial by combat. Trials by fire, plural of trial by fire. Trials by media, plural of trial by media. Trials by ordeal, plural of trial by ordeal. Trials de novo, plural of trial de novo. Trials of voy, plural of trial of voy. Trialuminium, 3 atoms of aluminium in a chemical compound. Trialumino, 3 atoms of aluminium in a chemical compound. Trialware, software that can be tried for a limited time, after which it expires or has limited functionality. Trialwise, 1 trial at a time. Triamantane, a chemical compound. CH. Triamcinolone, misspelling of triamcinolone. Triamcinolone, a glucocorticoid steroidal drug 9-fluoro-16-hydroxyprednisolone used chiefly in the form of its acetyl or acetate derivatives, especially in treating skin disorders, asthma, and allergic rhinitis. Triamcinolones, plural of triamcinolone. Triamide, archaic form of triamide. Triamide, an amide containing 3 amido groups. Triamides, plural of triamide. Triamides, plural of triamide. Triamine, any compound having 3 amino groups. Triamines, plural of triamine. Triamino, 3 amino groups in a molecule. Triaminotriazine, any triamino derivative of a triazine, but especially melamine 2,4,6-triamino-1,3,5-triazine. Triaminotriazole, any triamino derivative of a triazole, but especially 3,4,5-triamino-1,2,4-triazoles guanosine. Triamethos, a particular fungicide. Triammonium, 3 ammonium ions in a compound. Triametic, having 3 amietic sacs. Triamond, a polyene made up of 3 triangles. Triamines, plural of triamond. Triapt, of an audio system, using triamping. Triamping, the use of 3 channels of amplification to power each loudspeaker within an audio system. Triaberrin, a potassium-sparing diuretic used in combination with thiazide diuretics for the treatment of hypertension and edema. Only used in Trian aspect. Triandrian, of or relating to the former Triandria, having 3 distinct and equal stamens in the same flower. Trianderous, Triandrian. Triangle, a polygon with 3 sides and 3 angles. Triangle group, a group that can be realized geometrically by sequences of reflections across the sides of a triangle. Triangle groups, plural of triangle group. Triangle inequality, the inequality that states that the magnitude of the sum of 2 vectors is less than or equal to the sum of the magnitudes of the vectors. Triangle of life, a space next to a solid object, which according to a disputed theory a person should occupy in order to reduce the risk of injury inside a collapsing building. For example, during earthquake, the crushing of the solid object is said to form a slope that protects the nearby space in the manner of a roof. Triangle pose, Trikonasana. Triangle spider, Any spider of the genus Hypteotes, especially the small American spider Hypteotes cavatus that lives among the dead branches of evergreen trees. It constructs a triangular web. The spider holds the thread at the apex of the web and stretches it tight, but lets go and springs the net when an insect comes in contact with it. Triangle spiders, plural of triangle spider. Triangle tests. A test in which a potential consumer is asked to determine blindly which of three similar items is not identical to the other two. Triangle tests. Plural of triangle tests. Triangle wave. A function or waveform that alternately ramps linearly upwards and then downwards. Triangle waves. Plural of triangle wave. Triangle free. Of an undirected graph in which no three vertices form a triangle of edges. Triangled. Having three angles. Triangulness. Synonym of triangularity. Triangles. Plural of triangle. Triangles of life. Plural of triangle of life. Triangle-wise. In the form of a triangle. Trianguist. A percussionist who plays the triangle. Trianglists. Plural of trianglists. Triangulable. Capable of being triangulated. Triangulane. Any of a class of hydrocarbons consisting of linear, branched and cyclic aggregates of spiral-linked cyclopropane units. They are named N-triangulanes depending on number of cyclopropane rings. Triangulanes. Plural of triangulane. Triangular. Shaped like a triangle. Triangular colon. A diacritical mark lengthened, used in IPA, consisting of two triangles and marking the preceding phoneme as long. Triangular colons. Plural of triangular colon. Triangular division. A division composed of three regiments. Triangular divisions. Plural of triangular division. Triangular harp. Synonym of frame harp. Triangular harps. Plural of triangular harp. Triangular hebisphenorunda. A polyhedron, one of the Johnson solids, whose faces are composed of 13 triangles, 3 squares, 3 pentagons, and 1 hexagon. Triangular matrix. A square matrix in which all the items on one side of the main diagonal are 0. Triangular number. Any integer that is the sum of n natural numbers from 1 to n. Triangular numbers. Plural of triangular number. Triangular prism. A prism with a triangular base. Triangular prisms. Plural of triangular prism. Triangular pyramid. A three-dimensional figure with 4 triangular bases. Triangular pyramids. Plural of triangular pyramid. Triangularine. A pyrrolizidine alkaloid. Triangularis muscle. A facial muscle of the mouth associated with frowning. Triangularis muscles. Plural of triangularis muscle. Triangularization. Alternative form of triangularization. Triangularizations. Plural of triangularization. Triangularities. Plural of triangularity. Triangularity. The state or quality of having the shape of a triangle. Triangularizability. The property of being triangularizable. Triangularizable. Capable of being triangularized. Triangularization. The process of triangularizing. Triangularizations. Plural of triangularization. Triangularize. To make triangular. Triangularize. Simple past and past participle of triangularize. Triangularizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of triangularize. Triangularizing. Present participle and gerund of triangularize. Trianguloi. In a triangular manner. Triangulate. To locate by means of triangulation. Triangulated. Simple past and past participle of triangulate. Triangulately. In a triangulate manner. Triangulateration. A combination of triangulation and trilateration. Triangulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of triangulate. Triangulating. Present participle and gerund of triangulate. Triangulation. A technique in which distances and directions are estimated from an accurately measured baseline and the principles of trigonometry, countable an instance of the use of this technique. Triangulation pillar. A concrete pillar used by the Ordnance Survey as a point for taking theodolite measurements used in determining the exact shape of the country in a mid-20th century triangulation project. Triangulation pillars. Plural of triangulation pillar. Triangulation station. A triangulation pillar. Triangulation stations. Plural of triangulation station. Triangulational. Relating to triangulation. Triangulations. Plural of triangulation. Triangulator. One who or that which triangulates. Triangulators. Plural of triangulator. Trianguline. A flat hydrocarbon graphene fragment CH composed of 6 fused benzene rings in a triangular configuration, being a radical having 2 unpaired electrons. Triangulines. Plural of triangulene. Triangulanium. A carbenium and derived from a triangulene. Triangulaniums. Plural of triangulanium. Triangulus. A person who plays the triangle. Triangulists. Plural of triangulists. Triangulite. A triclinic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and uranium. Trianguloid. Approximately triangular. Triangulum. An autumn constellation of the northern sky whose brightest 3 stars form a small triangle. The constellation lies near Perseus between Aries and Andromeda. Triangulum Austral. A winter constellation of the southern sky which has 3 bright stars that form a triangle. It lies north of the constellation of Puys between Ara and Cercinus. Triangulum Galaxy. A relatively nearby spiral galaxy in the local group together with the Milky Way galaxy. It is at a distance of approximately 2.6 million light-years from Earth in the direction of the constellation Triangulum and is also known as M33 and NGC 598. Trianion. An anion that has 3 negative charges. Trianionic. Of an ion having 3 negative charges. Trianions. Plural of trianion. Triannual. Happening 3 times each year. Triannually. 3 times per year. Triannulate. Having 3 rings. Triannulated. Alternative form of triannulate. Triano. A surname. Trianon. Either of the Grand Trianon and Petit Trianon, 2 royal palaces constructed in Versailles, France, in the 17th and 18th centuries. Trians. Plural of Trianon. Trianos. Plural of Triano. Triantaphelos, a martyr and saint of the Greek Orthodox Church. Triantelope, a huntsman spider. Triantelopes, plural of triantelope. Triantenary, having the form of 3 antennae. Trianthus, having 3 flowers. Triantimonide, any antimonide containing 3 atoms of antimony per molecule. Triantimonides, plural of triantimoni. Triantimony, 3 atoms of antimony in a chemical compound. Trias, triases, plural of trias. Triaperturate, having 3 apertures. Triapsal, having 3 apses. Triapsidal, triapsal. Edivith, 3 rulers in a triarchy. Teage, relating to a triarchy. Triades, plural of triarchy. Tias, plural of triarch. Triady, government by 3 persons, a triumvirate. Triarial, consisting of 3 areas. Triarian, occupying the 3rd post or rank. Tere, plural of triarius. Triamal, a particular fungicide. Teas, a veteran hoplite placed in the 3rd rank in the early Roman military. Tent, having 3 ams. Triaromatic, having 3 aromatic, typically benzene rings. Trias, a tridentate ligand with formula C6H4 as CH as CH from a condensation of diers. Triazane, the eosnic is the Re-H5 having a chain of 3 eosnic atoms. Triazanes, plural of triazane. Triazane, 3 arsenic atoms or cations in a molecule as. Triazanide, any arsenide containing 3 atoms of arsenic per molecule as 3. Triazanides, plural of triazenide. Triazane, any organic derivative of triazane. Triazanes, plural of triazine. Triarticulate, having 3 joints. Triarticulated, alternative form of triarticulate. Triaryl, 3 aryl groups in a compound. Triarylamine, any tertiary amine having 3 aryl groups. Triarylamines, plural of triarylamine. Triarylmethane, any triaryl derivative of methane, such as triphenylmethane. Triarylmethane dye, any of a group of brightly colored dyes based on a triphenylmethane backbone. Triarylmethane dyes, plural of triarylmethane dye. Triarylmethanes, plural of triarylmethane. Triarylmethyl, a triaryl derivative of a methyl radical. Triarylphosphine, any phosphine having 3 aryl groups. Triarylphosphanes, plural of triarylphosphine. Triarylpyridine, any triaryl derivative of a pyridine. Triarylpyridines, plural of triarylpyridine. Trias, a surname from Catalan. Trias greenfinch, Plurus triasi, an extinct species of finch closely related to the European greenfinch Chlorus chlorus, known only from fossil remains in La Palma in the Canary Islands. Trias greenfinches, plural of